Good morning, everyone. It is 7:42 here in Siheung, Korea. This is the QS 6000. We will be starting with the men's QS, later on into the women's, and ending the day with the longboarding. I am Jada Legati. I want to welcome back into the booth Izzy.
Good morning. What a day.
Yep. So we woke up and it's a little, cloudy and overcast, but I'm sure the sun will come out pretty soon. That's exactly what happened yesterday on your screen. That is the wave pool. We have this first heat piling out in the water, which is very exciting. So yesterday we had so much happening and so much going down. And I'm pretty sure today's going to be the same because it is a very controlled environment. There is no tide. There is not that much wind. There is not a lot of factors. So
No.
it's going to be a really good day.
And it's good. The bank's still there. It
Yeah,
hasn't moved.
absolutely. So it's looking like it's all ready to go. We'll be starting pretty soon. Our surfers already paddling out. You can see a couple of the burner sets on your screen. They're just testing it out. Oh, look at that. How beautiful. Glassy conditions.
I know. So good.
All right. So I always ask this as we start the day. What would you say were some of your highlights for day one?
I loved seeing the opening round of the women. It really gives us a good taste into what's to come into the seeded round, which we do have this morning. I loved seeing Jarvis Earl. I think he was the standout. He's just looking so energetic, obviously injuring himself in the air show here last year and having to bow out of competition, but he's looking really dangerous. I reckon he's my pick to win.
Oh, he is one of those surfers that is so consistent. Every single contest he does, I always bet that he's gonna make finals day because he's so good, and his competitive maturity is out of this world. He's so young still and has so much to do. Anyway, so in the water right now, this is Heat 13 of the round of 32 on your screen. That's Pajar Ariana, and he is a surfer from Serangan. Big shout out to his girlfriend, Taina Izquierdo, probably watching this back home in
Yes.
Bali. He is an incredible goofy footer, such sharp surfing. For some reason, he reminds me of Medina when he's surfing. He has this really low stance and he's so quick and he's like lightning fast. So hopefully he gets his act together because I would like to see him pass a couple heats. He'll be going up against Varun Tanjung, who was part of the Tanjung clan back in Bali. I'm pretty sure Bronson, maybe Rizal. Their mom is probably watching as well, Chandra. So big shout out to them. A very, very important family in surfing and Indonesian surfing as well.
Love that.
Yuma Nagasawa and Willis Droomer will be joining them in this heat as well. So it is starting to get really stacked as we get deeper and deeper into the draw.
Yeah, Willis, of course. He focused on the Pro Junior a lot last year. The only really major comp he did was Phillip Island at the start of this year. He got 13th, and he's in the new Merge Billabong movie. So he's showcasing some crazy surfing, and I'm really excited to see him in this draw and see if he can push further.
Yeah. Actually, Yuma Nagasawa, one of those surfers that we constantly see around this QS, these Australasian QSs, or the co-sanctioned events. And on your screen, things are getting started. This is Pajar, two gorgeous looking turns to start his day, and he is gonna finish this one strongly. I would say that's probably safer surfing for what I know Pajar can do, but early rounds right behind him is Varun on his backhand. Two great snaps. He gets that third one in. Unfortunately, gets there a little late, but we know that that fourth wave is always a little different to the second one. So it has a bit more, I would say, backwash to it compared to that second one. What do you think about this one?
I love this wave from Pajat. Amazing first turn. You can just see how much speed and power he's really carrying through these turns. Straight back into the power source, into that pocket on that foam ball, and finishes that off. I feel like the theme of yesterday was that finishing turn. Not many people were getting it, as we see Varun getting a little hung, a little bobble there on that first turn. Sort of put him out of rhythm for this third turn here. Gets a little hung again, but manages to finish that one off. So he's got a score on the board. You got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah. So there's something, just looking at Varun surf, every time I'm like surfing somewhere at home, which isn't like my home break, and I see Varun or Bronson paddle out, I'm like, yes, I picked the right spot.
I was seeing.
They are so good.
So good.
And they always know where to be. So every time that happens, I'm like, yes.
That's so funny. It's like Taj, Stokes, and Zeb, and Charlie, and Noah, Andrew. If I see them out, I just follow them around because they're all wave magnets. So I'm like, if you're sitting there, I'm going to sit there because I know I'll catch waves.
Yeah, and when we're surfing somewhere like pretty solid, I'm always like, hey, Varun. And he's like, he looks at me and I'm like, yeah, I need help. At deserts, too, like during the pandemic, he gave me so many waves. It was so kind.
That's so good.
So big shout out to Varun. You're great. All right, so coming up next will be our surfers in white and green, Willis Drummer and Yuma Nagasawa. Very exciting things. I love how it's just back-to-back action here. There's not a lot of downtime in the wave pool, so it's easy to just get things started really quickly. Let's see our man Yuma Nagasawa, what he gets done. He completes the takeoff that we saw take out a lot of surfers yesterday. Good first and second turn. I love how he pushes that tail. It looks so smooth under his feet, and he gets the finishing. I'm liking it. Right behind him, Willis on his backhand as well. Big fans of spray every time that board connects to the lip. Completely 180 rotates that board. I love that last turn. Really strong. This is gonna be a pretty solid heat. I feel like that was all pretty equal.
Yeah, that was huge. I loved Yuma's approach, just straight up and down, and Willis behind him, just showing how much flair he's got. Willis is quite a tall statue surfer, as we see the Bonsoi replay of Yuma. Wow, huge first turn. Judges will love how he capitalized on that first section. Wraps it around again, just throwing so much spray, and it's so important to note, he snapped every single one of those sections, and I feel like it's hard for a goofy footer to not carve. So we see Willis out behind. I love Willis's approach. So much power. He makes it look so easy. Straight up and down into the pocket and finishes that one off. So, wow, huge scores to come for all four of these surfers.
Yeah, wow, that's a tough job for the judges. I would say that they all were quite similar waves and all got surfed very... Yeah, in a pretty similar approach as well. There wasn't anyone who really did more carves. They all were back-to-back snaps. Pajar as well. Both the backhanders did the same. So it's a tough call. We had some scores come through already for Pajar. It's 617 to get his career started here. Yuma Nagasawa 533. Varun Tanjung a 3-5. We're waiting for the last of Willis. They're going to be comparing that to Varun's wave as well because they're both the regulars in this heat. So it's two goofies against two regulars. It's going to be a good comparison.
Yeah, I love that. And I love how they're in different rotations as well. So you can see goofy, natural, goofy, natural.
Yeah.
But yeah, oh wow, last of Willis got the best of that exchange, a 6.67, which is quite a huge score.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. I know. I've never started a heat off like that. Let me just say, yeah, me too. What am I doing wrong?
That's so good.
All right, so things are rolling here in Siheung, Korea. This is going to be Varun now taking the second wave of the set. Let's see what our regular footer gives us today. Two gorgeous, really open-faced turns. Love that one. A little tighter in the pocket. Super strong, but unfortunately goes down. Paja, our surfer from Serangan, massive first blow there. Does it again, really pushes the tail around. Loving Paja's turn. This is the Paja that I know and see surfing every day.
Wow, the Paja's confidence in that one, you could just tell how loose and free he was. I feel like in Varun's last wave, we'll see it on the Bonsoi replay, as he goes up for that last turn, his legs just looked a little extended, which put him out of position to land that. So we'll see here. I loved this start. He looked so much looser compared to his first one. Times that first section perfectly. Wraps it for a second. This is the money turn here. Huge fan of spray. And you see those legs just extending a little bit too much. Didn't get that compression off the bottom, but Paja, huge opening turn. Lets that tail go. Wraps it for a second, just showing how much power he has. No downtime as well. Back to the power source, and a little late to that section, but plants it. So great surfing. Last of Varun comes in at a 4.00, so bettering his first wave. Waiting for scores for Paja.
I think we're going to see some pretty healthy scores coming in for Paja Ariana. That was, I think, one of my favorite waves of the morning for sure. He's just such a low center of gravity surfer, and he's really fast. And I love that turn that he did, that big, like, kind of carve and pushing that tail around. That's a classic Paja turn.
And I love the variety he's bringing into it. I feel like on your forehand, it's so easy to get that variety compared to on your backhand. You just seem to do the same turn. So I'm really excited. I hope to see, I don't know if it's the best wave of the heat so far.
I'm calling it.
Yeah?
I think it'll be best wave of
I'm
the
backing
heat.
you. I'm backing you.
Yeah, let's go Paja. No. He's a very kind human as well, and always has this big smile on his face. So he's one of those surfers that you really enjoy being around.
Yeah.
You know, and he's happy to share, and I think that's a really important trait of being a competitive surfer, is not only who you are in competition, but as well who you are outside.
Yeah,
of
I
competition.
love that.
Yeah. So here we go, live action. Willis, good looking first turn, sets it up, wastes no time to get those second and third ones in. He is looking unstoppable right now. He didn't even have to pump to get from one section to the next. Right behind him, Yuma Nagasawa, big first turn, I'll say. That was a solid more checkup turn, gets a little hung up there. Isn't really able to get around that section, but takes to the air. He's like, Jada, stop right there. Let me just show you what I'm doing. This is the plan. So really nicely done. What we were saying before, variety, giving that fresh look to the wave, not just those, back-to-back turns. So really good exchange.
I love that. Willis, as we'll see on this Bonsoi replay, he's got the second wave of the set. Straight up and down, no downtime, no pumping, straight into another one. And wow, just back-to-back turns through the coping and finishes that one off. He makes it look so easy. And I love his style. Out behind him, he gets a little hung up, Yuma, and snaps it for a second. I feel like Yuma thinks in this moment, okay, I just got to go for broke. I need to better, and rides out so cleanly. See the little smile on his face. He loves it. So I love that.
It was a good exchange. It was a fun little exchange we had. So we are waiting for those scores to come through. But the last of Paja comes in at 5.23. So thank goodness we are commentators and not judges,
Yes,
because
thank God.
we were pretty
We
far
were
off.
really wrong.
We were like, yeah, best wave of the heat.
That's so good. Yeah, so Paja, a 6.17 to 5.23. If I was Paja, I'd be thinking, okay, I've still got 2 waves to go. I'm feeling confident. I've got 2 really good scores. It's hard to get in that 5, let alone 6 range. I feel like we're really going to see Paja open up as well. But wow, Willis, a 6.07 for that last one.
Yeah, Willis is looking pretty unstoppable right now, and I love how he has that one-line surfing. What I mean by that, he doesn't do those double pumps on the bottom turn. He doesn't go up on the face and look for speed. He just has that one flow, so it's really nice to watch. It's pleasing to the eye, and it's really hard to do as well.
Yes.
That is really difficult. So my kudos to you, Willis. Right, on our screen, Paja on his third wave, good snap to set things up. Does it again, more of an open face carve. Something similar to the first turn here. He eyes down the section, takes to the air, and unfortunately goes down. Right behind him, Varun on the 4th wave. Good first turn, set things up, setting the tone. Loving that one, a lot better. Let's see that last 4th, shuts this one down. Good job for both those boys. Very nice stuff. Unfortunately, there, Pajar wasn't able to really ride out of it, but I can kind of see the strategy. He got those first 2 scores. Now he's really trying to push it.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, hey, Gianna. Like, having those 2 good scores, I feel like we're really going to see Willis do that as well. But I loved Varun. I feel like that was his best wave, and it will be interesting to see the score. He's got a 3.50, so I definitely think he has bettered that. Now, Yuma, his last wave, a 4.73 as we see this bonsai replay of Paja. Great first turn. I love how he utilises that first section straight into a carve, showing his variety. Like we were talking about, the judges love this. Just unfortunately, he timed that perfectly, just went into the flats and sort of hit that backwards, just digging that outside rail. Varun, nice first turn, gets a little hung. That's a better second turn, which puts him in perfect position for this third. And clamps that closed for Varun. He's got to love that.
There's just something about finishing turns that like I really like. I don't know what it is. I like to watch finishing turns.
I love it. I feel like it really puts the stamp for the judges. Like, yeah, I finished it.
Yeah, I think it's that exclamation point, you know, and I like the emotion that comes out of the surfers once they do it and they get a really good turn in. I'm like, yes.
So
show emotion. Show how proud you are of yourself.
Well, Yuma right now, he had a round of 32 loss here last year, so he's really looking to make that next round and go further into the draw. Like we said, Willis didn't do this event last year, so I feel like Willis is the underdog. He really has nothing to lose here, and he's so young still. He's still in the Pro Junior Series, so really looking to give this QS a big crack.
I'm excited that he, you know, if he got 2 6s on his first 2 waves, he's gonna have to, you know, push it a little harder now.
Yes.
Like, stop playing safe.
Yes.
Let's see some big airs. All right, Yuma, good first opening crack here. Lightning speed to the second one. He's doing like pretty similar turns out the back, but here he gives variety. He took to the air again, I would say. Lands it, but it was a little stuck. Behind him, Willis. Good 2 turns. I love how much water comes out the back of the wave every time he connects that board. Oh, a bit of flare there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of it, but really good stuff.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like Willis was caught in between 2 minds just then. He wanted to go big and then wanted to do a snap and just thought, oh, I'll just do it. I'll just do a full row. And then unfortunately unable to ride out of that one, but no harm, no foul for Willis. He's got those 2 6s, so I feel like that won't better his situation. Yuma, straight into that first turn. And again, for a second, I love how Yuma doesn't do too much down the line surfing. Here we see him eye off that section. He thinks, yeah, I want to do a punt a little bit early to that section, I feel, which makes him get hung up. He rides out. It is a completion, but we'll see if he can better that 4.73. Willis here. Willis is so good at just focusing what's in front of him. I love this approach. Great series of turns here. This is where he gets caught in between 2 minds. He pushes really hard, which forces him to sort of bring that turn around and just unable to ride out. So I don't think that will better Willis's situation, but great surfing nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, it was fun. I liked that last turn. Yeah. He didn't make it, but I liked it. It was fun. It was different. So we're waiting for those 2 scores to come through before we give you guys an updated situation of what's happening. So all 4 surfers have 3 waves. This is their last chance. So Varun right now, before we get those last 2 scores, is in 4th, and he's looking for a 6.80 to kind of keep his dream alive here and get into that next heat. Pajar wants to solidify his 2nd spot or go to 1st. He needs a 6.50. Both these surfers are extremely capable of doing that. We've seen them do it in the past, so it's going to be a pretty entertaining last 2 waves.
Yeah, and both these surfers, Paja and Varun, both had round of 64 losses here last year. So I feel like this round is such a detrimental round. It's such a tricky round to get through, and I feel like this round, it's so hard because it's the seeded round as well.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of get stuck in that the entire season. But this right now, Varun on his deadly backhand. Couple really nice turns in, loving that one. Connects the board to the lip nicely. Good, follow the lip line to finish things off. Here, Pajar pushes a little too hard. isn't able to get that first one done. That is pretty unfortunate. We'll see if that's gonna bite him later. So just waiting for that score of Varun. Yuma's last one came in at a 5.60, so he does improve his situation. Varun's liking it. I think he's got a bit of a smile on his face. Let's see the replays.
Yeah, wow, Varun. I love this wave. I think this was his best wave by far. He just looks so much more into rhythm. He's oozing with confidence now. I feel like he's like, okay, I've got nothing to lose. These series of turns are where the money is, and finishes that one off so nicely. I don't know if the last turn's complete, but Paja, huge upset here. He just goes a little too high and unable to ride out here. Paja's sitting in second. He really needed to capitalize on that last wave. Yuma's chasing him. Yuma needs a 5.81.
All right, let's see. This is such nerve-wracking moments.
I know.
Watching, you know, it's not like a heat where it's like, oh, he might not catch a wave.
Yeah.
No, he's catching a wave.
Yeah.
You just have to watch it. Like,
yeah,
so
for Paja, it'll be so nerve-wracking. You can see him on screen there, just little tap of the board. You can tell he's a little frustrated that he really didn't capitalize on that last wave. Still waiting for scores for Varun, so judges really looking at those replays as well.
all right. Oh. Okay, so Yuma now needs a 5.81. Willis, I would say, pretty safe spot. Willis got through. So this is just a bit of a victory lap for him. It's all eyes on Yuma Nagasawa. Will he crack under pressure, or will he get the score he needs?
Oh, if you were in Yuma's position, what would you be thinking right now? You need a score. You know Paja doesn't have another wave. It's just coming down to Yuma.
I would kind of give it my all at this point. You know, he needs a pretty decent score. I mean, it's not massive, but it's he needed a 6 practically. So I would be trying to do all the breathing exercises I know. And so this is Willis on his bit of a victory lap. Good first and second turn. I love his style. It's so strong that he's unfortunately goes down, but he was looking so good. So this is the wave that we were talking about. This is Yuma's last chance to get back into this heat. 2 solid first turns. There really kind of pushes it, eyes this section down, takes to the air.
Wow.
Oh, good stuff. Yuma likes it. Is that a 6?
Oh, I don't know. It was that 4th wave of the set, so it's a lot trickier to surf. As we saw Willis, he just had so much more flow being on his backhand. And that 2nd wave of the set, Yuma needing a 5.81. Varun, unfortunately, his last wave a 4.07, so he's out of the equation. Paja just watching on and waiting for the score. Oh, Gianna, I'm nervous.
Yeah, okay, I love this wave from Willis. He didn't complete it, but there's just something about his surfing. That's that singular line that we're talking about. There's no double pump. He really pushes the tail, a lot of spray every time that board connects to the lip. This is the wave, though, that could rattle some cages.
I love that first turn for Yuma. Straight into the second. Felt like more of a check turn. It sort of feels like he's down the line surfing for Yuma. Really focusing on this air here. Rides out perfectly. So clean. So no indication yet from the judges. They will be looking at replays. I feel like they'll be comparing his wave to Willis's 6.07.
All right, so we're gonna go to a quick break and we'll come back with the result of Yuma, but we'll see you guys into the next heat.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
All right, so scores are about to drop, and we're gonna see some more waves ridden really soon. This is Siheung in Korea, QS 6000. We're up to the men's round of 64, heat 14. We're gonna show you guys the results of the last heat. So unfortunately, Yuma Nagasawa did not get the score he needed. It was Pajar Ariana and Willis Drummer going through. In this heat, though, we have Keijiro Nishi, Kiyoshiro Suda, Oliver Rissenbeck, and Willem Watson. This is heat 14. I want to welcome back into the booth my good friend Tai Wacko.
Good morning, Gianna. We had a good coffee this morning.
Yeah, great coffee.
Great coffees.
It's I would say coffee is the glue to our friendship. What do you think of this replay?
Wow. Keijiro Nishi, one of the, his upcoming surfers from Japan. He was following the CS last year. Beautiful surfing from Keijiro Nishi. He's a strong competitor from Japan. That was a beautiful combination. And also this is Kiyoshiro Suda. Suda Kiyoshiro 1本目のライディングスプレーを上げていきます。ここもカービングターンを見せますが少し引っかかってしまいました。ですが最後のターン、これは前に出てきています。Beautiful combination from both Keijiro and Kyoshiro. Good scores on the way.
Yep, and on your screen, this is Willem Watson. Good couple turns on the backhand to get his career started here in Korea on this beautiful day too. Couple nice turns. That was really beautifully done from Willem Watson. Pretty sure as we're seeing our man in white, Oliver Rissenbeck, probably meaning he didn't, probably fell. I'm not sure. You can see it. Anyway, oh, this is the wave that we're looking for. So good first turn here. Sets it up for this second one. On there it is. He got a little stuck behind, wasn't able to kind of get around that section. What do you think of this one?
Beautiful first turn. I love how smooth his surfing was on this wave. Beautiful surfing all the way to the inside, start to finish. So beautiful combination. Great four-turn combo from surfing green William Watson.
So I saw Keijiro has a bit of an ankle bracelet or ankle sleeve.
I'm not too sure, but I heard that he got injured when he was surfing, but I think he recovered really well. But I think just making sure that he's not going to get injured again, so that's why he's wearing the stuff around the neck, around the ankle. But he's back in strong.
Yeah, he's looking in great form. So.
And then apparently he's going to go to South Africa after this.
Oh wow, back-to-back events,
Right.
showing you how much these surfers have to travel to kind of chase this dream. So so much dedication goes behind everything. It is not just what you see for the 20 minutes on your screen.
Right.
There is a lot of time, budget, a lot of sacrifice that goes into all of this.
So much going on, for all the athletes, because they train every day, they go to the gym pretty much every day, and surf every day, spend a lot of time in the water and out. So yeah, like you said, they sacrifice a lot.
So this is going to be Kiyoshiro Suda now on his second wave of the heat. Gets the takeoff done. We've seen that takeoff take a lot of people yesterday. Good second turn there. Starts to really ramp things up. Eyes this section down and does not go for the air. So that might be a bit of a mistake there. It's our man in red, Keijiro Nishi.
Wow, 西慶次郎2本目のライディングになります。しっかりと最後のセクションテールを回して綺麗に360見せてきました。素晴らしいサーフィンです。Beautiful surfing in the end from Keijiro Nishi. Yeah, like you said, it's the takeoff is actually really tricky, but you kind of want to be really close to the wall. If you're a goofy footer, and when sometimes that costs a lot, just like Kiyoshiro did. A little bit of started a little bit behind the section, so he had to chase the section here, but unfortunately he couldn't find the section to for the big turn, and almost nosedive from Keijiro Nishi. We don't really see from him usually, but beautiful recovery from Keijiro Nishi, and love this blow tail rotation. That was a beautiful stuff.
Something I like about Keijiro is that it always looks like he's having fun,
Yeah,
like
true.
he had that little fumble in the beginning and he just like was giggling, and I've seen him do that quite a few times. So he seems like a really bright person.
Definitely, I talked to him just before his heat 10 minutes ago probably, but he was smiling and just chilling, so he's focused, but at the same time having great fun here.
So I know you do some coaching back
Yes.
at home, and I was curious to ask, in a situation like this, because we've taken away the factor of you don't catch a wave and the tides and this and that, how would you approach the coaching here? What would you do?
I think the most important thing in this pool game is takeoff. That cost a lot of people yesterday. We saw that happened yesterday, and I would say if you attacking on your backhand, then just kind of take off a little bit wider so that you can get the good takeoff. And then if you time it right, and then I think start to finish will be fine.
Okay, yeah, that's some great advice if you guys are listening. All right, so this is our man Willem Watson, 2 solid backhand blasts to get things off. Does it again. See if this is a strong finisher. I'm liking that. That was really smooth. That was really nice. Right, this is Oliver. Unfortunately goes down again. Bit of a back-to-back mistake there for our man in white. He hasn't really found his rhythm just yet, but he still has 2 more chances. So early days. Our man in green opting to go for an epoxy, looking like that was his weapon of choice, and it's looking like it was great because this replay, love his smooth style. He has something very elegant to it.
Right, beautiful stuff here from start to finish. Love the finishing turn as well. Clean finish, so it'll be a great number again for William Watson. But unfortunate for Oliver because he got stuck on the top of the water on the first section, but there's still 2 more waves to catch. It's a wave pool, but those 2 waves are actually different. You have to change the plan how to attack on each waves, so it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, it is quite tricky, and I feel like because it's a wave pool and we don't have so much salt in the water, the feeling is different. I'm gonna go into real detail here now. Like, you don't float as much maybe as in the ocean, or
Right.
your equipment is maybe not the one that you use every day. If you're someone like some of the Indo crew, we hardly ever take the epoxies out, or at least I don't. I don't even own an epoxy. Like, so it's
You guys don't need one.
Yeah, I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
For me, I'm like looking at the board like, wow, this is so different.
But yeah, you're right, because the power source of the wave is so compact, and so it's easy to get behind a section. So you have to be on point all the time. So your decision have to be on point.
Yeah, but we also have reached a level in surfing here where these athletes have to look at the details. You know,
Yes.
it's what
Right.
makes or breaks your heat at the end of the day. It's that little 1% change that you can make that will make you start going into finals day instead of losing, round of 64. All right. No.
Wow. 西慶次郎、テイクオフでノーズが刺さってしまいました。珍しい光景かなというふうに思います。その裏では須田清志郎、3本目のライディング、一発目縦アクションスプレーを飛ばしていきます。カービングターンでパワーゾーンに戻り、そして早めにアタックをしてフィニッシュに備えます。この波はしっかりと4発入れてきました。素晴らしいライディングです。Well, we don't really see that from, Keijiro Nishi, but beautiful surfing from Kyoshiro Suda.
Absolutely, that was a great wave for Kyoshiro. Unfortunate here. Let's break this one down. Let's see what happened. I think he just practically nosedived. That was what we've been saying has taken out so many athletes yesterday. This wave from blue, straight off the bat. Nice first turn. Wraps it around there for the second one. Pushes the tail, giving the variety, giving something different to look at. Finishes it off really strong. I think that's going to be his best wave.
Definitely, it'll be his best, best wave. Now he's sitting in the third place, but needing 611 to go into second place. Not too sure if it's going to be a 611, but it'll be his best, definitely.
All right, so let's give you guys, a little bit of an update in the situation. Willem Watson, 6.67 and a 5. He's in a pretty solid lead. Keijiro Nishi, 6.83 and a 4.10. In third, chasing a score, Kyoshiro Suda, 5.57, 4.83. He's looking for a 5.37. Oliver Risenbeck, unfortunately, hasn't really been able to string this one together. Sitting on a 2.3 and a 1. He's looking for a solid 8.6. He still has 2 chances left. So early days for Oliver. He can still turn this heat around. It's not too late. It's the beauty of the wave pool.
Definitely, because it's 100% sure that you're going to get 4 waves at least. I mean, 4 waves. So if you have mistake on the first 2 waves, but still you have 2 more waves to actually surf the best.
All right, here we go. This is Oliver Risenbeck. This is his clutch moment. Good first turn here. Sets it up for the second one. Let's see what he does on the inside. Much better already. This is going to be his best score. I'm really liking that wave. Right behind him, Willem Watson, current heat leader. Straight at it. Goes for broke here.
Wow.
Close to the whitewash, upside down. Does he complete it? He does. So great act there from Willem Watson. That was a good exchange from both surfers.
Wow, that was a great surfing from both William and Oliver. It's going to be definitely these 2 waves going to be their best. They performed really, really well. And it was, like you said, it was a crucial moment for Oliver. He had a mistake on first 2 waves, but now he's back in the game, I think. And let's take another look on the sponsor replay. Beautiful first turn, back to the power source, and love the second turn as well. And it goes to the vertical off the top. And quickly 2 turns in the tight section, so beautiful surfing from Oliver. It's gonna be his best. And this is a Williams last wave. I love how he back to the white water, so actually generating speed, so much speed from the white water. I love that finishing down as well. So beautiful surfing from both William and Oliver.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a great exchange. So I'm pretty sure that was their third wave ridden. So all 4 surfers have 3 scores. And the updated situation, Willem Watson does improve his, a 5.23. Oliver Ristenbeck, as we said, 5.17. He's putting his foot back into this heat. 1 more chance though, so it's going to be a really nail-biting finish. It is so close, all the scores.
Right, so close, you know. 11.90 for William, 10.93, 10.40, 7.50. So it's pretty much doors wide open for everybody here. Like you said, this is going to be very, very important exchange. Especially Kyoshiro. He needs a big, not big score, but he needs a 5.77 on this one.
All right, here we go. Kyoshiro Suda.
須田清志郎5.37 が必要です。1本目のライディング、素晴らしいファーストターン、そしてカービングターンを見せてパワーゾーンに戻り、3発目も大きなターンになりました。そして4発目もこれも大きくなった。これはいいライディングです。後ろは西慶次郎、カービングターンを見せてそのままもう一度カービングターンに、そして掘れたところでレイバックターンを見せて、ここはアップスでスピードをつけてフィンアウトをしてフィニッシュしました。そしてもう1個ボーナスのターンを入れました。どうでしょう。 Wow, what a performance from both Japanese surfers here.
Wow, that was... At first when Kyoshiro finished this wave, I was like, that's it.
Yeah.
Keijiro's done. But then Keijiro caught a wave and I was like, oh, actually, I don't know. This is going to be so tight. I'm pretty excited to watch these replays because both those surfers went neck to neck. That was so well done.
That was one of the textbook surfing for Goofy Footer.
Absolutely, especially for this wave pool. Let's break this one down. Big gouge to start things off. Wraps it around close to the whitewash again. Similar to that first turn here, and here, I love that finishing.
Wow.
You know, he got there early. Big fan of spray. This wave, though, was really impressive. Keijiro Nishi, massive first turn. Sets it up for the second one. Doesn't lose an ounce of speed as he goes here. A bit of a check turn. Eyes this section down. Massive fin blow there. And sets it up for this floater. So I think that was really nice to watch.
That was really great surfing, you know. So not sure, you know, what he's gonna get for the wave. Well, definitely it's gonna be close to his best for Keijiro, and Kyosho's last wave will be, to me, like it's gonna be his best.
Oh, when I was like, oh, Kiyoshiro's wave is gonna rattle some cages, but then Keijiro came, and I was like, whoa.
Wow.
So I think we're gonna see a bit of a change in situation here.
So much pressure for the rest of the guys, you know,
I
watching the two
know.
surfers just attacking a section so hard, and now it's your turn.
I'm hoping now this is Oliver Rissenbeck's like redemption moment. You know, this is his time to showcase his surfing. Let's break this one down though. Willem Watson, good 2 turns to start things off. Bit more critical there, really tight in the pocket. Doesn't get the finishing turn. I don't think that's going to be improving his situation. This is the redemption moment. Let's see Oliver. Nice first and second turn. Massive. Connecting to the lip. Really good stuff from Oliver. He got his chance again. This is going to be tight though. This is going to be really tight.
This is going to be tight, you know. Good scores on the way for both red and blue.
All right, so Keijiro's last one comes in at a 6.03. He jumps to the lead. Kiyoshiro, a 5.70, unfortunately isn't able to get himself into an advancing position. So it's looking like all eyes on Oliver. Was that last wave a 6.73?
Wow, that was a beautiful surfing from William Watson. So his last wave comes in at 3.87, so he's not improving his situation. So all eyes on Oliver now. 6.73 is really, you know, big point, big score to get. You have to have every section. You have to attack. Well, it looks like it's a 4.43 for Oliver. It's not enough.
All right, so it is Keijiro Nishi and Willem Watson taking this one out. We're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 15.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Well, skate park for surfers. We are at Wakeport here, Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are now into men's round of 64, heat 15. Wow, big names in this heat. Dakota Walters, Kobe Clement, Kosuke Okamura, Fred Kamudi. So one Japanese surfer up against 3 Aussies. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Jessie. Good morning.
Good morning, Di. It is so nice to wake up to consistently pumping waves.
Pumping every day.
I love this. Dakota Walters has had an incredible year. I mean, if you think about what he did at Newcastle just a couple months ago in that last Challenger Series event, unfortunately not re-qualifying, so this is actually a really important event for Dakota Walters to get himself officially back on that Challenger Series. And then Kobe Clements, he's probably one of the closest people I have to a brother. He's like family to me and has such an incredible backhand. So 2 really nice waves back to back from Dakota and Kobe, but that is not a completion. So nice start, but as we saw yesterday, Di, you need to be making those completions to be getting through those next rounds.
Oh, definitely. And then to do that, you have to have good takeoff.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
It's so easy to, disengage the rail when you have the not so good takeoff, So it's a crucial thing to have a good takeoff to actually clean performance.
Yeah, and I think as well, some of those takeoffs yesterday where people made them, however, didn't quite, they might have airdropped out of it, and their board, by flattening on the bottom of the wave, made them lose a lot of speed. So they're not actually maximizing the wave. Something else we noticed yesterday was that those end sections, particularly on the 4th wave of the set, you need to be meeting it with speed. So you're so right. It really does come down to how much speed they're starting that wave off with.
Oh, and definitely.
Also, Di, I'm getting the feelings that we have airs on the cards today.
Oh, definitely. To get into 8-point range, you gotta have some air stuff
Absolutely.
at the end. And we love to see that coming.
Yes, it feels like maybe this heat could be the heat that we start to see some airs.
So this is going to be Kosuke Okamura's first attempt. 岡村康介1本目のライディングになります。エアドロップをして1発目チェックターンが入りました。そして2発目大きなスプレーを飛ばし、そしてそのまま縦のアクションを立て続けに行っていきます。ですが前には出てこれない。At the back we have surfing green Fred Kamori up and riding, beautiful 2 turns, big 3rd turn and gets the finish. Unfortunately nosedived that section, so didn't get a completion, but still beautiful 3-turn combo from Fred Kamori, and Kosuke Okamura also did a great job on that last wave.
Kosuke is an interesting one to me because I feel like sometimes he has these exceptional heats and I'm like, wow, he's just gone above and beyond. And then other times I'm a little let down just because of how good his heat prior was, but he's such a good surfer, and I feel like especially the equipment that he's chosen today looks like it's either carbon or epoxy. That DHC under his feet is looking lively this morning. So getting to that end section there, but by putting that back arm back, unfortunately that meant that getting the ride out and convincingly getting it was going to be really hard with that momentum shift to the back foot. And then Fred Carmody here, you can see as he was coming out of that previous to last turn, he had a little fumble on the board, which I think wiped just a smidge amount of speed if we're getting like super hypercritical. But good signs for all 4 surfers on their first waves. Dakota Walters, though, the only one to finish a wave at this point.
And Dakota Walters last wave just came in. It's a 6.17. You know, just like you said, you have to have completion to get probably 6 or above, and that's exactly Dakota did. But 4.67 for the last wave for Kobe Clement without a finishing turn. So it's a good sign, I think. You know, when if he could have got the last section completed, then it could it could have gone to 5-point range or 6-point range.
Yeah, absolutely.
And 4.57 for the first wave for Kosuke Okamura, 4.27 for Fred Kamori. So evenly matched heat so far.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Dakota, like splitting himself just a little bit further away from the rest of the field is definitely better right now. He's going to give himself just a little bit more comfort here. I'm excited to see Kobe on the second wave of the set and Dakota on the fourth, because I feel like with that air section at the end, it could be an opportunity for Dakota to go big.
So Kobe Clements gets the second wave of the set. First time, big, straight into the parcels. Nice carve down to the pocket. Beautiful. Third stand. Fourth stand was huge. A little bit of fumble, but gets the completion. This is a quarter Walters. Big first stand, throwing a lot of sprays straight into the second. And third stand, big. And here comes the last section. Gets the vertical off the top. Gets a completion. So beautiful surfing from both surfers. And they got the completion.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys also may be keeping a little bit in the tank right now as well, which is either a strategic move or maybe they're still figuring out this mode. Something that we learnt yesterday was, yes, you get to practice on the right before your heat, but the practice sessions leading up to the competition was on a completely different setting. Right. So these waves actually a lot different here. On the Bonso replay, Kobe going straight up into that first section. You can see him push a little bit harder on that back foot, which actually gave him a lot more speed going into that third turn. And then where he placed the board, it was super critical. He actually adapted really well. Looked like his back foot slipped a little bit on that final turn there, but getting the completion, we've mentioned it, it's really crucial. So Kobe doing a great job there. And then Codes, this is just really well surfed, to be honest.
Wow.
Nice and tight in the pocket multiple times here for Dakota. Finishing it in a way that I was like, oh no, is that nose going to get buried under? But I like how he almost got there slightly later to that end section too, because I felt that meant his board could go just that little bit more vertical there. So both of those guys setting a really nice tone on their second waves through this rotation.
Definitely. And then I really loved Dakota's last turn because he just shifted his weight to the back foot so that, you know, keep the nose up from the water. And I think everyone needs to do that on the last section, especially when you approach the section really late.
Yeah, I feel so too. And I think as well, those guys who did that yesterday definitely were the guys that got through the heat. Just that weight kind of adaptation where you're going from shifting from front foot to back foot exactly when you need to. It was really evident with those guys who put on exceptional performances. Someone who really comes to mind with that yesterday was Caleb Tancred. Just the way he surfed that wave. He was always felt like waiting till the very last minute to put his board up, but then shifted his weight to his back foot. So I feel like a lot of these guys as well taking notes from that and applying them into their heats right now.
Right, important wave. Good first turn. Little bit of a check turn for the second turn, but gets the vertical off the top. Unfortunately, it goes down on that last third turn. 岡村康介、2本目のライディングになります。1発目、大きなカービングターンでスプレーを飛ばして、2発目も大きなスプレーを飛ばしました。少し引っかかりながら3発目、そして4発目入ります。これは前に出てこれず。Well, unfortunate for Kosuke Okamura and Fred Kamori. Didn't get the completion, but beautiful attack.
It started so well for Kosuke. I just thought that was going to be on his way to a really nice score there as well. And you can see it seems to me that he's actually surfed a wave pool a couple of times as well, just with the way he reads this wave. Let's start with Fred though. On this Bonsoy replay, if he was hitting it in some nice pockets there, but maybe just slightly out of the pocket, not super steep in it, and then unfortunately burying the nose at the end here. And then Kosuke, this started so well, really driving hard into those turns, and then that put him in a really nice bowl, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if he was ready for it, and then his nose slightly burying, and then as he came into that end section there, I love the fact that he pushed so hard on the tail, it drifted the fins around, but we've noticed that turn on that section is actually quite hard to do. Not a lot of people are re-engaging the fins to properly get the ride out. So that's definitely the approach that Kosuke needs to take. It's just unfortunate that he didn't get the completion there, but it's a good feeling of what he actually can do in this wave pool setting.
Definitely, he looks sharp, and just like you said, he probably knows how to surf at this wave pool. But all the scores locked in: 6.50 for the last wave for Dakota, and 5.6 for Kobe Clement, 3.5 for Kosuke's last wave, and 3.0 for Fred Carmody. So Dakota is in first place, Kobe is in second, Kosuke now needs 5.70, and Fred needs 6.00. So it's a big big score to get, but these two guys are capable of getting those 5-point range or 6-point range. So, and they still have 2 more chances here. So it's not done yet.
No, definitely not.
Dakota, I got a feeling that this is going to be the air
I hope so, Di. Let's see it. He's
Let's
set
see
the
it.
foundations now.
Yep.
Let's go, Codes.
Right, this is Dakota's third wave. First kind of a check turn, and beautiful second turn. Goes to the vertical off the top. It gets a rotation there. It gets a completion. Wow, just like I expected. But at the back, beautiful, powerful hack and vertical off the top. Beautiful finishing turn as well. So great surfing from both Dakota and Kobe.
That is exactly what we want to see. That's like a morning shot of coffee. You're like, okay,
Right.
this is fun. This is feeling like these two guys are going at it right now. They really want to set the tone for themselves, not just for this heat, but for this entire competition as well. So 2 really well-surfed waves from both Dakota and Kobe. And they also are leveling up each time that they're standing up
Right.
on their board too. So giving us a lot of variety. It's not repetitive surfing. And you can see even the way that Dakota kind of set up this wave too, surfed it traditionally really well from start to finish here. And then watch him kind of adjust his line coming into that section. That bottom turn
Wow.
was really shallow, which meant he could go up into it, throw the tail higher. Look how far up his feet are on his nose there too. So to keep the nose up in that part of the wave was super technical, really impressive, and that's the Dakota Walters we know and love. That is his trademark. And then Kobe, incredible backhand surfing on this wave. He has such a good backhand. That turn in
Wow.
particular though, getting to the section just before it was too late, but it was just perfect timing because the fact that where he put his board, it then allowed him to get the tail up and over. That was an exclamation mark. It was dramatic ending, and that is also going to leave an impression on the judges to give him a good score as well.
Definitely, that was super technical for the last turn of the Kobe's because he was able to blow the tail and fin released. I think that's actually made him get a completion there.
Definitely. Di, I'm so curious because you have competed. You're one of my favorite surfers in the world. I heard there's a song about it, actually. Would you be on an epoxy out there? Is that your equipment choice?
Probably yes, epoxy or carbon.
Okay.
I wouldn't surf on the PU here because I just doesn't feel right surfing PU to me. But some of them like surfing on the
yeah,
PU, but
and the epoxy may be floating a little bit better.
that's what I'm thinking, if I was competitor. But this is important way for Kosuke, 岡村康介。3本目のライディングバックサイド。まずは1発目きれいに入ります。2発目立て続けにいいリッピングが入っていき、3発目はスプレーを飛ばして、さあこの4発目大事なセクション
Nice.
しっかりと決めました。At the back, important wave. Beautiful first turn. Bigger second turn. Great third turn. It gets the finish. Unfortunately, it goes down. But great surfing from Kosuke Okamura. Unfortunate for Fred Carmody. Didn't get a completion.
My heart hurts for Fred because he's doing such great surfing. He really is. And you'd have to think with completions, I mean, Kobe and Dakota really did put a bit of space between the rest of the field on that last rotation. But with completions for Fred Carmody, he would be a lot more in this heat. I feel like probably with 2 completions, he would have 2 5s and not be needing such a high score on that wave and not feeling so much pressure for needing such a big score. Let's take a look at Kosuke. So this was a pretty cool first turn, actually. Kind of went past 12 o'clock. And that was really based on how he rotated his hips back towards the lip line there. And then to get the finish here must have felt really nice for Kosuke. This was a long time coming for him, and there would have been a bit of nerves, I think, or frustration towards that end section here. And then Fred is doing really great surfing. I mean, he's reading these waves well, he's turning really tight in the pocket, but this end section has proven just to be a chink in the armour there for Fred Carmody. Just unfortunately, even with his technique, he's doing it so well. He's getting that front hand on the board, keeping the momentum moving forward. But it seems to be that fourth wave of the set is getting the better of a lot of people with that finishing turn. So just a little more weight shift to the back foot, like we were talking about, maybe will help Fred. But unfortunately, he's left down to one wave now.
All right, so situation right now. Wow, last wave for Dakota comes in at a 7.50. And 7.10 for Kobe Clement, 5.13 for Kosuke Okamura, 4.0 for Fred Carmody's last wave. So, two of the top seeded surfers getting those good range score now, 7.50 and 7.10.
Yeah, that's a big number.
That's a big number.
If we think about the theme we were talking about yesterday as well for this round, it's pretty much 13 points. That is a statement heat total. Dakota's passed it. Kobe's borderline on it. So let's see if he can get into 13 points.
Wow, he's trying to improve his situation here. Great third turn, blows the tail and gets the fourth turn and fifth turn. Unfortunately, he goes down. But this is the last wave for Dakota. Nice vertical off the top, but
no.
wow, got stuck on that. Unfortunately, couldn't come around the section. But they knew that they had 7-point ride, so they have to attack every section as hard as they could.
When you think about it too, it's only 4 waves, right? It's not a lot of surfing if you put it down to the number of waves, but these guys are going 110% at these opportunities that they're getting right now. Every wave, they know exactly what it's going to look like. So you can see Kobe pushing so hard through that third section, getting the tail out the back. This was just so unlucky that he got to it late. It almost felt like his board stopped on the lip line. His body rotated, his board didn't come with him. And then here, Dakota going super vertical, but just felt like maybe not having a lot of speed going into that. So they've already done their job though. Really solid heat totals, and it's going to be pretty hard for Kosuke and Fred to get the job done now. Still potential, but they're going to have to go out of body on these next 2 waves.
Definitely, it's a big task for Kosuke and Fred to go into the second place. Last wave for Kobe comes in at a 4.93. So they didn't improve their situation. They're still sitting first place and in second place. Kosuke now needs 7.57 and Fred needs 8.43. So it has to be the highest scores of the heat to get into the second place.
Maybe of the entire men's round, that 8-4-3. I don't know if we've seen too many 8s
That's true,
in this men's seeded round as well. We haven't really seen anyone break into that. The only person I can really think of right off the top of my head without looking at previous results is on the women's side with Siki Yang.
Right.
So I don't think we've seen big 8-point rides yet.
I think I've seen one yesterday
yes,
from Kei
please.
Kobayashi, 8.17.
Oh, did he? I didn't watch that heat. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
go Kei.
I think that's the only 8-point ride we've seen so far. So definitely it's going to be a big task. And just like you said, it has to be the highest score of the competition. He has to attack. He's ready. It's the last wave, so you have to give it every shot.
It's got to be a combination of everything too. We've got to
Right.
see big turns and an air.
First turn, great. Unfortunately, a little bit of fumble, but gets back to it. Third turn, nice. Fins out. It gets the completion again. Unfortunately, goes down. This is important wave for Kosuke. 岡村康介4本目のライディングになります。1発、2発とスプレーを上げてパワーゾーンに戻り、これはいい流れになってきました。この後、前には出てこれません。You can see the frustration from Kosuke Okamura, but unfortunate for both surfers.
Yeah, just not really completing how they wanted to. I think that would be really frustrating for Fred as well, not getting to complete pretty much all of his rides there on those tricky end sections. But there is a lot of positives for both of these guys to take out of this heat. They both surfed brilliant. And with completions and maybe just a subtle adjustment, there is no reason why they couldn't see themselves into that next round. So Dakota and Kobe, that was truly just experience and really classy heat strategy surfing too. They set the foundations and then really pushed on their third. And you can see they both were pushing harder on their fourth, but there's room to grow there for them as well. So this is a good signs for Kobe and Dakota right now.
That was a great surfing from all the surfers. So we're gonna go to the quick break now, and we'll be right back after the commercial.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
We keep rolling straight through the action down here at the Siheung Korean Open QS 6000. This is the last round, the last heat of the round of 64. Heat number 16, it has Dylan Wilcoxon, Ty Richardson, it has Hiroya Miwa as well as Ryuichi Inoue. So this is a good looking matchup. We have a really strong up and coming young Indonesian surfer. So who else to join me in the booth than Tippy Jabrick? This was Dylan's first wave here, and I just love this guy's style. I mean, he is so smooth.
Yeah, Dylan, one of our up-and-coming junior actually, but he's not a junior anymore because he qualified on the CS tour.
Did he?
Yeah, he's on the CS right now. Yeah.
And then Ty Richo, he's from the Gold Coast. He has been coming really close to a couple of great results in the QS.
Yeah, Ty is no stranger, of course. His dad also a famous surfer back in the days, Mark Richo.
Incredible coach as well. Spends a lot of time with that next up-and-coming generation on the Gold Coast back home.
Yeah.
And then we also have a couple of Japanese surfers in this heat as well. Hiroya, a really smooth, technically incredible surfer, as well as Ryuichi. So this is going to be a really fun matchup between all four of these surfers. Incredible heat in that last one. I felt like we saw perfect heat strategy, basically. Two surfers who got through that, got two really good waves, and then pushed really hard on the third, and then made a lot of ground and distance between them and the rest of the field. So I feel like this is time for the rest of the surfers to take a little leaf out of their books. Right now, though, we are going to see the first wave of both of our Japanese surfers. It is going to be Hiroya on wave number 2 here. Let's see what he's got for us. Lovely looking first turn. That board looks really smooth under his feet right now. Comes in, jams the tail a little bit more, drifts it around the corner, just the 3 turns, but silky smooth surfing right there from Hiroya. Now we have Ryuichi. He actually lives on the Gold Coast, studies at uni back home in Australia. Really strong surfing on his first wave here. Belts the end section, keeps the nose up and out of the water. So this is definitely an even playing field right now between all 4 surfers.
Yeah, I think everybody done pretty well on their first wave. You know, even Green was on the second wave, but he managed to get 1 more turns more than Hiroya. Yeah, but we'll see what's the judges gonna reward them after the last heat. You know, Dakota Walters just kind of like putting a little bit of a standard of the day. Yeah, this is Hiroya. Nice first turn right there. Second turn, not much different. Maybe a little bit more push on that one. And the last turn, I'm sure he would like to get one more turn on that section. But Giada and myself yesterday discussed that there could be a reef there, Jesse.
Yeah, seriously.
That and section been swallowing a lot of surfers, but this one looks like he managed pretty well right there.
Yeah, he did. I agree with you. So many surfers have been getting caught off guard by that end section, especially on that fourth wave. It seems to bowl up a little bit higher and harder than the second wave.
Yeah.
And comes at you a little bit more. And so many surfers, I would say probably 80% have fallen on that end section.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a momentum you need to build from your takeoff. You know, if you kind of miss or wobble in the beginning or in the middle of those rides, that end section is not gonna give you any chance.
TB, I'd love to know your thoughts, because you get to watch so much surfing. It's pretty cool to have an event in a wave pool where every single person is getting equal opportunity.
You know, like, this is the fairest way to have a surf competition, in my opinion, because you know, like, every wave is identical. Everybody have the same chance. Second wave for, you know, like, for each of them. For wave number 4 also for each of them. So I think this is really, really like the best way to do it.
You can see a lot of the surfers starting to sit closer to the wall as well, which is putting them in a really nice first pocket, as Ty Richo demonstrates perfectly right now. Belting it for his 4th time, comes in. Ooh. There's that end section we were talking about. It has gotten almost everyone. Okay, now Dylan Wilcoxon, like we mentioned, really strong up-and-coming young Indonesian surfer, but he is on the Challenger Series. I love the fact that he's here, still showcasing his strengths. I love the way he read that end section, actually flowed into a nice belt there for Dylan. Yeah. I actually think this is really smart. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him compete, so maybe also dusting off the cobwebs before he goes over to Bolito next week.
Yeah, I met Dylan when he just arrived 2 days ago. He have to bring to Korea 2 huge board bag. And I asked him, are you like continuing to all the CS? And he said, yes, I'm going to bring all this stuff to Balito and also to US Open. And he's going to pick up another 15 boards in the US. So big work, you know, to travel that with a lot of boards for sure.
Well, if that's his career, he'd better get used to it.
I know. But you know what? Like, I heard Stephanie Gilmore, when she travels, she only traveled with like 5 boards.
She does have a pretty solid board bag, I feel, this year. But she is the type of surfer who actually has old faithfuls that she brings absolutely everywhere. I mean, she's probably the icon for that, where she has the cash cow, where she won
for sure
so many events on this one particular board. But it's really interesting, actually, now that I've had like a closer look at all of it over the last couple of months. I would say majority of surfers travel with anywhere between minimum 14 to 25 boards.
Yeah, I've been traveling a little bit with Jack Robinson, so
he has so many boards. So many boards, it's crazy. That's the 25 I'm coming from.
Yeah, so you know, like a lot of the pros, they might have like a set of you know, 5, 10, like 5 of them, because they know they're gonna break a lot of them because they're gonna push so hard. So I think the bigger boards, you know, they're gonna have 1 or 2 only, but the smaller boards, they have to bring like maybe like 6 of them.
Yeah,
so,
I agree. And they have backups of the backups of the backups.
Sure.
They have so many boards.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is also, it's the way it's going to be, because if you're pushing that hard, you are going to break some boards. So I love that Dylan's getting a taste of that right now for the Challenger Series. I think he's going to have a really good run. Bolito seems to be where a lot of people go to the air, so it's going to suit his type of surfing. Right now, though, in the water, this is the second wave here for Ryuichi. Lovely looking second turn, heaps of straight coming off the back. I love his style. It's really just nice to watch. I feel like it's easy on the eye. And then right now we have the first time we're seeing Hiroya on the 4th wave of the set. That tail is so loose. He is just jamming that around the pocket so consistently. belts the end section there, gets the tail drifting up and over. I felt like I was watching a skate comp just then, just the way he was surfing that.
Yeah.
Looking really comfortable on his feet right now.
Yeah, everybody's surfing good on this heat, especially like right now we can see like Ty Richardson sitting in the first place. Yeah, I think his surfing is similar like Dylan, like super tight in the pocket. But yeah, this is a replay of our smooth surfers from Japan, but live in Gold Coast now.
Yeah, lives on the Gold Coast, studies on the Gold Coast. He actually studies at the same university my sister does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right near the airport there.
Southern Cross?
Southern Cross, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. We have so many Japanese surfers actually kind of joining the community over there and surfing some of the most incredible waves. This, however, I really enjoyed watching this ride here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like you said, he's a kind of like a skatey, kind of like a way of surfing there.
Yeah, especially that end section where it felt like he was almost jamming the coping and then came back down.
I know.
I was thinking about that actually prior to coming over here. I was chatting to some of the judges and I was thinking, do you look at this event like a skate comp? Like people should have different runs. People should be super prepared to, I guess, give variety every single time they're on their feet. Or if a skater competed in this event, is that actually going to favor a skater over a surfer?
Yeah, I think on skating there will be like a standard of, you know, if a person do a run with, you know, a certain tricks, they're gonna get like a, you know, like the numbers that they're looking for, because there's so many obstacle on the skate park. This one is only one.
Yeah.
You know, so that's probably the difference. But you know, back in the days, I remember like Julian Wilson put like a kind of like a rail to grind or something. Maybe in the future that's what we can see.
I think so.
Yeah.
And when you think about someone who obviously really stands out in that world is Sky Brown, you'd have to think that she would actually be really good at an event like this, because it is the exact same run every single time. So that
I would think so.
Yeah, it would favour her type of surfing. Right now though, Dylan, his second attempt on the second wave of the set right now, little bit more spice in his surfing here. Feels like the energy definitely just lifted for Dylan Wilcoxon. Ty Richo currently holding down this heat right now. He is going to keep on belting. Ooh, love that quick tail jam in the pocket here. That finish, it's proven to be tricky. That was pretty close there for Ty, but didn't get that board out in front of the foam, which is what the judges want to see for a confirmed completion there. He's doing enough to keep himself in the lead, but I feel like we're starting to see the rest of the pack lift, and definitely with Dylan Wilcoxon on that last wave.
Yeah, the funny thing about Dylan's surf, he's doing a lot of strong, you know, like top turns, but Dylan is a kid that have a lot of tricks on his bags, and you know, we've seen his video edit a lot of time that he can do like a lot of big airs, a lot of airs that have a lot of technicality also on it. But on this one, I think he just wanna make sure he get the score and not doing too much of errors. I think,
Yeah, Dylan just keeping it nice and cruisy, but not cruisy at the same time.
Yeah.
And then here, Ty, that first turn had a lot of energy in it with that tail drifting around the corner.
Yeah, Ty also, he want to make sure that, you know, he takes that first spot and not giving it to the other surfers, because he's still pushing. He's not slowing down.
And tell me, give me some more insight. Who is Dylan working with this year on the Challenger Series? Because that's a big step up for him.
I have to say his main person that he works with is his dad. You know, Ray is his father, been investing a lot on Dylan just because how good he is. You know, I've seen Dylan and Ray been traveling to Oz since he was probably 14 years old, doing all those comp in Oz, and you know, like putting everything on the line for Dylan. And it takes only, I have to say, 2-3 years for him to get into this Challenger Series. So he's one of the kids that really perform, I have to say. You know, he's only 16, 17 right now. So
he's still so young.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He is growing really quickly too, and it's really interesting to see him grow into himself. I feel like a lot of people, it takes them a little bit more time than for Dylan, but he does have a perfect backyard that he lives in as well. Let's take a look at our Japanese competitors here. I love this guy's style. I mean, Hiroya just so silky smooth. He has kept that up for every single wave, and I just fully jinxed him. Buried the nose on that end section, which looked like he was gearing up for an air. He was slightly widening that stance there. Now Ryuichi belts the first and second section here. Bowley looking third. Goes up and into it. He's reading this wave so well up until that end section yet again. So this is going to be one of those events, and Di and I were talking about it in that last heat. Without the completion on that end section, you're not going to be making it to finals day.
Yeah, I think that end section is a bit tricky because you need those speed to get around it, because if you don't have the speed, because the wave is so sucky right there, even though it's only like a half a foot, you need that completion like you said. Yeah.
And Hiroya, unfortunately, still stuck in the world of the fours here. Didn't get the completion just at this point there. What does he need to be doing to get himself out of those fours?
You need to go big on the last wave for sure, yeah, because everybody already have their third wave.
Right now here, Ryuichi, again, like I mentioned, really easy on the eye, lovely to watch there, but like you mentioned, just with that lack of speed, that nose just tipping in right before that. It's also very shallow there too. I'd be a little nervous for the nose of my board going down like that.
Yeah, the other day Tut also broke his nose on the inside.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't like doing anything crazy. He just said, yeah, he finished his wave and suddenly like the nose hit the bottom and cracked the nose into almost two pieces. Yeah.
Wow. Wow, Katut, previous winner here. He will be coming up in that next round. We are going to go into the women's event in just about 4 minutes' time. Current heat update. Dylan's last wave, it was a 5.67, so his best wave of the heat so far. He now goes into the lead, knocks Tai Richo back down into second, so he's looking for a 5.2 to take the lead back off Dylan. And then our two Japanese surfers, Ryuichi and Hiroya, are looking for a 5 for Ryuichi and a 5.83 for Hiroya at this point. So it has to be some pretty decent numbers. We've seen that it's actually been quite difficult to get into that 5-point range, but this is a really good opportunity to see these two surfers in first and second lock it down and really take it whole to move into that next round. Here we go. Tai Richo, his last wave of the heat. Air drops out. It felt like his fins were slightly skidding at the bottom of the wave there. Regroups though and adjusts so perfectly. Coming at this end section with a little bit more speed than what we've seen so far. Comes around. He has to go vertical up and over the foam there. Gives us one more carve because why not? It's for good measure. Out the back behind him, Dylan Wilcoxon pushing harder on that section. Let's see if he can take to the air on this N1. It's going to be tricky, but he still manages to do it anyways. So Dylan and Tai, that is exactly the exclamation mark you want to finish off a heat with, because it's going to apply a little bit more pressure on those two surfers who need scores and watch those last two waves.
Yeah, they finished strong on their fourth wave, that's for sure, because you know, even Tai and Dylan, they made a couple errors, you know, they didn't finish their finishing maneuver on a couple of their waves, but you know, surprisingly on their last wave, they did pretty good.
Yeah, they did really good.
Yeah, a lot of people like
aren't doing that.
Yeah, a lot of people like they do really good, you know, in the beginning of the wave, but this one like Tai is pushing till the end.
Yeah, Tai, I feel like probably one of his best so far, even just with having that solid completion on this next section. That's going to be a lot of confidence for him as well moving into that next round if our two Japanese surfers don't get the scores they're looking for.
Yeah.
And then let's see what Dylan did here, Tippy.
Yeah, nice surfing from Dylan also, but he mistimed it a little bit right there, and then he have to do this kind of like a, you know, speed foam climb on the last part of the section of that wave and just decide to do a rotation. We'll see if that tricks impress the judges, you know, because that's kind of like a, you know, like the length of the wave that you can maximize. He kind of cut it through for that speeding maneuver and try to do the finishing foam climb on that one.
I liked it. I liked that we got to see a little bit of flair at the end there as well. And that's really, it did tickle the judges' fancy. So best wave of the heat so far, it does go to Dylan Wilcoxon. It's a 6.07, puts him back up in the lead. Tai Richo, however, also improved his scoreline. He got a 5.63, so that actually made the requirements a little bit higher for our Japanese competitors right now. Ryuichi looking for a 6.6 and Hiroya looking for a 6. 8.3, I believe. So really solid numbers for those two.
Yeah, 6 point is a pretty big numbers to us here in the pool, yeah, because you need to do a lot of things in the water. Yeah, this one is going through to that direction, but he caught a little bit on that one, and as soon as you caught on one of the section, you're not going to be able to finish it.
And the wave is so short and sharp that you're like, oh no, I really need to regain right now. Finn's drifting around the corner here for Hiroya. Has to go big, needs to be in air on that end section into the flats. It is so tricky to land in the flats on this wave here. And you can see just with a little bit of a shrug here for Hiroya and Ryuichi. That's not going to be the score for both of them. So unfortunately, they will be packing and moving on to the next event. But Dylan Wilcoxon, Ty Richo, our two high seeds in that, really surfing to the standard of the high seeds. So looking forward to seeing them compete again a little bit later on today. We are going to roll into the women's side of the competition now. I'm going to step out of the booth. We'll welcome in Giada Legati. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Sun is shining here in Korea and scores are dropping. We've moved into the women's round of 32. This is the first heat of the women. Kana Nakashio, Shin Jobin, Arisa Ishii, and Hinano Shimizu. So it is the ladies out in the water. I am so excited to see this all go down. I'm Jara Ligati, and I want to, whoa. TP Jabrick was already in the booth, and this is Kana Nakashio now. Good looking couple backhand turns to start her campaign out here in Korea. She is looking extremely sharp. Right behind her, our woman in blue. It's a little stuck there under the lip, but manages to get around the section. Much better second turn, taps this one. Unfortunately, doesn't get a strong finishing there, but really well done.
Yeah, Kana Nakashio is a member of the Japanese contingent that always make a lot of good result. You know, he does really good here last year. She made second actually, Jada. So Kana is a standout on this event. She's showing it here on this first opening ride from Kana, and really impressive surfing from her. Like, you know, she didn't really miss anything, and then the finishing is also really, really good.
Yeah, Kana is definitely one of those surfers that tends to be a standout at these events. She's had some great moments throughout the years as we've watched her. This is Shin Jubin. So great start here for the ladies.
Yeah, I think Shin Jubin is she's the wild card of this event. She's allocated into the second round, so great surfing also from the local girls here.
Yeah, so it's been a great morning of action already. A lot of waves ridden. It has been non-stop. You know, you saw the last heat go down. What was the recap?
Yeah, I think Dylan Wilcoxon surfed really well. I think he impressed the judge really well with the way he's surfing. You know, a lot of speed, a lot of flares, and yeah, he did good. I have to say, you know, the young Dylan is showing good promising for his CS campaign. You know, like have this event as a what do you call it, as a warm up before he go to Palito.
Yep, absolutely. And Kana Nakashio starting off with a bang, a 7-point ride. That is such a good way to get things rolling here for her. We are now going to see Arisa Ishii on her backhand as well. Unfortunately, goes down on the takeoff. We've seen it take out a lot of these athletes. It's not easy. You can't airdrop.
There's a lot of power also there, Giada, and this is one of the twin. Hinano. Yeah, so this is one of the twin. There's a Hinata and also Hinano. So they served yesterday, actually, Giada, in one heat, and both advanced to the next round. So they have to split on the next round. So this one we have Hinano Shimizu, and this is all actually 3 Japanese and 1 Korean. So it'll be interesting to see what's the result, because Kana Nakashio is one of the higher seed on this event, and not easy to get around that that takeoff zone.
I really like this first turn from Hinano. Super solid. She threw a massive bucket of spray out the back. Got a couple good turns in between, but I do think that most of the points is going to come from that big first blast.
Yeah. One thing that I know here, Giada, you cannot overdo it, because if you overextend your maneuver, you might lose some of those momentum to get back around for the next maneuver. So everything have to be precise. You only can have, I would say, minimum like 4 turns. You know, if you only do 3, that means you lose some of those, you know, like ride of wave that you potentially do in that wave. So the judges like when you can do 4 solid turns. That means you maximize the potential of the wave. If you only do 3, you have to make sure that you do 3 big one.
Yeah, it has to be 3 incredible turns to be able to get a really high score. So there we have it. Hinano Shimizu 5.33 to get things started for her. Unfortunately, Arisa Ishii at 0.4, as she did go down during that takeoff, but it's still early days. Only 1 wave ridden from all 4 ladies. So this is kind of a bit of a important heat, because this is going to kind of set the standard for what the judges are looking for the women's side of things. You know, they're going to be like, this is a 7, and that's going to be kind of the base throughout the entire women's side. All right, so our woman in blue, good first hack there. Does it again, a little more open face. Fumbles a little down, unfortunately, gets that nose stuck in the water and goes over the handlebars. Kana Nakashio goes down as well.
That's crazy. Even Kana, you know, one of the most you know, like experienced competitors, also, you know, fumble on that takeoff zone. So it shows that takeoff zone is not as easy as you think, because I've seen a lot of people, even like the guys surfing here, they have to do like an airdrop takeoff on that section right there on the takeoff zone.
Yeah, it's so easy to kind of make a little mistake and go down. And even if you do make the takeoff, but you're a little late, it can mistime you for the rest of the wave, and it's easy to not find that rhythm again. So it's pretty tricky, and I think it's something that should really be taken into consideration when paddling.
Yeah, when you talk about skating, I think Jesse mentioned about this event is similar, like almost like a skating competition. I have to say, like, that takeoff is almost like, you know, doing a takeoff on a big ramp. You know, like those things is really steep, as you can see here. Kana, as soon as the nose is not angled in the right way, it could catch, you know, some water, and just what happened with Kana, a nosedive.
Yeah, so that's pretty unfortunate there for Kana, starting things off with a 7 and going down on the second one, but still 2 waves left. So early days, as long as it doesn't rattle her mindset, it's all good.
Yeah, she have a 7, so that's always gonna you know, a good number to have, and if she can just back it up with, like, you know, like a high 4, a high 5, I think she's gonna be looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a definitely 7 is a solid score. I would say probably the best score we've had all morning. So she's going to be feeling pretty confident. Her coach down here as well is going to be pretty proud. All the hard work this off season is clearly paying off.
Yep.
You can tell that she's really been focusing, and she's looking like she's in great form.
Yeah. Yeah, if we look at the standard today, Kana, her 7 is a solid one, but on the women's side, Siki Young still holding the highest score with an 8-point. And here we go, Hinano Shimizu, also from Japan. She's currently sitting in the 3rd position.
Beautiful ride from Hinano. I
Yeah.
really like that. And right behind her, okay, this is Arisa. Massive first blow. Does it again here. Slightly some variety. Doesn't want to push it too much. She does manage to kind of keep control and go down. Big smile on her face. Seems like she's also having fun out there. So that was a beautiful exchange for both these ladies, both on their backhand. Bit of a different approach, I would say. Hinano, a little more solid. She got some more turns in. Arisa, less turns, but I would say a lot more precision.
Yeah. They both kind of have a, you know, like, I have to say, a lot of Japanese have kind of like a similar technique, I have to say, you know, like really low center of gravity. Here we see Hinano. She's also like, I have to say they have, you know, like almost a similar way of surfing also, Giada, because I think they kind of like a travel buddy on a lot of the QS.
Beautiful first turn there from Arisa. I really loved it, and it set her up really nicely for these next couple turns. Slightly stuck on that one, I would say, but it was really well done nonetheless. So I think she's going to get a pretty decent score, and I think I understand what you're trying to say. I do believe that depending where you learn how to surf and who you were surfing with and what type of waves you are, it really does shape the type of surfer you become.
Yeah.
Not only competitively, but even in the free surf. I would say, you know, Japan is mostly beach break, so they're very light-footed and are very quick and lightning fast, whereas maybe in Indonesia, our surfers are much more heavy-footed and a lot more weight in the back foot as well, and are just more big hacks instead of the shorter distance turns. So it depends where you're from, I would say.
Yeah, and also your physical build also, you know, because a lot of people, like for example, like in Australia, when they come here, the surfers, they're tall surfers. They're a little bit more bigger than the Asian surfers, but they're still able to surf really well in the pool.
All right, Kana Nakashio wanting to back up the 7, already on her way to a really good score. Massive blast. Her backhand is looking deadly in this pool, showing exactly why she had a good result last year. Bit of a late takeoff for our surfer in blue, but she gets around the section. Nice second turn there. She is finding the flow of things. Unfortunately, goes down there looking like it was going to be her best wave, but Kana Nakashio is going to skyrocket with her next score.
Yeah, really good surfing from Kana Nakashio. She opened up with a 7, fell off on her second wave, but on her third wave, I think she's gonna regain first place again, because look at this one. Amazing, strong first maneuver right there, taking no delay on anything. Just this third one, super strong, and also on the fourth one, putting a strong exclamation finishing there.
Wow, Kana is looking extremely sharp and lightning fast in this heat. You can really tell she's been putting the time in on the off season. The sharp eye is looking really good under Shin's feet. Fortunately, they almost made the drop, but just got unstuck on the way down. So pretty unfortunate, but Kana had an incredible 2025 season. She won the Tahara Pro QS 6000. She came second in Wanning Corona Zero Pro, the QS 4000 there. 5th in Balito, and 5th in Phillip Island LQS 3000, and won the Sumatran Surfaris Hamamatsu Open as well. So she had a great year. I'm pretty sure finished first in the ranking for the Asian. She was a Challenger Series surfer as well, so she has got heats under her belt. She knows what she's doing. She is calm under pressure. Kana Nakashio is deadly.
So she's ranked #1 now in Asia.
Yes, she won the Bonsoi Super Series last year.
Wow. Yeah, so Kana Nakashio is no stranger for a good result. That's for sure.
Yeah, so a couple of the waves coming through again. We will be seeing the girls Arisa Ishii and Hinano Shimizu's third wave. Arisa on her backhand. Massive blow here. Sets it up again. Single, beautiful flowing line. Love that one. She is looking smooth.
Wow. That was a good one.
Yeah.
You know, Arisha, she needs a score because she only had one score so far, a 477, and here we go. This is a Shimizu currently sitting in the second position, but she have to be really careful because Arisa is coming strong from behind.
Yeah, Arisa is slowly building up her house. She is getting better and better by the wave. Started off with the fumble, but now that last one is definitely going to be one of the best scores of this heat for sure. Very excited to see that score drop. Kana Nakashio, another 7. She is in a clear lead, 7.03 for her. Let's break this one down. What do you think?
I would say like she's pushing really hard, Arisa, and I really like that second turn right there. And even the third turn is like as strong as the second and the first one. But you know, if I was the judge, I'm gonna give a good score on that one. This is Hinano on her last wave also. A bit of fumble there, but get back to business and finish everything right there.
Yeah, beautiful wave there from Hinano as well. The girls are absolutely on fire. Arisa Ishii, a 6.23, so slightly lower than Kana Nakashio's, but still up there as well. Arisa Ishii had it was a good 2025 year. She ranked 25th in the Asian qualifying series, 21st in Sumatran Safaris Hamamatsu. Her best result was a 13th in Mira's capital, Omazaki Pro. She is still a junior. Got both 9th in Krui and Nias last year, a 17th in Midas. So I would say it was a good year, but she definitely has a surfing to achieve much more, and I'm guessing that's what she's hoping to do this year.
Yeah, I kind of like put some attention to the twins this year, and she really impressed me. Like the way she surfed is really improved from last year. Because I also saw her that she's in the team of the junior Japanese team in Peru. So she's representing the junior team also.
I think that was Shin's best wave just yet, but right behind her, the deadly backhand of Kana Nakashio. Beautiful back-to-back turns, upside down, unfortunately goes down, isn't able to ride out of it, but you can really tell that she's starting to push it here.
Yeah, that's going to be Kana's wave number 4. That's going to be her last wave. I think she done her job. 2.7 is like, it's a guarantee to go through to the next round.
Absolutely. And now that we're talking about results, taking a look here at Hinano Shimizu. She had a pretty good year, finished 15th last year.
Yeah.
Had a couple good results, got 9th in Korea, 25th in Tahara. So a couple really good things happening here. This on your screen though is our surfer in blue, Shin Jugin. This is her last ride. I'm pretty sure this was gonna be her best score. So good stuff happening. Kana Nakashio though, completely unstoppable in this heat.
Yeah, I think her techniques tells the difference between all these girls. Her technique is so tight on every section right there, and just a little bit unable to get around that one. But you know, the 2-7s shows that you know the way she's surfing is just fit in this wave pool today.
Absolutely. So the last of blue does go in her top two, but unfortunately doesn't push her into an advancing position. Kana's a 5-1-0, also doesn't get into that top two score. We will be watching the last of Arisa Ishii and Hinano Shimizu. So Arisa wanting to solidify her second spot, wants to get rid of that 4-7-7. Hinano needs a 5-5-8 to be able to keep her dream alive here in Siheung, Korea and surf another heat. So it's going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish here. One of the girls wanting to keep her spot, the other one wanting to take it away from her. So it's going to be who cracks under pressure and who doesn't.
Oh yeah. So this is a Hinano currently sitting in third position, looking for score. This is her chance because this is wave number 4. Can she make that one? Ooh. What does she need, Giada?
So Hinano is looking for a 5.58.
Ooh.
Arisa Ishii now, lightning fast surfer, doesn't want to give up her spot, goes down as well. So it will all be down to Hinano to see if she got the score she was looking for or not. Couple scores coming through. We haven't seen any indication just yet of what it might be, but it's gonna be pretty close. Both the girls, unfortunately, not being able to really lock any solid score in. What do you think? Do you think Hinano got it?
If she finished that last maneuver, she could, yeah. But the judge been super critical this on this event. They don't want to give the wrong ideas about giving the score if it's not like with all those finishing maneuver.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting here. Nail-biting finish. So Hinano Shimizu, the last of 4.93, does not go into her top
So
two.
close. Wow.
And with that, it is Kananaka Shio and Arisa Ishii taking first and second. We're gonna throw out to a quick break and see you guys in Heat 2.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Sarah Wakita, Taylor Green, Hinata Shimizu, and Natalie Fensom are in this heat that you see on your screen, it is pretty stacked. Things are getting really interesting. We had 2 sevens dropped from Kana Nakashio in the last heat. This is the women's QS round of 32, heat 2. It is so good to see the ladies out there. A couple replays getting thrown around. Sara Wakita, I think recently coming off an injury, but it's not looking like it because she is surfing so strong already. Drops a 5-point ride. Taylor Green, 6.33 right behind her. So already some big scores dropped. What do you think of this one?
Oh my gosh, I love Taylor's surfing, so powerful, and she's a good friend of mine, and her backhand is so insane, and she got 41st at this event last year, 5th on the qualifying series ranking, so she's really looking to solidify that Challenger Series spot.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty stacked. We just saw Hinata Shimizu's twin unfortunately bow out early, but she had a good fight. It was really, really nice to watch. So a couple of the burner sets coming through. This on your screen is who we were talking about, Hinata Shimizu. Good opening blast to start things off. Unfortunately, fumbles there on the bottom turn. Wasn't able to really get that second turn in. But early days is just her first wave of her heat. Right behind her, our surfer Natalie Fensom, solid. Unfortunately, pushing it a little too hard. We were talking with Tippy saying you don't want to be pushing it so hard when you get to the top of the wave because it's easy to overdo it.
Yeah. And I feel like it is this seeded round now. So for Nat, her mind, she's probably thinking, I got to push hard if I really want to beat these girls. And I think it was a good approach from that, as we see this is Hinata on her backhand. Great first opening turn there. Little wobble there for Hinata. A bit uncharacteristic. She recovers, hits that section there, but I feel like that will be a throwaway for Hinata.
Yeah, yesterday she was looking pretty deadly, so you're right.
Yeah, and Nat, again, such a powerful surfer as well. Just pushing hard. We know she can really throw the tail. We saw her yesterday as well get through that first heat. So I feel like for Nat and Hinata, a little bit of the underdogs. The pressure does sort of lay on Taylor and Sara Wakita. Of course, Sara getting 3rd at this event last year. 4th on the QS and missed out by 1 spot. Similar story to Taylor, both at Phillip Island. So I feel like those girls have a vengeance. They're coming back even hungrier. They deserve to be on that Challenger Series, and the surfing's doing the talking.
Absolutely. I remember Sara had a great finishing at China last year. She won the entire QS 4000 there, so that was a big moment. She got 5th in Baler, another QS 4000, and another 5th in Taiwan, a 6000. So she's had a pretty good 2025. Got 3rd here last year, and 3rd in the Sumatran Surfaris QS 2000. So a solid year. Ranked 4th. You're right. So close. It must have been a heartbreaking moment, but just builds fire.
Yeah.
It's character building.
Exactly, right? And even, I know Taylor's been working really hard. We both share the same coach back at home, and she's more fired up. But if anything, she looks like she's surfing a lot better than last year. So I'm really excited to see this wave. She's up on the 2nd wave, so the better wave of the set.
All right, here we go. This is Taylor Green. Good first blast to start her campaign again. Loving that 3rd one. So powerful.
Oh,
finishes it off. That is going to be a massive score. Sara Wakita answering back. Let's see what she has to give in the tank. Super sharp surfing. She's lightning fast. Sara Wakita, when she clicks and is in the zone, she is pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, I love that. Both the girls just really showcasing why they are in the seated position. First scores for Sara was that 5.00. Taylor, a 6.33. I honestly think Taylor's going to go one better than her first wave.
Absolutely. Those last 2 turns, those were incredible. I mean, really pleasing to the eye. Big fan of spray out the back. You could probably see it from our hotel there in Le Collective. So beautiful work there from Taylor.
Yeah, we see this replay. She just comes so deep off the bottom and she just has so much power behind her. She's able to really talk through her upper body, which gives her that opportunity to really squirt so much spray out behind. And wow, 4 huge dynamic turns out behind her. Sarah, on the 4th wave of the set, we see the little free fall drop. Great first vertical turn. Sarah, smaller in stature, but pushing so hard. I love how she comes back into the foam ball there through the pocket, but just getting a little hung on that last turn, able to ride out. But oh wow, last score of Taylor Green, an 8.00, Giada.
That is exactly how you want your second score to come through. You start with a 6-3, go with an 8. Let's see her drop a 9. I want to see her go really big. She just needs to do those last 2 turns, but the whole way through.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's got the surfing to do it. Taylor is, you know, I kind of started noticing her a little more last year, and I'm really impressed. I know she spent some time out in the Mentawai recently, out at Driftwood. I was talking to one of the photographers that were there with her, and they seemed like they had such a good girls' trip.
She's so cool, and she's such a nice girl as well. She's got so many friends, and I just love that. We were talking earlier about they're just good humans as well. Like, that's what makes a surfer. So I feel like Sarah, all these girls in this heat are just beautiful human beings, and I'm excited to see what Hanada and Nat have for us.
All right, here we go. Good takeoff there. Sets it up nicely. She wants to set the rhythm up. Gets a little bit stuck there, but it was a good turn nonetheless. A couple check turns there. She finished it off pretty strong. I really like that second turn. Let's see what our Japanese surfer Hinata has in the tank for us. Ooh, airdrops that second session. Nicely done though. She recovers. Let's see if she finishes it off. Unfortunately, goes down as well. So that was a pretty good exchange from our girls.
Yeah, I feel like it's been the theme the past 2 days. Not finishing that 4th turn is really detrimental to a 4 compared to a 5 or a 6. So I feel like for Hanada and Nat, they really, to push it with Sarah's last wave being a 5.40. Let's look at this replay for Nat. Nice first turn there for Nat. Comes square off the bottom, pushes it again. I like the little fin drift. She regains control. Nice little check turn there, which really sets her up for this turn. And I love how hard Nat is pushing through her surfing. Out behind her, Hanada on this 4th wave. Nice bottom turn, straight into that turn. I love how she's pushing. She doesn't look like she's pushing too hard. She just puts her board in the most perfect spot of the wave, and it throws so much spray. But this turn, a little bit late, which forced her to dig that inside rail for Hanada. So scores are in. Hanada's last wave a 4.43 and Nat's last wave a 4.50. So it still is Taylor in the lead, Sarah Wakita in second, chasing an 8.93 to go to first. Hanada looking for a 5.97 and Nat looking for a 5.90. So pretty close. I know these girls can get those 5 ranges.
Yeah, so it is pretty tight. The only person really out in a solid lead, Taylor Green, 8. Wow, I can count. I don't even think I can count on the fingers of my hand how many times I've gotten an 8 in a heat like that. So really, really impressive stuff there from Taylor Green, and a great start to her QS 6000 campaign here. Sarah Wakita on your screen, wanting to get the upper hand on this one. She will be getting the second wave of the set, which tends to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier to get those bigger scores. So I'm excited to see what she brings to the table this time. Smooth takeoff, straight off the bat, gets that nice first turn in. Starts to ramp it up here. Loving her act. Solid upside down finish there for Sarah Okita. That was very nicely done. Taylor Green right behind her. Really pushes the tail on the backhand there. Every time that board connects with the lip, she is looking unstoppable right now.
I loved those 2 waves from those girls. I feel like their confidence is really shining through, and to not have a full yet, both those scores for those 2 waves are going to be in the 5 or 6 range again.
Absolutely, yeah. Taylor great wave, but I don't think that's going to factor in her top two. The other waves were just so good. She's looking really smooth, I would say, and you can tell when a board effortlessly throws a lot of water, that's when that surfer is like really in tune with the wave.
Yeah, I love this wave for Sarah. Comes so square off the bottom. She knows she's got to push hard to really get into that 6 range, and wow, there we go. This is where we see Sarah click here. Huge first series of turns and finishes that one off so vertical. And that's the sort of surfing that got her third at this event last year. Taylor on the 4th set of the wave, and huge first turn. Up again for a second. I love how compressed she gets on her back knee, and she's just really able to whip around so lightning fast, and she's just looking confident. And I think it's really important to note most people on that 4th wave of the set are only really getting 3 turns in. So it's pretty cool to see that Taylor's able to fit in a 4th. It just looks really smooth.
Yeah, so Sarah Wakita riding CIs, and it's looking really good under her feet. That logo kind of indicates it's either a CI Pro or CI Pro 2, and I will have to say from personal use that is one of my favorite boards ever created, actually.
I love that.
And it's looking like she's kind of on fire on it. She was using the same board in China, so keeping the equipment the same, sticking to the PU even if we are in a wave pool, and honestly it's paying off.
Yeah, it's really interesting to note the wave pool suits some surfers and some surfers don't suit the wave pool, but I feel like these girls are really showcasing their surfing, and sometimes we can see some flaws in style, but Sarah and Taylor are just, it's one of my favorite heats so far in the women's. But here we go, Hanada.
All right, nice blast there off the top. Does it again. Let's see. As this wave bowls out, I'm loving the act that Hinata Shimizu is bringing to the scene. Right behind her, Natalie Fensom. Unfortunately, a little under the lip there for her first part of the wave. Kind of mistimed it a little bit and falls off. I would say probably not her best ride just yet.
Yeah, I feel like for Nat, it's, I don't know, I feel like maybe she's carrying a bit of nerves. She needs a 7.07, so maybe she's in her head a little bit. That was really uncharacteristic. Usually we see Nat go really square up, but that was a little bit lateral for her. So as well, that 4th wave of the set is really tricky to surf, but Hanada up and riding here. I just love that bottom turn. Straight into the top turn, showing the judges that use of that first critical section, and comes around again for a 3rd and finishes this one off strongly. I felt like that last turn, she was sort of safetying it. Yesterday we saw her go up and through the coping and get a pretty big score. Nah, this is what we were talking about. A little mistimed there. Recovers well, a little bit under the lip, and sort of just gets stuck in that foam ball for Nat. So she does improve her situation, a 3.33, but she's still chasing that 7.07.
Yeah, so you're right. I would just say it's timing. It's definitely not her quality of surfing that is letting her a little down. It's probably just the timing, and we've said this quite a few times yesterday, that it's easy to kind of fall out of rhythm with this wave if you're not really in tune with it. Unlike these two ladies right now, they seem to be, you know, as if they grew up here.
Yes, and Hanada's last wave was a 5.73, so huge. Hanada only chasing a 5.85, but important to note, Hanada's now going to be on the 4th wave of the set, which has proven to show it's a little bit trickier to surf. So Taylor obviously in the lead with that excellent ride, an 8.00. Sarah looking to replace that 5.40, and Hanada looking for a 5.85.
All right, here we go. This is the last wave for both Sarah and Taylor. I'm so excited to see how they ramp it up. This surfer on your screen right now is in a solid lead. She is not worried at all. A bit of a victory lap, if I dare say.
Wow.
Beautiful turn there. Absolutely detonated that section behind her. Sarah Wakita, massive blow to start things off. Perhaps it a bit more on the open face part now, not so close to the pocket. Here we see her tighten up her act a little bit, but unfortunately goes down. But that one turn from Taylor,
Huge. I feel like these girls are just getting started. This is the first time they have surfed the comp setting as well, so I think that's really important to note. With surfing, like Taylor dropping an 8.00 for her first time at this comp setting, it's insane.
Yeah, you're right. It just shows that she's really connected not only to this wave but to herself right now as well. You can see that she has this confidence to her. Break it down.
And this replay, it's just so much power. We see her use her whole upper body, so much torque through there. She really utilizes her backhand to really drive through. And that was huge. I feel like she didn't really need to do the fourth turn. She just said, hey, I'll just do it, whatever. But Sarah, nice little air drop to get things started. That was better for Sarah. Nice and vertical through the lip. Wraps it around for a second. Has to navigate that little bubble that we do see in the fourth wave. Hits it and just her front foot just sort of comes off. But Sarah, I don't know if she'll replace that 5.40. So it is all eyes on Hanada and Nat. Looking for a 5.85 for Hanada and a 7.07 for Nat, as Sarah didn't better her situation. So interesting finish to this heat.
All right, those are pretty solid scores. Like, that's a decent ask,
I would be yeah.
Especially for Natalie, that's a pretty decent ask. 5.85 as well. I mean, it has to be solid. You know, we're thinking she needs to aim for a 6 at this point, you know, to be safely into the next round. And when you're in this position, back against the wall, she's not in an advancing spot, so she needs to get the score. And it can really get to you emotionally, and these are the moments where it just makes or breaks you.
Yeah, and I feel like these girls, I'd be thinking, I've got nothing to lose. Yeah. I may as well just go for broke, so
exactly.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Natalie, a 7.67 is her requirement. Good first start. Does it again. I'm loving this wave. This is probably going to be her best score. Finishes it off really strong. Unfortunately, goes down there right behind her. Our surfer in white also looking for a score. Sets it up. She's toning the wave down. That was much stronger, a lot better. Stays close to the whitewash. Ooh, unfortunately, I don't know. I'm left with a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I feel like Hanada feels, you could tell in her body language that she didn't get it. Really getting that fourth turn, I feel like, is adding that extra 1.5 to 2 points onto scores. So for Hanada, she was looking for pretty much a 6. So I don't know if it's going to get there. And last wave, a 3.93. So doesn't get there for Hanada. Last of Nat's a 4.87 as well, as we see this replay. Like you said, Giada, her best wave. I just love this looseness. A little bobble there on her bottom turn, but recovered so well and throwing so much spray. So Nat should be pretty stoked with her performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if she caught that wave in the first part of the heat, maybe it would have been a different turnout. But, you know, everything has been said and done. So it is the Sarah Wakita and Taylor Green taking first and second there. We're going to throw out to a break and see you guys in Heat 4.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better, and surf. Wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
The perfect playground for our competitors. We are back with live action. In the round of 32, heat number 3, on the women's side, we have Willow Hurdy, Kara Backpit, Alani Moores, Grace Gosby. 3 Aussie up against 1 New Zealand surfers. I'm Dai Wako in the booth with Izzy.
Hey, Di.
How are you?
Good, how are you? It's been such a good day of action so far. I'm loving the women surfing.
Oh, I'm loving to watch the women's side
So
too.
good.
So this is a live action. Our surfer in white, beautiful first turn, smooth transitioning between turns. There's no downtime. Gets the forced turns in. Unfortunately, didn't get a completion, but still great surfing. And this is surfer green. Nice first turn. Love the powerful calves, snaps there, and gets the forced turn and holds on to it. So great surfing from both white and green here. Great surfing, great combination of the turns.
Yeah. We saw red and blue get their campaign started as well. So Willow dropping a 5.17 and Kira a 4.50. Wait for the scores for Alani and Grace to come on through. Here is the Bonsoi replay of the Raglan Pro wildcard. Alani, I just love her backhand approach. So much spray. And I love how much she comes square off the bottom. Just unfortunately, Di, it's been a little theme. Not landing that fourth turn. Grace, such a tall surfer. I love her style as well. On her forehand, so much power, and she does really well to stay in that power source, and again rides out.
Right, so she holds on to it and able to get a completion there. But just like you said, it's always important to get the completion here to get decent scores. If you want to go up, 5 point or above 5, then you gotta have the completion. And I know you've been surfing here yesterday, so probably you've been talking about it a lot in the commentary booth, but how is it? How's the takeoff?
I was so scared of the takeoff. It was my biggest fear, but it's not that bad. I sat a little bit wider because I didn't sit so close to the wall, because I did the practice session on the right and I ate it. Absolutely ate it. I nosedived, my board hit the wall, so I sat a little wider, but I feel like it's been really interesting. On your backhand, all the girls and boys tend to take off a little bit angled sideways compared to people on their forehand. Their board's sort of angled towards the beach, if you say.
Right.
So I think it's a really interesting thing to note.
Well, looks like this is wave number 2 for Kara. She's been getting ready for this on her backhand. Nice first turn to start with. A lot of sprays out the back. kind of a check down on second, but love the third turn. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the top of it. This is wave number 2. Beautiful layback attack straight into the second. Love the second layback there. A lot of power in her surfing. Again, didn't get a completion there, so it's always a thing, you know, when you go approach to the last section, you kind of have to go up there a little early than usual because it just stands up so quickly.
Yeah, and it's so shallow in there too.
Right.
It's like ankle deep water, so it's the water sort of drains back towards you, so you have that suckiness, like you said, Di. But this replay for Kira Buckpit, you could see the frustration on her face on that third turn. First beautiful turn. I just love her push on her backhand, but she went a bit high and got a bit hung, and I just hope for Kira that doesn't play into the rest of her heat for her. Willow didn't do this event last year. She was on the Challenger Series, but great series of turns for Willow. Watching her in the practice sessions, she was surfing so good, but again, that last turn, she was sort of on the foam ball a little bit. Oh, this is Willow's first wave here. Oh my goodness. So this was the 5.17 and huge surfing for Willow. I love those first 2 turns, and like we said, Di, she was able to finish that one perfectly.
Right, so it's really crucial to get the completion. This is a fast wave for Kairos. It's a 4.50. Nice turn to finish off, so definitely you need to have the good completion. We've got a last wave to lock in. 3.93 for Willow's last wave and 3.50 for Kara's last wave. So, you know, no one's really breaking out of the 4th and 3-point range other than Willow Hurdy's first wave. So everybody stays pretty much the same. Actually, Alani, the last wave comes in at 5.33 and 4.27 for Grace's last wave. So yeah, it's evenly matched up here. So it's pretty good, exciting heat.
Yeah, and if we go back to Alani's first wave, we remember she had that fall. So she was able to get a 5.33 with a fall. So it just makes me wonder what she could do as we see Grace.
Grace is up and riding on her forehand. Beautiful first, and I love the power carves on the second. A little bit of a check down there, trying to get a completion there. Unfortunately, nosedive that section back. Second wave for her. Beautiful first turn, deep off the bottom. Beautiful second turn, and get the third turn in and holds onto it. It's a beautiful 3-turn combo from Alani. Again, she's already locked in 5.33, needing only 2.67 to go into second. So I think she's done that job.
Yeah, and Alani, I love seeing her here on the big stage. She represented New Zealand at the ISA World Juniors, and she only did Cruy last year, so this is a replay for Grace. However, I love this first turn. She has that turn on lock. She was doing it all heat yesterday, and no downtime, Di. I just love that as well. She got a little hung there and just unable to ride out of that one. But Alani, here we go. This is what got her the wild card at the Raglan Pro. Great first turn into a huge second turn on that foam ball there. It was able to push her out in front, but made her a tad late to that third section. And I think she gets a completion.
To me, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
right?
To me, yes. But we gotta wait.
We back her.
Yeah. We gotta wait for the judges to decide. But we got the last wave for Grace. It's a 4.03. Now she's in the second place. Alani now needs 2.97. So it's a small score, and she had a good surfing, and it comes in at 4.10. It's enough to move into first place. Actually, now Willow Hurdy is sitting in second place, needing 4.27 to go back in first place.
Yeah, for Willow, obviously didn't do this event last year. She also came off an injury. So she suffered an injury at the first Challenger Series event in Newcastle, where she snapped 3 ligaments and detached another off the bone in her ankle. So poor thing has had a long road to recovery, but she's looking really sharp.
She's looking sharp and comes back strong. So definitely she's showcasing her comeback story here. She's already locked in 5-point range and 3-point range. So definitely she wants to improve her situation here back in the first place. And this is wave number 3 for Willow. Nice first down there. A little bit of hang up, but still managed to get the good layback down on second turn and straight into the third. And eyeing for the last section, but unfortunately it goes down. Nice backhand attack there. Beautiful first turn. Love the deep bottom turn there. Beautiful third turn again. And couldn't hold on to the last section, but still a beautiful 3-turn combo from Keira backbeat. She needs 4.61 to go into second place. So it's an important exchange for both Willow and Keira.
Yeah, I feel like no one's really ran away with this heat yet. Like we saw in the last heat, Taylor Green dropping an 8.
Right.
This is the Bonsui replay of Willow. One thing I love about Willow surfing is she never looks down the line. She doesn't do down the line surfing, and I feel like it's really tricky for goofy footers. They just, like, you want to go on the face, but she does so well to stay right in that pocket in the power source for Willow. So great wave. This is Kira. Nice first snap there. And comes through this one. That's a better turn. Throwing so much spray and a third. And puts it up for a fourth. But that story again, Di, just unable to ride out of that one.
I have a question.
Yes.
Who do you have advantage, goofy footer or natural footer at the wave pool?
Oh, well.
To me,
Yeah.
I think the backhand attack is so much better at the wave pool.
Yes, I agree. But, and then I watched Jarvis Earl yesterday.
Right.
And I was like, backhand, they're just so easy to stay in the pocket. And then I watched Jarvis and I was like, oh my goodness. He is insane. And especially after the injury he had here last year. But it's so tricky. What do you think, Di, backhand?
Yeah, backhand is a lot easier for me actually, because you can squares up and goes to the vertical off the top, and especially at the takeoff, if you forehand, you have to kind of sit close to the wall, and you gotta go from the behind. But it's a tricky takeoff if you're close to the wall.
Yeah. And I feel like on your forehand, I remember I was doing it on the right. I tended to go more onto the face, whereas your backhand, like you said, you're able to just really square up straight off the takeoff because you have all that speed.
So yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. But me, backhand is easier. But this is backhand attack, wave number 3. Great first turn, beautiful second turn, smooth transition in between turns, and gets the fourth turn. So now she gets the completion. Beautiful surfing straight into live action here. Couple of check turns. Love the third turn. A little bit of hang up on the third turn. Unfortunately, couldn't really ride out of the white water. There's one more wave for them. Now, last wave for Widow Hardy comes in at a 4.50 and 4.47 for Keira backbeat. So Alani still in the second place, trying to improve her situation, and Grace is in fourth and needing 5.17.
Yeah, I feel like Grace won't improve, which she doesn't. A 3.63, but I feel like Alani, that may be her best wave. I just loved this approach. She just looks so flowy. And kicks the tail out on that first section. No downtime, pushing so hard through that second turn. A nice little turn there and finishes off. And she pushes on that fourth turn as well, which we haven't really seen many of the girls land. Grace, this one, a 3.63. Nice first turn. It is that fourth wave of the set that we've been talking about. And gets a little bit hung, so a bit tricky to navigate there for Grace. But still waiting on the last of Alani Morse to come on through.
Wow, it is an important wave for Alani Morse. She wants to improve her situation, and it looks like she did a job. 6.00 now back in the first place with a 6.00 and 5.33. Willows in second place. Now Keira needs 6.57, and Grace now needs 5.80. It's not a big score for the requirement, but sometimes it's really, hard to get the 5 or above. You have to have the completion.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I feel like a 5 and a 6 is like an 8 and a 9.
Yeah, definitely.
And then an 8 is like a 12. So it's so tricky in this wave pool, but yeah, the girls are doing so well. I remember watching the boys yesterday. They were getting like 5 or 6 turns in. It was crazy to see. But this is the last wave for Kira and Willow. Kira, looking for a score, she is on that second wave of the set. So I think that is the better wave of the set.
Right, this is an important wave for Kira. Nice first time. A lot of power, a lot of energy. Nicely done. Third time, great. Gets the finish.
Oh,
so it's
my goodness.
Amazing, beautiful surfing from Kira backbeat, needing a score at the back. Willow up and riding, currently in the second place, trying to improve her situation. Beautiful third turn, and it gets the fourth turn in and holds on to it. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a completion or not, but let the judges decide on that. But beautiful surfing from both Willow and Kira.
Wow, Di, we have a situation on our hands. So Kira needed a 5.57. I'm going she gets it.
I gotta say yes.
It was huge.
She gets a completion.
Yeah.
And then everything else was beautiful as well. So definitely she checked all the boxes. Let's take another look.
I love this. You could just tell she was aggressive, and that's the difference in her and Willow's approach right now. I love this second turn, pushing so hard. No downtime as well, I think is important to note. Not pumping once and finishes that one off so well. Willow, now at this Bonsoy replay, she needed to better a 4.90, nice first carve into a second slash there. And a third, that felt like a little check turn, a bit late there. Ooh. And I don't know if that's a completion die.
That's a crucial moment because now Willow is in second place and she's trying to get rid of the 4.90, which isn't a big score. She was on the way to improve her situation there. I'm not too sure the last turn was a completion or not.
No.
If it was completion, then she might have got the her situation. Still waiting for the last of Kira. 4.60 is the score for Willow Hurdy's last wave, so she's not improving her situation. Still waiting for the last wave for Kira back pit. Needing 5.57.
Yeah, wow. Oh my goodness. I'm nervous. I feel like just off the strength of those 4 turns, they were critical. We have no indication from any judges yet either, so they'll be watching replays of Willow's 5.17, and I feel like Alani's 6 as well, because it is in between that range. It's a 5.57 she's needing, but I think I would give her the nod.
Right, back to the live action. This is important wave, needing a score. Beautiful forehand attack there. Beautiful third turn. Gets the finish. Another beautiful ride from Grace Gosby, needing 5.80. This is going to be the last wave. Beautiful backhand attack. Nice third turn. Gets the first down there. Little bit of fin release. So another beautiful surfing from both white and green.
Yeah, I feel like for Alani, that was just a victory lap. She's safe. She doesn't need to worry. I feel like the pressure is on Willow. Kira had a great wave. Still no indication of scores. Grace as well. I loved her last wave too.
So pretty much everyone had a great run.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of pressures now applied on, Willow Hurdy. Well, I think it's gonna take a little while to actually figuring out who's got the best out of the exchange.
Yeah, and we're in the seeded round, so the judges will really be deliberating and focusing on the criteria and really push through these surfers and everything.
All right, let's throw over to the quick break and we'll be right back with the result.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
All right, we have official results from the previous heat. It was a much evenly matched up heat. It looks like it's Alani and Kerapit will be moving on to the next round. That was
Wow.
a great heat. Live action. This is Mirai Ikeda. Been riding. Unfortunately, goes down on the last section. This is our Bonsai yellow jersey surfer, Kokona Kawase. Beautiful surfing. Kawase、ここないいサーフィンを見せています。そして最後のターンもしっかり決めてきました。So we've got the current Asia region rankings leader, Kokona Kawase. She won the QS 2000 Hamamatsu Open last month. That's why she's
Wow.
wearing yellow jersey here.
My goodness, she is a lady of many talents. I mean, I would say probably the only surfer on this entire QS in this region and in this event that has her own board brand.
How cool is that?
How cool is that? Kokona Shapes. She is so multi-talented and she's so young still, and the fact that she already has her own brand of boards. You can actually shop them as well. If you go over to her Instagram, you can really check them all out. But that has definitely elevated her surfing. Mirai is such a just reliable surfer. Honestly, she is so good at competitive surfing. Got to that section a little bit late, but I really do believe that Kokona, now understanding surfboards, the shapes of them, just those tiny little finite details, has actually made her a better surfer. She's understanding exactly where she needs to place those boards, what the rails are doing, why the tail is reacting the way it is, and it paid off. I mean, she's got the highest wave score of those first two waves.
All right. The first wave for Mirai comes in at 5.67 and 4.5 for Kokona Kawase. So it's a great way to start her, the campaign hit. This hit is going to be their first hit of the competition, so that means this is the first time they actually served the T6 setting.
Yes,
it's a bit tricky.
It is tricky. I definitely think those women who competed yesterday have a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to that takeoff. They've got to understand the steepness of it, how you do actually need to be positioned quite close to the wall to be able to maximize that first section. But those women who haven't quite competed on this T6 setting yet still need to figure that out on the fly whilst doing their best surfing. They both looked great on their first waves there for Mirai and Kokona, but I'm excited to watch Paige in action because she was on fire yesterday.
This is her first wave. Beautiful carve down to the pocket. Beautifully done. Another powerful hack from Paige. Non-stop action. Beautifully done. And at the back we have Aura up and riding. Beautiful check down there. Ooh, unfortunately mistimed that section. But it's a wave number one, so still have a lot of opportunities. A beautiful surfing from Paige.
Yeah, Paige Harrop, our former CT surfer in the draw at the moment and surfing so well. I was talking to Izzy yesterday. I say I really feel like Anat Leilior has a lot of similarities, who is on the championship tour now, to Paige Harrop, even when she was on tour. But looking like she could get a wild card and still do some damage. I mean, Paige turning that board and throwing so much water off that tail there and just pivoting really quickly off that back foot as well. And then Aura airdrops out of that first section, comes up to this, and that front foot just completely slipping off. I feel like she got her hand there just before that board potentially could have hit her face, but I'd love to know your take on it, Di, as a goofy footer yourself. feels like Paige is reading it really well for a goofy footer.
Definitely, and I love how she looked down the bottom after she actually hits the top section,
Yes.
so that you can actually go straight into the power source, and then goes vertically. So I think that's how she can do really. She's doing really well. When you look back to the bottom section, so that board actually goes there. So I think my takeaway from her surfing is that, and that actually pays off. It's 6.50 for the first wave for Paige.
Yeah, and I feel as if what you're talking about with that board redirecting back down the face of the wave, if it comes in on the angle, it maybe is a little bit harder to stay in the pocket with how quick this wave is moving.
Right, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, and then I think that's what she's really doing well on her performance.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what her next couple of waves look like. Kokona, I'm very excited to see her because I feel like she was sitting in first gear on her last wave, and it's time for her to really showcase what she's got right now.
Definitely. This is wave number 2 for Kokona. Airdrop the takeoff section. First time, nice. Second time, a lot of power. Beautiful third time. She needs to get the completion there, and she does it. She holds on to it. Beautiful surfing. And this is Mirai Ikeda. Ikeda Mirai 一発目大きなターンスプレーを上げてきます。そして2発目3発目と立て続けに来ました。さあ4発目は入りませんが綺麗なサーフィンを見せてきています。 Beautiful surfing from both Mirai and Kokona. Mirai now has a new coach this year, and he's here watching her surfing, I think, somewhere. So definitely it's a new chapter for Mirai.
She seems to be quite a good surfer to coach. She seems like she's a bit of a sponge. Like she takes in everything that she's given, and I feel like that actually makes her a really beautiful competitor. Snake always spoke about Griffin in that same sense, that he was a sponge and took everything on. Now look at what he's doing. But Kokona really did find her flow on this wave. 3 really beautiful turns, came in, airdrops out of that end section there. It's going to give the judges just a little bit of drama, something else to think about, but this was exceptional. Just staying so tight in the pocket here for Mirai. You can see her really drawing off that front arm, trying to put that in the water. That's actually pivoting her board up to be more vertical when she comes to the lip line, which is exactly what the judges want to see. They want to see that board pretty much facing 12 o'clock. So Mirai, technique is exceptional. And yeah, like I mentioned, I really do believe that she would be quite a great athlete to coach, just with how much she'll take on.
Alright, last wave for Kokona comes in at 4.90 and 5.50 for Mirai Ikeda. It's a great performances from both Kokona and Mirai. Now Mirai is sitting the first, and Kokona now is in the second. So Aura now needs 7.57. Paige now needs 3.40 to go into the second. So it's gonna be Aura's turn to actually answer back.
Would you rather be the first 2 surfers or the second 2 surfers?
I'd rather be the first 2 surfers.
Me too, I agree. Because you can really set the tone and start to break away just that little bit more as well, rather than being the last 2 and almost having to play catch up the whole time.
Definitely, I'll rather be in the first 2. I feel like less pressure.
Yes, definitely.
Aura up and riding. Little bit of fumble on the takeoff section, but nice second turn there, and third turn again, fin release there. Unfortunately, couldn't really go up the final section there. This is Paige needing small score to go into the second place. Beautiful second turn there, a lot of power in her surfing. It gets the third turn, a lot of spread out of back. Powerful surfing there.
Yeah, she's looking strong as well. She's looking really fit, like she's doing a lot of time in the gym, trying to get more powerful and strong and getting ready for these events. So I love the fact that Paige, Giada and I were talking about this yesterday, she is just still showing up every single year and putting her best foot forward. She's never really taken her foot off the accelerator. She wants, you have to assume, to be competing in these events, to be back on the championship tour.
She's been doing it for probably 15 years.
Longer, I'd say.
20.
Probably pushing 20. Yeah.
Well, she knows everything about competition, so we have a lot to learn from her, definitely.
Absolutely. Even on the men's side, if you look at guys like Hiroto Arai, he's been doing it for a really long time, and there definitely is a veteran status now. There's a big age difference between someone like Aura, who is really just coming onto the scene. I mean, she's starting to find her flow and really find her own style of competitive surfing. Unfortunately, just a little bit straight-legged going into that last section there. You do really have to have a lot of speed to go up and over it rather than the wave going underneath you or kind of meeting you where you're at. But Paige, you can see meeting that section exactly where she was at, almost got to it a little bit early so she could confirm the completion. And I totally believe now that Paige has had a couple of good rides under her feet. This is only going to be a matter of time before we see her start to lift her own bar on the next couple of waves.
So 2 scores locked in. 4.504 Paige's last wave, 3.334 last wave for Aura. So now Paige is in second place. Mirai stays in the first place. So now Kokona needs 5.61. So she's been doing great, Kokona, but she's just stuck in the 4-point range. So what do you think she needs to do to get the requirement?
Definitely what we were talking about earlier with Paige's board coming back down and being in line with the wall, really. Kokona's is doing what we were saying and unfortunately going out on that angle, so rotating a little bit more, but wow, Mirai on that first turn.
池田未来、さあこの波でその差を広げられるか、フィンを抜いてきて、そして最後のセクションも綺麗に前へ出てきました。テクニックを見せてきます。そして後ろでは川瀬ココナ、ここはフィンを抜いてきた。そしてスラッシュターン、チェックターンをした後にもう一発チェックターンを見せて、最後のセクションで大きなターン前に出てきました。素晴らしいライディングを見せてきたのがイエロージャージーの川瀬ココナ。Beautiful surfing from Mirai and Kokona, Mirai got a little bit of fumble on the first section, still managed to get the big turns.
She's just so good at surfing. Honestly, there's no other way to really say it. She's so technically sound, and I feel like she's won so much so young, and that's never got to her head to be like, yeah, I've won a QS 6000 co-sanctioned event, and that's good for me. She's still always been driving for more, and even watching her on the Challenger Series, she fights so hard to make through these heats. But there's that fumble you were talking about, Dai. Almost was too much on the heels, but it put her in such a good spot for that first turn, just opening up the arms continuously through this inside, bottom turning so well, and to drift the fins up and over, not just once, but twice, especially on that end section, has been proven to be really hard to do this event. And then Kokona, there's that rotation we were hoping for on that first turn. That board really did come back more towards the wall, and that gave her a release at the top of the wave. Again, on that finishing turn, she got up and into it, had the fins drift out the back, and yeah, you'd have to say that's definitely her best wave so far.
It comes in at a 5.20. Just like you said, it's Kokona's best wave so far, so she still stays in the third place, but lower the requirement. Now she needs 5.31 to go into second. Still waiting for the last wave for Mirai, but looks like it's gonna be a big number. It's a 7.50 for Mirai's last wave, so she's improving her situation here.
And it's actually quite hard, especially in a wave pool format, to get the fins out on your back end.
Oh yeah.
On mid-face turns too. I mean, end section you can push that little bit harder and have it drift around and then come back down, but Mirai was doing it on the open face section, so that's risk in that, because it's not guaranteed that you're going to make it with how quickly the waves are drawing out. So Mirai, she put in risk and she got rewarded on that last wave.
Back to the live action. Beautiful first turn, a lot of sprays at the back, and great third turn again. So she wants to improve her situation here. Beautiful, beautiful approach to the last section. This is Aura up and riding. Beautiful third turn, trying to get one more turn in. Beautifully done. Unfortunately, couldn't really ride out of it, but beautiful surfing from both Paige and Aura there. Wow, it's kind of a little bit of different approach to the last section from Paige.
Yeah, I love the floater.
Yeah, I love the floater
That
too.
was cool. That was really cool. We've seen a couple of floaters now over the last 2 days, and It's something that I am so fine that if it came back into competition, I love a good floater. I think Andy Irons and the Mental Y just like hanging on top of the coping there, and Paige really giving us her own variety of that on this end section here. Really nice turns to open this wave up. You can see how hard she's pushing with her back foot there. Drifts up and into that final section there. So it's pretty cool to see Paige just giving us some vintage surfing right there. She's bringing it back. And then Aura here, this is that different approach you were talking about. This was her best start to a wave by far. That second turn had a nice amount of spice to it. And then that third, unfortunately, you could see there, because she airdropped out of it, it forced her legs to go too straight and on her heels and off the back of the wave. But she's definitely growing every single wave. Now, unfortunately, she is down to her last one. It has to be an excellent number. But she's so young still. She's got so many more years to grow into not just her surfing, but her competitive surfing as well.
Definitely, it's a big learning curve for her as well. You know, coming from mental waves and surfing at wave pools, such a great life, and there's bright future for Aura. And still, you know, it's not over yet.
And
needing
also,
a big score.
Yeah, like she's so young, but she's so confident in the jersey, and I think that's the biggest thing to take out for her is. Imagine being that young and coming up against someone like Paige Harrop, who has CT experience, and still being able to put your best foot forward. So that, to me, more than anything, is the best sign that she's really, really confident in the jersey, really young.
And then now, you know, she needs a big score, but she can showcase her surfing on the last wave. Still got one more wave to showcase her surfing, but this is going to be last wave for all the surfers. Kokona now is 6.43, Aura now is 8.30. This is important wave for Kokona. Great first time, big fin release. I love the two turn, second turn, and third turn. And she needs to, she needed to right out of the last section, but this is Mirai. Big first turn, and gets the second turn in. Unfortunately, it comes in stuck. It was a crucial moment for Kona Kawase. She probably needed to make the last section.
That Kona, where was that? That energy needed to come out on the first wave. I think she really did build towards the end of the heat there. With that completion, that is the score. That is most definitely the score. This first turn was great. Just to get the tail up and out the back there on the first section is drama. It's spice. The judges would have loved that. Then to tag it 2 more times from there, this was going so well. She had the tail, that swallowtail too would give her extra release on those sections, which makes a lot more sense now. And for the first time, unfortunately, too much on her heels to make that end section there. Mirai is just going from strength to strength. She has always been such a strong surfer. No matter where you put her around the world, you could put her in a wave pool, in barreling Nias, or over in Taiwan on a really fun cobblestone break. So she's just so versatile. I know she fumbled on that last wave, but I'm not surprised that she has a 7.5 and a 5 in her lineup in her first heat in this event.
That is a best way to start her first heat of the competition. 7-point ride and a 5-point range, and in total she got 13.17. So that is a great start. So last wave for Kokona comes in at a 4.40. It's not enough to go into the second. Well, unfortunately for Kokona, but this is Aura's turn. She needs 8.30 to go into the second. This is gonna be the last wave, last try, and Paige probably will try to get rid of the 5.63 here.
Yeah, she needs a 7.18. She could take the lead. I mean, that does depend on where you seed in that next round too. And Paige, we definitely know she'd be stoked to make it through the heat, but she wants to win.
Right.
She's definitely not going to be happy with second. So I dare say she's going to give it her all on that last one.
All right. So wave is approaching. This is Aura's last wave, needing a big score. Nice first down, little bit of fumble there, still managed to come around the section. Great third down, needs to get the finish here. She did, she holds on to it. Great surfing, and this is Paige needing a 7-point ride to go into the first place. Beautiful second turn and third turn as well. A lot of power in her surfing. Tried to get the one more turn in. Wow, different approach. Nice big drawn out carve to finish off.
Yeah, loved that from Paige. I love variety. I really do think you need it,
Right.
especially in a wave pool event, because if you think about it, the judges are only human, right? And they're watching every single wave,
Right.
every single heat. So if you can throw a little bit of variety in there and make them feel a little bit excited, it's going to pay off. It absolutely has to. And I think when you watch those top men and women who consistently have really high scores, they're not surfing every ride the same. They are expanding their variety every single time. So yeah, Paige just pushing a little bit harder on that last one.
All right, so 5.33 for the last wave for Paige and a 4.17 for the Aura's last wave. So looks like it's a Mirai and Paige will be moving on to the next round, and we'll be right back after the short commercial.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect, it's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect, it's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance.
And it's another beautiful day down here at day number 2 of the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. Right now in the water is round of 32, heat number 5, we got Minamai Nonaka in the red, Nala Lee in the blue, Siheung in the white, and Filzy in the green. I'm joined in the booth with the beautiful Jessie Starling, and I'm Izzy Caldo.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. I loved that. Really gorgeous intro. We've just had the burner set roll through. So essentially what that is we go on a little 15-minute break just to give the machine a pause a couple of times a day. We've just had our first burner set where it just gets all the motion out of the way, and we just make sure everything's running smoothly. It was absolutely beautiful. I feel like Izzy and I were talking about this before. When that first wave comes through after the pool has been still for so long, it is like glass. It is so gorgeous, but that is done. We're about 2 minutes away from stepping into action, and by my books, Izzy, this is a really stacked heat right now.
I know. Minamai, of course, she doesn't really need any introduction. Minamai is on the Challenger Series last year. She got... Where is she? Let me look at my notes. She was 5th at this event last year and 3rd in Taiwan, 9th in the QS over in Sakurama. So 3rd on the Challenger Series. She actually got 29th ranked in 2025 on the Challenger Series as well. So big name for Minamai, and she's looking to re-qualify for the Challenger Series. Siheung as well. She is, of course, our Chinese surfer. She got 3rd at Phillip Island, 4th in the under-18 ISA World Juniors, and oh my goodness, first ever Chinese surfer to qualify for the Olympics, and she did it at 14 years old.
That is wild. That is wild. She also, I was having this chat with Di yesterday. Her rate of improvement over the last 12 to 24 months has been out of control. She's just perfectly gone on that incline, but you can see like she just puts her head down and she is so ready to go and get better at surfing. We are underway right now with Minami.
Yeah, wow, beautiful first opening turn, a huge second one. Minami, wow, just connecting the dots, and it's that theme again, Jess, just coming unstuck on the 4th, but here we go. This is Nala Lee up and riding on her backhand. That's a huge turn, just goes a little high and gets unstuck, but got 4 waves, these surfers, so plenty of time left.
So much time left on the clock. I haven't actually had much to do with Nala Lee over the last couple of years of commentating the Asia QS and these co-sanctioned events, but that second turn, although that she came unstuck, it was really, really lovely technique going into it. Let's take a look at this Bonsoi replay here. Minami, so reliable for just having impeccable surfing on her first waves. It was actually really rare to see her fall, but like you mentioned, Izzy, that end section has been getting the better of a lot of people this event, but those first 2 turns really perfectly timed in the pocket. The one thing I would say about Minami is she is really small in stature. She is small height-wise, she is small in width as well, so her timing actually needs to be impeccable for her to be able to have the impact that she has on the judges. And no matter where you go across the world, she just reads waves so beautifully. And then obviously Nala Lee, like I mentioned, getting unstuck, but I've got a good feeling that she's going to bounce back from that really well. So yeah, I love Minami. I'm such a fan. I love watching her across the world. And Nala Lee, she looks really great to me as well.
Yeah, for Minami, dropping a 5.50 is actually a huge score. We saw Siheung drop an 8.00 yesterday, and Taylor Green dropped an 8.00 as well in a couple heats ago. So the judges are rewarding that huge, powerful surfing. Filzy, she is currently ranked 18th on the QS. Didn't do this event last year, so I'm really excited to see her in the wave pool and see how she goes on her backhand.
Yeah, I feel like Filzy is that similar veteran status to what we saw from Paige Harb. She's never quite cracked that championship tour, but she is still swinging, really, really trying to get herself there. And I love the fact that both of them really good friends. They travel together usually, and they both sit and support each other from start to finish, day in, day out when they're at these QS events. But Siheung has set a tone for me, like you said, got an 8-point ride yesterday. If she can keep coming at this event with that type of energy and intent that she brought yesterday, I dare say she's going to be hard to touch.
Yeah, and we just see a little bubble on the takeoff, but that's no issue for Siki. Look at those huge turns. I love how compressed she gets, and that front arm, just really utilising that hand to really torque that body as we see Filzy up and riding. Great first turn here for Philippa Anderson, a great second turn. She just looks like she's so in rhythm with this wave, straight back into the power source, but doesn't give her another opportunity to get that fourth in.
Yeah, Filzy surfed it beautifully. She's like similar to Minami. She's such a reliable surfer. I think for Philippa, she still finds so much joy in competition, but you can see she's still also trying to push hard and keep up with these younger girls like Siki Yang. A little bit on the back foot on the takeoff here for Siki, but then you can see recovers really nicely. This wave actually randomly had a little bit of a wobble going through it, so Siki did really well to read those sections and get the completion there. That is textbook for what you want for these wave pool events. Just to have that first wave completed under your belt, it's going to give you so much confidence for those next few waves. And then Filzy, lovely first two turns, pushes hard, gets a small drift on that third turn there, and you can see that wave, unfortunately, with the little drift on the third, it did put her slightly out of time to go up into that big finishing section, but Filzy has such a strong heart for competing, so even if she's ever put on the back foot, I actually feel like that's when she does her best surfing, and she comes out and she goes, no, I'm in business right now.
Yeah. And Filzy, 34 this year, so bit of that veteran, but with that comes so much knowledge and competitive surfing. We see it with Paige as well, just in their warm-ups. I walked past them before and they just seem so calm and they just seem really collected. So it's really nice to watch that and sort of idolize that, and just I love it for these young girls watching those women.
Yeah, I mean, Filzy, she's won some of those big events that when we were young girls we also dreamed of winning. Like Surfest was a big co-sanctioned 10,000, and now it's back to that status being a challenger series.
Yeah.
And Filzy's won that before. That's her hometown as well. And I remember just starting to compete and seeing her and other women like Ellie Brooks win those events and thinking, wow, like if they can do it, like we can do it too. And she's still here, still fighting, and wants a spot back on that challenger series. And I get it. It's a really, really incredible tour.
Yeah, I love that. Here we go. Nala Lee on the second wave of the set. Nice setup here for that huge first turn. Little carving wrap to get things started. That's a better looking second turn for Nala. And a third goes a little high, but heaps of speed. Will she get a fourth in? Goes up and plants that down. She likes it, as we see Minami out behind her. Oh, just comes unstuck.
Really, really uncharacteristic for Minami. She usually is so on lock and just ready to go at any point. And I said it before, I'll say it again. She's just reliable. She really is. You could, if she was in Fantasy Surfer, you could put her in your team every time and know she's going to perform. She is just that type of competitor. I would say the same with Philippa Anderson. She's just that type of competitor as well. Nala Lee, I love the fact that you answered back to what happened on that last wave. I knew she was going to recover. She just looks like she was too good not to. Gracious, beautiful flowing surfer here from Nala. Got her tail out the back on the lip line on that third section. Just patiently waited for that as well, and I think got the board up in the perfect time where it was vertical. It gave some damage and something for the judges to think about. Minami, that bottom turn into that top turn had so much velocity and power, but you can see as she was rotating back through that second turn, the top of her nose unfortunately catching on the water, rushing back up the face. So I was sitting there and I was like, what?
I know.
It's just so uncharacteristic for her, but Minami, again, I believe in her.
Yeah. You know what I love about Minami? Her surfing is so exciting. I never know what she's going to do.
Yeah.
It's not predictable.
No, it's not.
And that's what I love. So even that fall, we were both like, what?
Yes. Yeah, her surfing is bigger than her too. She surfs out of her skin. Like I mentioned, she's small of stature. I would go as far to say maybe one of the smallest on not just the QS but the Challenger Series as well, but she always surfs bigger than what her height and weight is, and that is something I really appreciate and admire about Minami's surfing. Is she has so much drive and heart to be the best surfer in the world and the best version of herself, and she puts herself in these crazy scenarios, but because her timing is so well, 9 times out of 10 she usually pulls it off, which
Yeah.
is why she's getting consistently really good scores on every level she competes on.
Yeah, I love that. Such good insight. As we see, this is the second wave for Filzy and Siki. Filzy's going to take this second wave of the set. Here we go. Nice little air drop thing to get started. Nice first turn, recovers well, straight into a second. That's the power we like from Filzy. Into a third and puts it up for a fourth, straight over the coping. Just gets buckled off. Out behind her, Siki got a 5.83 on her first wave. She's looking to improve with turns like that. She's going to. Heaps of speed. What do we have? A huge turn. And wow, Jessie, a fourth.
Siki, hey.
I love her surfing. She's another surfer that just is really exciting.
She's come out of the gates firing this event. Honestly, her first wave of this event was an 8-point ride.
I know.
Her very first wave she stood up on the T6 setting for this year's 2026 Siheung Korea Open was an 8. She went excellent. The first time she stood up on her feet, when you actually think about that, that's pretty crazy. That's really hard to do no matter where you are, but particularly on a wave pool where we've seen time and time again, it's actually really hard even just to break out of that 6-point range. So let's take another look at Filzy's wave here on the Bonso replay. A little hung up on that first turn there. She almost over-rotated back to the power source, but just regained and navigated this end section so beautifully until, unfortunately, just with that convergence, it really does come from both the left and the right on that end section there. So without that speed getting into it, unfortunately, Filzy not making it, but 2 massive turns here for Siki. And then to not hit that section where traditionally it is, to race to almost where it's bigger, go vertical, and then still put yourself in a better section to come around. She actually read that wave differently to what we've seen from a lot of competitors so far in this event. So for her to be able to keep on adding to her repertoire, I know I use this phrase a lot, but it is going to give the judges something to think about, and that is actually what you want to do. You don't want the judges to just be like, oh yeah, 4-5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that going to go higher than what we're thinking? And they're just human. You want to feel reaction to something, and Siki is continuously giving the judges something to react to.
Exactly, and we talk about that excitement again, not knowing what she's going to do. I think really gives that judges that wow factor and that exclamation point, and it goes to show her last wave a 6.43, so judges really rewarding that.
Yeah, 6.43, it had to go there. So already close to that 13-point mark, which we're saying is the benchmark for every time you get into a new round. It genuinely does lift a little bit, and she's so close to being there. So it's definitely time for Minami and Nala Lee to answer back.
Yeah, Minami looking to replace that 2.87. Great first series of top turns. This is better for Minami. This is what we like to see. It plants that fourth, and that's got to feel pretty good. Out behind her on the fourth wave is Nala Lee. Nice first turn to get things started. I love that compression through that bottom turn. Just comes unstuck, nosediving. It's that bump in that fourth wave is what we talk about. Having to navigate that, a bit trickier with the water sucking back up the face. So Nala will regroup, and she has one more opportunity.
At this point, right now, without Siki and Filzy having their third wave, she was only looking for a 5. So if it does come down to be that score on one last wave, definitely attainable. But Minami Nonaka, this is why she would be in my fantasy team. Oh my word, she is just so good. Her timing, impeccable. Look at it on that first section. This is her demonstrating it in replay right now, but also in live action. 3 really big turns. Gave herself a shallower bottom turn to get up to that end section quicker than what she had on her previous waves where she's fallen. So Minami answering back really beautifully. Then lovely looking first turn here for Nala. Just that unfortunately when she came down, she almost didn't have that weight over that front hip, which forced her onto her heels. And with that straight leg, that's going to get the better of you on that really steep section.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Nala, she's got one more opportunity, looking for a 5, like you said, Jess. And I feel like she's really got nothing to lose now. So I would really love to see her just push and just have confidence going into this last wave. But Minami, I saw her talking to Mirai, who took out that last heat. She got a total of 13.17, and she took what Mirai said to her. She got a 6.83 for Minami, and I feel like Minami's just cruising.
Yeah, yeah. Minami knows when to answer back
Yeah.
and push a little bit harder. A couple of judges throwing down some 7s towards Minami on that last wave, and that totally lived in that ballpark
Yeah.
for me personally. I was like, that's a 7. 4 really big turns, 0 downtime, no kind of questioning where she was going to place those turns. It was just like bang, 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 bang. So I love it from Minami Nonaka there.
Yeah, Siki looking to replace a 5.83. She'll hear that Minami got a 6.83. So if I was Siki, I'd be pretty fired up right now. She's on the second wave of the set. Personally, I love the second wave of the set.
Yeah, was it your
it's my
preferred one?
favourite Here we go. Nice free full job into a huge top turn, letting the fins go. Oh my goodness. This is the Siki Young we know. A third turn, letting the fins go again. Can she finish? Oh my goodness, yes, she does.
This is why I love competitive surfing, when competitors actually answer back to each other. Filzy on her way to a number 2.
Yeah, great first series of turn. That's a better third turn. We haven't really seen Filzy connect here, and she rides out for a 4th. So that's got to feel pretty good for Filzy. She was chasing a 7.26 in second prior to that wave. So she's looking to replace that 4.33. I feel like she gets the nod there.
Competitive surfing, when you think about it in a whole, I get so excited. It has so many different layers to it. And one of the things that I particularly love time and time again is, yes, it's an individual sport, but there are 2 people fighting against each other. It really is a boxing match of who can surf a wave better. And this is such an interesting format, being a wave pool, because everyone is getting the exact same opportunity. It's not like you can paddle down the beach and find a fluke wave down there. You actually have to do your best surfing in this moment right now. Siki Yang lived up to that sort of textbook approach. I'm going to belt this and answer back to Minami right now. Filzy didn't want to get left out of that conversation either. 4 nice turns with the completion. I do believe Siki's is going to go higher than Filzy's. There's nothing that I didn't love about Filzy's wave. I just feel like maybe that second turn not as vertical as what we saw from Siki, but Minami and Siki definitely locking in their best 2 rides on their previous 2 waves.
Yeah, I love that. And Filzy's last wave, a 5.23, so it's her best ride. Now looking for a 7.03, but oh my goodness, early indications for Siki Yang. It's excellent. It's an 8.33, best wave of women's yet.
And she has an 8, so she already has hit the 2 best waves of the women's draw so far. But this is when you're watching surfing and you want to be like, in the blue corner, Siki Yang, and then you go and you're like, in the red corner, Minami Nonaka. Like they're going back, and it's so fun when 2 women that you're watching with your own 2 eyes, 2 women push each other. And it's so cool to unfold and watch.
And I love this about Siki. We see it time and time again. I feel like for her, watching her competitor go one up on her fuels her. And she's like, oh, I can go one up on you.
And Minami's the exact same. This is why I'm like, in the blue corner.
So exciting. Here we go. Nala Lee on her last wave. On the second wave of the set, that's a great first turn for Nala. A great second turn as well. Nice deep bottom turn into a third. So much flow. She opts to miss that section, comes around and whacks it. Wow, Nala, I feel like that was her best wave. Nice little smile. Minami. Oh, little bobble.
Layback barrel.
That's a huge turn there for Minami. I feel like might not go into her top 2, but we'll watch the replay.
Yeah, unless you did some crazy damage out the back. Did have that fumble through the midsection there. Loved the major end turn. I wonder if the judges are going to be really hypercritical that maybe she jumped to her board too soon.
Yeah.
Seen that happen a couple times before, but let's take a look at this wave for Nala. Definitely her best wave so far. This next turn in particular is her best turn of this wave. Races down, has so much speed, opens up her chest to the lip line. That puts her nice and vertical and then brings it back around again. Big smiles. I mean, how can you not smile when you're surfing such fun waves and you're in Korea? There's not a lot to complain about here. Minami belts that first section, comes back around, and then you can see this is where she had the fumble, layback barrel. And then this end section, again, she's just so technically good to get her board so vertical in such a steep oncoming short sharp section and then bring it back around. It was really impressive for Minami. Even if that last turn is a completion, I totally agree. I don't think it's going to go into her top 2. Right now, it really does come down to Filzy, who needs a 7.1 to take second off Minami.
Yeah, which is I was talking to Di, a 5 and a 6 feels like an 8 out there, and then an 8 feels like a 12.
Yes.
So it's Filzy, she's got the competitive edge. She's been competing for a while. Her mindset, I feel like she's really dialed in at the moment. So it's going to be really interesting to see how she goes here and how she really navigates this last wave. She's on the second wave of the set, so I feel like she has a little bit more opportunity than the fourth wave. Just me personally.
Just want to put that on the table really quickly. No, I agree. I think that second wave does have more potential for the stronger first two maneuvers, but the fourth wave has more potential for a really solid end section.
Yeah.
So there does really need to be drama out the back, drama through the middle, drama through the end, sorry. Both ways are going to give you potential. It's just how well you read it. And there's something about seeing turn, turn, turn really strong back to back, and that's what Filzy needs here.
Yeah, great first opening turn there for Filzy. A better looking second turn, and this is what we wanted to see. Huge turn. She stands tall. She's asking the question. A 7.10. Siki out behind her. Just a victory lap. Nice second turn there. She just looks like she's having so much fun. Oh my goodness, heaps of speed, and whacks it for a fourth.
She is surfing so well. This is what I mean. Her trajectory from where she was 24 months ago to now, it has grown so much. I would say probably one of the most improved women across the world.
And what's insane, 2024 she was 14.
I know.
So she's so young, and it just makes me so happy for women in surfing and the trajectory it's going on right now with names like Siki Young in the draw.
Also, having a professional Chinese surfer 10 years ago wasn't really on the cards. And now we have consistently more and more incredible women coming out of different parts of the world. And China, we go there for a QS event in a wave pool there as well. So it's so just interesting, and so much love is coming out of this part of the world. Even being in Korea and celebrating women's surfing is so exciting.
I love it. Well, we are going to cut to a quick ad break, and we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome back to day number 2 of the Siheung Korea Open. QS 6000 right now in the water is round 32, heat number 6. We've got Oceania Rogers in the red, Rita Suzuki in the blue, Gia Lorenzen in the white, and Ruby True in the green. I'm Izzy Keldo, joined in the box by Tiffy.
Yes, good day here in lovely sunny of Korea. So straight into the action, we have Oceania Rogers. What do you know about Oceania?
Yeah, Oceania, she is a great surfer from Sydney Way. Last season, she decided to give it her all on the Challenger Series. So she qualified in 2024 for the Challenger Series. So didn't do a QS last year. This is her first time here, and that is Rita. Rita, we know her. She was 9th at this event last year.
Yeah.
And ranked 9th on the QS. So great first opening waves there for both the ladies. Oceania a 3.50 and Rita getting the better of that exchange of 5.33.
Yeah, Rita Suzuki is one of the up-and-coming young girls from Japan. There's a group of them, you know, the twins,
Yes.
Rita, Kokoro, and yeah, I think they are, I don't know, what do you call them, like changing of the guards,
Yeah.
because there's a couple like, you know, like an older girls on the tour, but they're not even much older, but this
Yeah.
crew is like, you know, like 18s or
Yeah.
17 years old girls.
So young. And Gia Lorenzen, we'll see her now up and riding on her backhand. 2.7s yesterday in her heat. That's a great first turn for Gia. Awesome second turn. I love how low and compressed she gets. And oh my goodness, just going really high on that fourth turn, so unable to ride out of that one. But I feel like in these seeded rounds, that's what you have to do. Ruby True up and riding on her forehand. A different approach for these girls on their forehand, having to stay really tight in the pocket and plants that one down to me.
Yeah, Ruby is also a skater, no?
Yes,
And
dual
she-
athlete.
Yeah, and I heard she's qualified for the Olympic?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow,
Crazy.
amazing.
And then a medalist at the X Games as well.
Oh, wow.
And she was just in Italy in May
For the,
skateboarding.
yeah, they call the World Skate.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's one of the qualification ways to the Olympic also for the skateboard.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, I
Yeah.
feel like this wave is sort of like a skate park, right?
Yeah, it would be amazing to see, you know, like an athlete like Ruby herself, because here's a replay of Gia. I have to say, like, Gia is pushing so hard there on the top of that wave, and you cannot over push it on this last part, because that part is always does a lot of damage to a lot of surfers. Yeah, talking back about Ruby Through, you know, like there's a surfers also like her that trying to double qualification for the Olympic, like Sky Brown, for example.
Yes, yep.
So the Olympic qualification is is a pathway that in surfing there's two ways actually. If you represent your country on the WSL World Tour, you have 8 slots. They just announced it. And the other way is to do the IAC World Games. So if Ruby want to, you know, represent her country, she need to be on the national team of Australia. I don't know if is she Australian?
Yes.
Yeah. So she need to be, she need to represent Australia on that one. But I know there's a lot of numbers of a good
so
Aussie surfers out there also want to be, you know, on the list of represent Australia.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because that's when we see a number of surfers change their flags for the Olympic qualification, which it's such a prestigious event, and it's really cool. Like Taylor Green has changed her flag to New Zealand, and
I was really fortunate enough to represent Indonesia as a coach for Rio Waida in the Olympics. So to have that experience and represent your country is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is Rita up and riding on her backhand. That's a great first snap in the pocket and a second throwing buckets. I love how Rita's just staying nice and tight in the power source, and wow, added flair on that fourth turn.
Yeah, I think that's like no mistake at all.
Yeah.
Surfing from Rita, and here we go, Oceania Rogers.
Yeah, I love Oceania's style. Nice and whippy as well. See, on the forehand it's a little harder. You sort of are pushed onto the face compared to your backhand. So Oceania doing well to navigate that section.
Yeah, I think on your forehand, there's a limitation on how hard can you hit it, because the nose of the board, if it's, you know, the angle goes too close to the white water, the recovery is a bit harder. And then here we can see on her backside, the nose is always facing where you want to go. You know what I mean? Like it's control, a bit more controllable direction.
Yeah.
If you're on your forehand, it's a bit like if you can see here from Oceania, she want to push it hard, and sometimes the nose facing closer to the white water more than the, you see that one?
Yes.
So it's all about, you know, pushing how hard you're push, and making sure all the, you know, the speed is still there.
I love that. That's such good
Yeah.
insight. With first sort of scores coming on through, wow, Rita Suzuki, a 7.50. So exactly what you said, to be like really close to the power source, and she was really able to utilize the whole wave.
Yeah.
And Oceania, a 4.17 and a 3.50. First of Gia, a 5.23. So pretty good score out on a day like this. And Ruby, a 4.67. So Rita just really running away with this one. Her backup, a 5.33.
Yeah. On on this situation, if you see, Rita is a little bit, you know, on her own lead right now, but for the other three girls, it's all about you know, like catching up who's going to be the second surfers on this heat.
Yeah, exactly. And Ruby, 11th on the QS last year. She didn't do, she got 17th at this event last year, so really well. She'll probably be looking to push further into the draw and qualify for the Challenger Series as well. She is on the second wave of the set, but again, goofy-footed surfer, so be interesting to see how she navigates this second wave. Here she goes on this free fall takeoff. Nice bottom turn straight into that first snap. The judges are going to love how critical that first section was. Snaps it again for a third, gets a little hung, but wow, finishes that fourth one so well. Out behind her, Gia, huge, powerful surfing. I just love how there's no downtime for Gia. And huge, gets a little hung up again, so that fourth wave to be a bit hard to navigate.
Yes, it is, because there's more turbulence for sure. You know, like this is probably the first time I'm going to have to say this, Izzy.
Yeah.
Even though it's a wave pool, every wave is still different.
Right, I agree with you.
Even though it's a wave pool.
Yeah.
You know, like even this wave from Ruby, you know, this wave from the wave previously, even though in the second set, it has different ripple. It have different kind of like you know, like surface also.
Yeah.
It's a totally different you know, like a set of a wave that everybody have to handle.
Yeah, and I feel like I've said it before, the water rushing back. We see Gia here, you can just tell the water rushing back onto the wave is also so hard to navigate, and that's when it gets steeper.
Yeah.
And we see the surfers with that fourth turn, they tend to fall.
Yeah.
But yeah, I fully agree with you, Tibby.
Yeah, because even though this is a wave pool, there is a rush of currents.
Yeah.
Taking out a lot of water, going back to the machines on the middle of the pool.
Yeah.
And when you're taking off, it's actually not a normal surfing taking off. Usually, like there's a face of the wave, but here it's different.
Yeah.
There's a like you know, like you have to almost like taking off on a situation where you see the wave on the river.
Yes. Yes. And it's kind of hard because it's so clear, the water.
Yeah.
It's hard to know where the lip is breaking.
For sure.
And because it is that perfect running wave in the wave pool, you sort of really got to time it perfectly to throw spray. Otherwise,
sure.
you're just pushing through.
For sure.
Yeah.
You need to be tight on the lip, because that lip is running away from you actually.
Yeah.
And then there's a section where the lip is on your face.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
And then you're trying not to fall off. You're thinking about the takeoff. There's a lot going on. But Oceania Rogers on this second wave of the set. Here we go. She's on her forehand. Nice drop to get things started. Wow, that's a huge turn through the coping of the lip. A second carve there for Oceania. This is better surfing. I love this approach from her, and it rides out cleanly there. So for me, that was her best wave. Out behind her, Rita Suzuki. Nice first carve there. I love how low she gets, but I feel like she just mistimed it, went a bit too high on that second turn.
Yeah, you cannot miss anything on this in this wave pool, because I think the design of this wave is a super tight maneuver on those section, and if you miss or kind of wobble, or you know, the takeoff is not in the right position, you miss everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Oceania looking to replace that 3.50. Here's the replay.
Yeah, Oceania is even though she's sitting in the 4th position, she's only looking for a 5-2. It will be interesting if this is going to be her 5-2 because she's surfing really well here. Super light-footed, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rita Suzuki here. Nice first turn. I think she got hung up a little bit there. You see the white water catch the rails a little bit, and that's ruined all her lines, actually.
Yeah, and I feel like she just hung at the bottom a bit too long, a split second too long. She just sort of was maybe thinking about what turn to choose at the bottom, which sort of put her out of time. But Oceania, I feel like the judge is going to love how she really put her board in a critical section on that first turn. And scores are coming through. So last of Rita, a 3.40, so doesn't go into her top 2.
Yeah, still waiting for Oceania's wave. And as you can see, Gia Lorenzen getting ready for her wave number 3.
Yeah. So Gia has really seriously taken the QS since 2021. Each year, though, she's finished better in her ranking. So 2024, she was 16th. Last season, 14th. And I know Ben, her brother, on the Challenger Series this year. So I know that's really where she wants to be. And with surfing like she was doing yesterday, she's well and truly on her way.
Yeah, I think Ben did really good on the Asian leg.
Yes.
You know, he make a final at the Cloud9, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he did really good there.
Ripping.
Yeah.
So good. And Gia taking off on her third wave. Second wave of the set. That's a great first turn. Little bobble on that bottom turn, but puts her in a perfect position for the 3rd and 4th. Just going so big. I feel like Gia needs to go huge. Hasn't really capitalized yet. Ruby True, huge first turn. Wraps it for a 2nd. Straight back into the foam ball, the power source, and a 3rd. And finishes that one off. So, maybe not to be.
Oh, depends on the... Yeah, I think you need to get out of that white water a little bit more, even like a split second more. She might, make the judge a bit more convincing.
Yeah, we see Gia there looking a little bit frustrated. I'm sure boyfriend Taj will be telling her some tips on the wall this replay.
Yeah, this is Gia. As normal how she surfs, she's pushing really hard. But sometimes, if you see on the next surfer here, Ruby, she doesn't even push that hard. As long as you complete all the dots, I think that's going to put the numbers better. Yeah.
Yeah, like we were saying, it's so funny because it's almost timing, like this 3rd turn here for Ruby. She timed it so well, got a bit hung, but that's almost what throws more spray.
Yeah.
Compared to Gia, she's pushing so hard. We know she can make those turns, but maybe she's just got to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, Gia Lorenzen last wave was... I was still waiting for her last wave, but... yeah, she have a good number of a 5.23, so she doesn't need much, like a 4.14. If she didn't fall off in that last one, she probably get that number.
Yeah, because she was only really looking to replace the 3.70.
Yeah, and Oceana Rogers on her last wave, she got a 5.17, so still not enough, but the requirement is getting closer now.
Yeah, still waiting for last of Ruby True's as well to see what situation Oceania and Gia, what score they need on their last wave here. But it looks like Ruby, from first indications, some judges are saying yes, some judges are saying no to improving. So, doesn't improve.
Doesn't improve, but Gia, even with her fall off, she got a 4.07. So, she just need to slow down a little bit on that last part.
Yeah.
She will get that score.
Exactly. So Osha needing a 4.20 as we see current heat leader Rita up and riding. That's a great first turn. I love the compression from Rita. No downtime at all. And this is the difference between her and the other girls and stamps that one close.
Wow. I have to say that was a good surfing from her.
Huge. And Oceania.
So Oceania surfing with, wave number 4 here. A lot of turbulence. If she can manage to get around this, looks like only 3 maneuvers on that wave, and we'll see if that's a 4.20.
Yeah. So Her back up a 4.17, so she's needing to better by 0.03 to get the 4.20. So super close heat. I don't know, Tippy. I just felt like she was almost a bit hesitant. We're looking back at her 5.17. She looked like she had so much confidence and she was just a lot looser. I don't know if it was because of that fourth wave. We'll see it here on the replay.
Yeah, I think Rita Suzuki is going to replace that 5.33 with this surfing. Super amazing. She just put pressure from like first, from the first wave that she got.
Huge.
With a 5.33 and then a second wave of 7.5. I think that's going to better her 5.33.
Yeah, and scores are in last of Oceania at 4.13, so she doesn't better. But like I said, Tippy, she just looked hesitant here. Just a little check turn there to navigate that wobble and hits it there, but she looked like she was down the line surfing.
Yeah.
She was caught in between two mines. So this just leaves the question mark on Gia Lorenzen, a 4.14 she needs.
Wow.
Yeah, huge. So Ruby True will be looking to defend second position. She's looking to improve on a 4.67. She needs an 8.13 to take Rita.
Is Ruby going to surf the first wave?
Yes.
Looks like
Huge.
it. Wow.
Yeah.
I think I have to say advantage for Ruby here if she can replace that 4.67. But if not, it's still, the door's still open for Gia. But surfing that second wave, actually, Gia need to slow down a little bit and making sure that all her maneuvers are, completed.
Yeah, because even with that fall and a little bobble, she's still got a 4.07.
Oh,
but
wow. Look at Rita Suzuki's last wave.
Oh, my gosh.
An 8.17.
Wow.
She's raising the bars.
Leaps and bounds ahead as we see Ruby True on her last opportunity. Huge first turn. Wow. Throwing so much spray. She just looks so loose and confident. And yeah, she improves 110%.
Yeah, full pressure on Gia right now, but hopefully that pressure can create, like a better result for her.
Yeah.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. Oh.
Yes, Gia. She loves it. A little clap for Gia. So she's stoked.
Yeah. But situation is not 4.14 anymore probably for Gia, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like...
I think she realized what Ruby True just got there on the replay.
Yeah, so for everyone at home, there's a huge board up on the other side of the wall, so the surfers can actually watch them surf. We see it here in the long shot, so you can actually watch the replay of your wave. So maybe Gia was watching Ruby True there going, oh wow, Ruby definitely improved. So still waiting for scores, but we'll look at these replays and Tippy, just insane surfing from Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby's wave is actually only at like high fours, but the way she surfed is so consistent that, two of her best wave is just putting her into the second position. And, something going on here. Gia Lorenzen get a 4.67, temporarily put her in second spot.
Okay, so Ruby True now needs a 5.21 on that last exchange. If I was a judge, I'm giving Ruby the score. It was just really in the pocket surfing, and wow, early indications.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why Gia noticed it, because Ruby wave was also amazing.
Yeah.
A 5.97. So Ruby through claim her second spot again.
Yeah, so congratulations to Rita Suzuki. An excellent heat from her. Ruby True getting in second. Gia coming in third, and Oceania Rogers as well. We say goodbye to the two Aussies. We're going to a quick ad break. We'll see you guys soon.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Sun is shining here in Siheung Korea Open QS 6000, and in the water right now we have Jolly Stokes, Shino Matsuda, Renon Matsuyama, and Ruby Berry. A couple scores to drop already for both Jolly and Shino. So this is going to be a pretty stacked heat. We're getting deeper into the women's draw in this round of 32, and things are getting really exciting.
Yeah. For sure, like last heat we have Rita Suzuki also, you know, setting a great result there, an 8.17 and also a 7.75. So I have to say Siheung and Rita Suzuki is the highlights of this event so far.
Yeah, we've had some incredible heats. The girls are dropping some bombs, honestly. Like, I remember briefly couple heats earlier, we had some 7s being dropped, an 8 from Taylor Green. Sorry, that took me a second there.
Yeah.
So a lot of really, really good moments already here in day 2 of the Siheung Korea Open. This is a QS 6000, so it's a big result for all these surfers.
Yeah, so as we see, the opening ride for Jolly Stoke is a 4.67, and Shino Matsuda is a 3.5. Looks like we'll see some replays later on, but looks like just a quick one for these 2 surfers.
Yep, that is right. Early days, first wave. Each surfer gets 4 chances, equally spread out throughout the field. There are 4 wave sets, and the surfers catch both the second and the 4th wave of each set. So this on your screen is Renon Matsuyama on her backhand. Good solid start there, setting the tone for her heat. Really nice timing here for Renon. Unfortunately goes down at the end, but that was already a really good start. Right behind her is Ruby Berry. Solid surfing there for our goofy footer. Strong finish, and also goes down there. So it's been a bit of a common mistake a little bit. We've seen a lot of people go down there on that inside section.
Yeah, I think that inside section is it's the one that you need to watch out as if you're in the heat. So here we go, a drone shot from our surfer from Renon Matsuyama, no? No, is that Renon? Yeah, that's Renon. Here we go, Ruby Berry. Nice top first turn there. Another second one, looking strong on her 3rd one. It's just this finishing. I think she's already thinking about pushing harder there on the 4th one, but looks like that water have different decision on that one.
Pretty solid.
Water have a different water have their own energy, Giada. So
Absolutely.
you need to be water, my friend. Just like our old friend Bruce Lee saying, be water. So there's a lot of meaning there, because you cannot fight the water. You need to be, work with it. As a surfers, you can surf like 50-foot wave or even 1-foot wave. The water is still gonna swallow you if you're in the wrong spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So on your screen, this is Shino Matsuda. Last year, ranked 8th in the Asian QS ranking.
She's
She
also
had-
an Olympian.
Yep, also an Olympian. So massive results there for our surfer. She got 3rd in both the Wanning Corona Zero Pro and Baller International Pro, both QS 4000s.
Wow.
She got 3rd in the Open Miyazaki QS 2000, 5th in NIAS, and 13th in Krui Pro. So some really good results there last year for her.
Yeah.
She obviously just missed out in the Challenger Series qualification, but looking to do it again this year. Shino Matsuda. Big
Nice.
first gouge there. Does it again. A bit more of a wrapping, swooping one there. Love that third turn. She is looking solid.
Yeah, that's a good finishing for her for sure. This is Jali Stoke from Australia. One of the tallest girls on the competitor list, I have to say, Giada, but she managed pretty well until that last wobble, actually. Tell me a little bit about Jali, Giada.
So Jolly is a name that we've seen quite a few times throughout the QS series. Last year finished 9th in the Australasian ranking.
Nice.
She got 13th in Taiwan Open of Surfing and as well 13th in Siargao. Got a 3rd in the Krui Pro QS 6000 and 3rd in the 3000 Phillip Island and won the QS 1000 in Australia.
Wow. Here's a replay of Shino Matsuda. Nice there. Even though it kind of like a setting up like top turn right there, but she managed to get everything on point. So let's see what the judge is going to give her, because her first wave was a 3.5 and she's sitting in the 4th position looking for 5.01. Yep, that's it. A 6.33. A 6.33 for Shino Matsuda, putting her in the 1st place right now.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid score. We've seen people win heats with a 6 next to their name, so Shino must be feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Talking about Jolly Stokes, is she the sister of Seb and the Stokes?
Yes, Taj Stokes.
So if you put couple Stokes together, we can call them Stokes.
They're all Stokes.
They're all Stokes.
All right, Jolly Stokes got 25th here last year, so she's wanting to improve on that. And looking like she's well on the way. 4.77 and 4.67 is a pretty good score for today.
Yeah, even though she fell off in the last one, still managed to get a 4.77. That's a big number actually for, you know, like not finishing the last part.
Absolutely.
She's like really pushing hard on the first, probably like 3 turns in the beginning.
So coming up next is Ruby Berry, our surfer from Australia. Haven't heard too much of Ruby Berry's name throughout the years here. I think she's a pretty young competitor, but showing up for herself. Big 2 frontside hacks there. Bit of a check turn there. Love how much she pushes the tail every time she connects with the lip. There was a lot of spray out the back. Our surfer Renon Matsuoyama out the back as well. Solid surfing, unfortunately, goes down.
Renon is up to into good score right there. Like her first turn was strong. Yeah, talking about Ruby Berry, she's a young surfer from WA. Really showing a strong result, I think, in the junior series in Oz. Giada, she travels a lot on the East Coast. As we know, like she's a good friend of Suri also. And yeah, I think Ruby Berry is the up-and-coming girl from WA.
Great to have that inside information from all the surfers.
Yeah, we have a couple WA surfer here in the com. We also have Willow Hardy surfing earlier today. And here we go, Renon, just a little bit overextend on that last part of the wave. Not sure what you can do here on the wave pool, but I have to say, if you want to surf good on the wave pool, you have to practice a lot on the wave pool.
Absolutely. It's a very different type of surfing compared to the ocean.
Yeah.
There's a lot less saline, so a lot less flotation as well.
Yeah.
So your equipment has to change, not only maybe material-wise. I think a lot of the surfers here have opted for the epoxies instead of the PUs.
Yeah.
And maybe the rails are a little less sharp. I would say not so much rocker on the surfboards and not as many round or thumbtails.
Yeah.
So very different. You know, you have to really be on it here.
Yeah, talking about equipment, it's not easy to choose your choice of weapon, actually, Giada, because if you're saying, you know, there's a surfers that only surf PU, and I've seen like back in the days. I saw Baron Mamiya doing all his tour campaign on epoxy. he was surfing on epoxy at Margaret River. So
Yeah.
yeah, depends on how you deal with your weapon.
Yeah, equipment is so personal, and that's why it's really difficult to find the right equipment for you. But this on your screen, Jolly Stokes, beautiful 2 front side hacks to get things started on her 3rd wave of this heat.
Yeah.
She has dropped down to 3rd after Ruby Berry dropped a 5.53, so she needs a 5.07. Shino Matsuda, beautiful, elegant surfing as always. I think Shino Matsuda is one of my favorite surfers in the Asian series.
Don't worry, Jada. She knows.
She knows.
She knows. So yes, great surfing there from Jolly Stokes and also Shino Matsuda. And yeah, things can change because Shino only needed 3.63. I have to say that's, beyond 3.63. Here's Jolly Stokes. Nice opening couple turns there. And I have to say, Giada, she's really putting attention to her last maneuver there. She don't want to did the same mistake that she did before. Everything's so connected. And the last part here, she just tap it nicely for home. Yeah.
I really love that first turn of Jolly. Let's see what Shino did at the back to break this one down. Also, big blast there. Does it again a second time, really taking advantage of that first part of the wave that just has more like umph to it. You know, it's a lot bigger, has more wall. So I think both Shino and Jolly really took advantage of that and made the most of their situation.
Oh wow, look at that one. Jolly Stokes. She should be happy with this one, a 5.77, putting her on the first spot for now, but still waiting for last of Shino. Shino now need a 5.02 to move to second. Oh, Shino goes first now.
Yeah, so 6.67 dropped for Shino Matsuda, jumps straight to the lead again. Jolly Stokes to second. Now it's Ruby Berry and Renon Matsuyama chasing some scores, a 5.02 and a 5.22. Both of these surfers already have had scores higher than that, so we know they can do it. It's just a matter of putting their head in the game and getting the job done.
Yeah, I think this is Renon's chance to get that score because this is a cleaner wave. A bit wobble there on the takeoff, but that's pretty normal to see here on the pool, but little hang up. Can she finish it? Oh, she got a combo. Can she get?
Ooh.
Yeah, always a problem there on that inside one. Ruby Berry, strong surfing again here from her. She need a score of a 5.02. So the judge will compare against Shino Matsuda and also Jolly Stokes numbers. A 5.77 for Jolly Stokes last last wave, and a 6.67 for the last of Shino Matsuda. And they're gonna compare where that Ruby Berry's wave gonna sit.
Yeah, so a really good exchange there for both the girls. They're really fighting back. They don't want to be dropped out so easily. So Renon Matsuyama, last one, a 4.17, goes to her top 2, but not enough. This is the wave that we are talking about. Came in 4.17.
Yeah, I think she should just put one out of those 2 maneuver at the end. You know, because if you're trying to put 2 in one, it's a bit hard.
Yeah, one of Renon's turns, I think she rushed into it a little bit too much. Maybe had to just slow it down, pace it a little more, and kind of double think it. You know, like instead of getting 3, I wouldn't say average turns, but 3 more maybe normal turns.
Yep.
And do 2 big blasts, and that would probably have gotten her a better score.
Yeah, still waiting for Ruby Berry's last wave, a 5.02. A lot of comparison probably on the judging panel right now. There's a replay. There's a analyzing all the maneuver that she put there. So let's wait. Intense moment here for Ruby Berry's dad, Phil Berry. So she traveled here with her dad. Yeah.
Okay, Shino this is her last wave. She wants to be improving on that 6-7.
I don't want to improve on anything. She's already like way ahead. Wow, Ruby Berry just got the score. A 5.10.
There we have it. Ruby Berry goes to second. So it will be Jolly chasing a score now. Shino wants to solidify her spot, and that is some crazy surfing to do so.
Wow.
Big blast there. Really leaned into it. Finishes it strong. She's improving.
Oh, she is.
Jolly Stokes right behind her. Last minute drop to third. Probably doesn't know it, but that might save her positioning. I don't know if that's going to be a complete.
I'm not sure too, yeah, because it's up to the judges. She's looking for a 4.86 now, but that last turn was huge. But is the judge going to think that's a complete or not? It's up to the judge, yeah.
I don't know. Something I've learned throughout the years is a lot of comments that I've gotten is when you're chasing for a score.
She didn't get it.
Oh, she didn't get it, unfortunately. But when you're chasing a score, it's always better to, you know, not show if you think you've got it or not. Just to, you know, you never know. You can convince someone. But this wave from Shino is absolutely, she detonated this one.
Yeah. That surfing was precise surfing, I have to say. So yeah, unfortunately for Jolly Stokes, she have the chance to do it. She only looking for a 4.86. Wow, amazing surfing there from Shino.
7.33 for Shino Matsuda. Beautiful surfing. This wave for Jolly Stokes came in at a 3.53. So unfortunate there for Jolly. Dropped down very last minute to third. I would have deemed that a complete almost if she kind of stuck to it, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the rule book is quite clear. You know, it's if you're not you know, out of the white water, like with a, you know, like couple seconds on the with the speeds still on with you, they call it, you're like a wipeout.
So it is now all down to Ruby Berry and Renon Matsuyama. Renon looking for a 5.31 to put her name back into the top two. Ruby wanting to defend her second spot. Let's see what the girls bring to the table.
Yeah, Ruby Berry gonna surf first wave, so looks like she could have the chance to extend her leads actually, and putting pressure to Renon.
Oh, that was huge.
Wow.
Really nicely done from Ruby Berry. Not giving up. A bit of an airdrop there for Renon. Saves herself though. Gets some really nice turns in. She's looking for a decent score and goes down. Unfortunately, I think that will be all she wrote because Ruby's going to be improving on that 5.10.
Yeah, Ruby Berry surfing really well there.
All right, so just two more scores to come in to confirm the results of this round of 32, Heat 7. We will be going straight into the Heat 8 of this round. We'll be seeing last year's winner, Nanaho Suzuki, Sumomo Sato, Kokoro Baba, and Simon Niwa. So the last of Renon came in at 4.17, not enough. So it is Shino Matsuda and Ruby Berry taking first and second. We're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 8.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing It takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
We have last year's winner in the water and already probably going to drop a really decent score. She is looking on fire. Sumomo Sato, Sai Maniwa, Kokoro Baba, and Nanaho Suzuki are going head-to-head here in Korea. This is round of 32, heat 8. And Nanaho drops a 6 on her first wave.
Wow. 鈴木菜々穂選手1本目のライディングになります。このヒートは4名の日本人サーバーが空実されていますが、素晴らしい2発目の当て込み、そして3発目、4発目と入れてきました。このライディングで 6.0 をスコアしています。その後ろでブルーの佐藤すももがテイクオフしますが、少しレイトテイクオフになってしまい、ここはスコアリングができなかったようです。このヒートは4名の日本人選手クレジットされています。鈴木菜々穂、佐藤すもも、馬場心、間際、サイの4名のヒートとなっています。この後はメンズのラウンドオブ32ヒート1に移っていきます。
Thank you.
4 Japanese surf up against each other in this heat, so a lot of Japanese probably audience is watching this heat.
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially because Nanaho is actually last year's winner.
Yep.
And she was busting out some air reverses in the final, showing exactly why she's here, and already dropping a 6. So she is one to watch here in the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000 2026.
Kokoro Baba will be getting the second wave of the set. She's an upcoming young surfer from Japan.
Beautiful open base backhand blast there. Does it again, really ramping it up as she gets in the inside. That is a solid wave, and she goes down. Sai Maniwa right behind her. Slightly out of rhythm, but that was way better already, and goes down again. So I think probably just that one really good turn there.
Beautiful surfing from Kokoro and Sai. You know, Kokoro Baba is sponsored by actually Japanese wave pool back in Japan. So she's been practicing the wave pool pretty much a couple of days a week. So this is a replay of the last of Kokoro Baba. Baba Kokoro 1本目のライディング。綺麗な1発目、2発目とスムーズに乗っていっています。そして3発目もこれも縦に角度のあるリッピングを見せて、そしてフィニッシュも難しいところですが、前に出てこれるかといったところでバランスを崩してしまいました。その後ろではマニはサイの1本目のライディングです。ピボットターンでボトムターンをして、1ターン目、2ターン目、いいターンをしました。そしてここで3ターン目入るんですが、少しホワイトウォーターに捕まってしまい4発目入りません。ただ3発目素晴らしいライディング。このライディングに 4.17 がスコアされています。
Love when you speak Japanese. You know what I understood? I understood ripping.
Yeah, ripping and pivot turn, maybe. It looks like 5.17 for Kokoro's last wave and 4.17. for Sai Maniwa. So it's a great start for both Kokoro and Sai Maniwa. Even there's a mistake from Sai on the last section, she got the 4.17, so which is good.
So just from quickly seeing those replays, Kokoro looking like she's riding the Mikey Feb short from Channel Islands, a new model that came out this year, and it is incredible. For those of you wanting to try it out, I highly recommend it.
You're the expert for Channel Islands.
I have a
analysis.
brand new Mikey Feb short sitting for 2 months in my boardroom. Yeah, because I got hurt, so it's just there. I hear it whisper to me at night, like, ride me, let's go surfing. Yeah.
Waiting to be ridden.
Yeah. All right. So this on your screen is Sumomo Sato on her backhand as well. Good opening turn to get her campaign started here. Gets a little stuck on the top there. Had to double pump it down, but a solid finishing there for Sumomo Sato. Nanaho Suzuki though answering back. Nice upside down turn there. A little more outside of the pocket. Here she really starts to ramp things up. Solid airdrop finish there for Nanaho.
I love how she just approached differently compared to the other surfers, because she, on her backhand, it's hard to go up. Well, it's easier to go to vertical, but she just went for it almost like past 12 o'clock. That's beautiful surfing from Nanaho, Suzuki, Nanaho、そして佐藤相撲もともにいいサーフィンを見せてきました。まず1本目のライディングはこちら佐藤相撲も一発目大きなスプレーを飛ばし、そしてそのままの流れで2発目いきますが少し引っかかってしまったようです。ただここから3発目、4発目、この流れ素晴らしかったと思います。これはいい点数になってきそうです。そして昨年度のチャンピオン鈴木七穂、1発目から角度のあるターンを見せてきます。そして2発目もこれもポケットでタイトに板を返してきます。そして3発目、4発目と綺麗にコントロールされた演技を見せてきました。これもいいスコアが出てくるんじゃないでしょうか。Beautiful surfing from both Sumomo and Nanaho. You know, Sumomo's been surfing at a wave pool in Japan as well, so she knows how to surf in the wave pool. Looks like they have got a good scores.
All right, Nanaho backs up the 6 with a 6.33, Sumomo a 6.23. Some great scores being dropped. So last year, Nanaho finished 5th in the Asian QS ranking. Had some great moments. She got 5th at the one in Corona Zero Pro, a QS 4000. 5th in Baler, a QS 4000 as well. And 5th in the QS 6000 in Taiwan. She won here last year and got 9th in the Tahara Pro QS 6000 and another 5th in Phillip Island Pro. So that's some pretty solid surfing. She's also a Challenger Series surfer.
So that is a great result following CS Tour and a QS.
Yeah, it's really, really tiring, but she managed it well. On your screen though, this is Sai Maniwa opening up with her solid backhand turn here.
Wow.
That was very sharp and lightning fast. So she's going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Right behind her is Kokoro Baba. Massive blast off the top. Really connecting the lip with her board. Beautiful surfing. You can tell she does surf in wave pools a lot. She feels comfortable. She looks comfortable. Unfortunately goes down there.
Wow, beautiful surfing from Sai and Kokoro. Sai is living on the Gold Coast. University student as well, smart and strong competitor, but the surfing has a lot of power and a lot of sharpness in her surfing. 2本目のライディング、1発目から厳しいところにクイックなターンを入れてきています。そして2発目、リズムよくターンを繰り返していきます。素早い切り返しが特徴的なライディングでした。そして最後のターンも大きなターン決めてきています。馬場心、2本目のライディング、1発目大きなスプレーを上げるスラッシュターン、そしてチェックターンをして3発目にも大きなターンを入れています。ここ4発目決めたかったんですが、少し前に出てくるのが遅れてしまったようです。こちらが 4.63 スコアされています。
Right, so a little background over Kokoro Baba, since she, like you mentioned, she's up and coming. She's quite young. She was still a junior last year. I'm pretty sure still junior this year as well. This is actually probably her first international contest as a WSL event.
Right, yeah.
Last year, she did the Tahara Pro. She did the Miyazaki Mera Group Corporation, the Sumatran Surfaris in Hamamatsu Open, and the Midas Capital Omaizaki Pro. And the only other WSL contest she's ever done was in 2022, the Asian Open Pro Junior. But
Pretty much the first.
Pretty much the first QS that she's done outside of Japan.
Internationally. So she's kind of stepping out from Japan. You know, she's been competing in the ISA World Junior event every year. She's qualified, I think, for this season as well. So she's got experience. Now she's stepping out to the next stage.
Yeah, so big moments there. You're never going to forget your first QS. Nanaho!
Wow.
This is why she is last year's winner. Unfortunately, I just jinxed her. She goes down. That was looking like a pretty solid score. Right behind her, Sumomo Sato. Good looking wave here. Also goes down. Pretty unfortunate there for the ladies.
Fortunate for both Nanaho and Sumomo. But they will get one more wave to showcase their surfing. 鈴木七歩、そして佐藤すもも3本目のライディングを終えました。 2.70 が佐藤すもものファーストウェーブにスコアされています。これが3本目、次が最後の波になります。このラウンドの後はメンズのラウンドオブ32に進んでいきますが、こちらが鈴木七歩の3本目のライディング。1発目から縦へのアクション、そして真下に降りてきます。2発目もチェックターンをして、そして3発目、これも厳しいところに当てたんですが、少しレールが引っかかりながら落ちてしまいました。そしてこのリプレイは佐藤すもも、少しテイクオフでバランスを崩します。チェックターンをして2発目、そしてここで掘り上がってくるところをうまく合わせれずレールが引っかかってしまいました。こちら 2.70 がスコアされており、 4.73 が鈴木七歩の3本目のスコアになります。現在鈴木七歩が1位、そしてマニュアサイが2位、馬場心に必要なポイントが 5.14、 そして佐藤すももに必要なポイントが 4.07 になります。
Yeah, so that was pretty unfortunate for both the girls.
Right.
But something that always surprised me, Sumomo Sato has been competing on the WSL since 2022, and she is still a junior, or at least was a junior up until last year. I don't know if she still is this year, but it just shows how young these ladies have started competing at this international level.
You know, and Sato Sumomo and Nanaho actually traveling together this time.
Oh,
staying
really?
together. And actually, on your side, those three surfers staying together now. So, what a bummer, but that happens a lot, right?
A lot.
Travel buddy, same heat.
It's the law of the travel buddies. All right, this is Kokoro Baba. Good blast off the top. Does it again. She does not want to be left behind. Beautiful.
Wow.
Finishing. So much competitive maturity for being the first QS, international QS. Sorry, right behind her, Simoniwa. Solid backhand surfing there. Unfortunately goes down. I feel I've seen her go more above the lip. You know, I feel like this was all pretty safe. She already has a 613. In my personal opinion, I think she should already be pushing it.
馬場心、3本目のライディング、重要なライディングとなります。1発2発綺麗に入ってきています。そして3発目もスプレーを上げて、4発目もスムーズに入れてきました。スムーズなトランジションから4発入れてきたこのライディングもいいスコアになりそうです。マニュアサイの3本目のライディング 3.83 がすでにスコアされています。少し2発目で波とのコネクションがなくなってしまったように見えました。この波 3.83 がスコアされています。
Lots of action.
Lots of
action. Kokoro Baba, we're still waiting for that last one. I think she's going to drop a bomb. She's going to rattle some cages here. She is stepping up for herself, showing that, she's got this.
Needing a 5.14, so definitely she's got that score,
For sure.
Definitely she's got the number. She did clean job from start to finish, gets the completion, so she checked all the boxes to get the good scores. It looks like first indication says yes, and it's gonna be a good score for Kokoro Baba.
All right, some scores trickling through. We have it. It's a 5.90, so it goes straight to second. Putting 1 foot into that next round. We'll see what our girls now have. One more chance. Let's see if there's a bit of a change in the leaderboard, or if Nanaho and Kokoro save their spots.
Wow, it's a really close hit. Everyone pretty much has 6-point range. So whoever gets the backup score now, get into advancing position. This is important wave. 佐藤スモモ、これは重要な波になります。4.84 が必要です。さあここ決めていきたい。最後パワーを使って前に出てきました。4発きれいに決めてきたこのライディングで 4.84 が必要。第1位の鈴木奈々穂 6.0 を塗り替えるとその差を広げます。少しトップに残ってしまったか。ここで何を狙ってくる。エアを狙ってきますが前には出てこれません。I knew she was gonna go for the air.
I mean, yeah. If you have a 6.33 and a 6 in your last wave, you gotta go big.
Right. Momo, needs a score 4.84 to go into the second place, but she did a great job on this one.
Yep. So beautiful start there. She really didn't waste too much time in between that first and second turn. It was that singular line that the judges like to see be drawn on a wave. So really nicely done. A 4.84, practically a 5. So they're going to be replaying Kokoro Baba's 5.17 to see if it kind of, compares or not. Nanaho just going big.
Yeah, why not just trying air for the first time this year? Unfortunately, couldn't really stick to the landing, but still really love to see that again.
Absolutely. So scores in. Nanaho a 4 doesn't factor into her top 2. Waiting for one more for Sumomo Sato before we see Kokoro Baba and Simon Niwa take to it. So Sumomo Sato's last one.
Whoa, it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be really close. It's gonna be very. There she goes. 5.07. Sumomo goes straight to second. Now it's all eyes on Kokoro Baba and Simon Niwa chasing scores. 5.41 and a 5.18 are the requirements.
Wow. Doors still open for Kokoro and Sai. They only need 5-point range, and they already dropped 5.9 and 6.13, so they are capable of getting those requirements.
Absolutely, they have the surfing for it. They just kind of put their head in the game and focus, kind of zone in and cancel everything out, because it's just now up to them and this wave.
Wow, important wave for Kokoro and Sai. マニは最必要なスコア 5.18 一発目大きなターンパワフルなターンを見せてきます。プレーを飛ばしてくる3ターン目、そしてここが大事な一発になるがしっかりと決めてきました。 5.18 で逆転です。馬場心必要なスコア 5.41 素晴らしい一発目。2発目が少しチェックターンになったがここでタイミングを合わせてきます。そして最後のターン大きなターンが必要になってくる。ここでも一発入れてきました。しっかりと2名から最後のセクションも決めてきたこのライディング何点になってくるのか。 Beautiful surfing from Kokoro and Sai.
The judges have their work cut out for them now. It's gonna be really close. There's that Mikey Feb short I was talking about. Looking really good.
Looking really good. So Kokoro needs 5.41. She kind of mistimed the second turn. but reconnect with the wave. But let's take another look on the Safa green.
All right, Simoniwa, 518. Beautiful turns here. That one a bit more on the middle of the face, but that was a lot better, much more critical. She goes out looking pretty confident. Let's see. This one, love that first turn. Does it again here, kind of probably a missed opportunity, but saves herself here. Let's see the inside again. Oof, it's gonna be really close.
Right. I really love the first turn from Kokoro. That was one of the money turn that I would say. You know, she just hit the right section really hard. She was attacking, but after the second turn, probably she mistimed it and disconnected with the speed. But looks like it's gonna be close. Wow.
Kokoro, a 5.53, jumps straight to second again. Now it's all eyes on Simoniwa. 5.30 is her requirement. At first glance, now that we saw the replays, what do you think?
5.3, just got it, or maybe a little bit under.
Borderline. Simoniwa did not get it. So it was Nanaho Suzuki taking it out and Kokoro Baba in second. We're going to throw out to a quick break and we'll see you guys in the men's round of 32 Heat 1.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Men's action is underway. We are now into men's round of 32, heat number 1. What a stacked heat. We have Caleb Tancred, Reo Inaba, Kitut Agus, and Tenshi Wami. What a heat we have now. My name is Dai Wako with Jesse.
Hi,
Welcome
Dai.
back to the booth.
Thank you. I actually had a couple of heats off just then. I was like walking around the pool, checking out things. There's so much happening down at this event site. I just went and made my own little charm bracelet.
No way, really?
Yeah, there's so much happening. It's more than a surf comp, Dai.
Yeah. Straight into the action here. Live action. Kitut Agus, last year's champ. Just, he was on the way to a great score. But looks like this is Tenshi Wami. Our Japanese competitor mistimed the first section and unfortunately goes down. But looks like Caleb Tancred already dropping good score, 7.67 for the first wave of the Caleb. And Reo Inaba drops 3.5.
I'm not surprised from Caleb. He is so consistent now that he's come back to competitive surfing full time. He took a break competitive surfing, got a degree, and now he's come back and qualified for the Challenger Series after 1 year. Let's take a look at the Bonso replay and see what that 767 looked like. Big looking first turn here for Caleb. Again, connecting really nicely through this mid part of the wave, throwing so much water out the back here. This finishing turn, yeah, you knew it had to be big to get that score up into that 7. So Caleb starting off really strong here. Rio Inaba, one of those surfers who I just really admire. Great human in water and on land. Started off with a 3-5, so yeah, didn't get the completion there. Strong start to that wave though, so good signs right now for Rio. I'm not gonna lie, my heart hurt a little on these last 2 waves because Katut is so good on this wave pool. Those first 3 turns really accentuate that. Unfortunately, not having that finishing turn would have stung a little bit. And Tenchi Iwami, such a talented surfer, so really, really rare fall to see from Tenchi. So this has definitely put Caleb in a better position. He's got at least 2 points now, separating him from second, which is going to give him a lot of confidence going into it. But Rio and Tenchi, definitely not the start I was expecting from them.
Oh, definitely. You know, Rio actually really strong competitor, and he came second in Hamamatsu Open last month in the QS 2000. So he's got a good rhythm right now in the competition. So definitely his confidence. So next wave, we'll all see, you know, what he's capable of. And Tenshi Wami, you know everybody. You know Tenshi Wami. You know he's a great surfer. So he'll back on the next one. But this is gonna be the second attempt.
I feel like it's been a while between big results for Tenchi, so he'd really be loving one here.
Right, Rio have to answer back. Nice first and strong competitor here. A lot of power in his surfing. Love the turn there. Gets the finish this time, so that's Rio Inaba. And at the back we have Caleb up and riding. Love how he squares up, goes vertical. Love the third turn. So effortless, beautifully done. Holds on to it. Would you say
That is
that's
a tricky
completion?
one. I think it probably was enough to get it across the line. Was it picture perfect? Probably not. But Caleb definitely fought for that finish there, so it's going to back up his 767 nicely, regardless if that is a completion or not. But Rio Inaba, that is the type of surfing that you expect from someone. He set this standard for himself where you want to see big turns because that's what he's so consistently putting down. So this is exactly what Rio is capable of, and so much more. Just so much flow. There was zero downtime. He was finishing a turn and using that as a bottom turn into the next one. So really great management of speed. And then Caleb here, super powerful, timing this really well, but the question mark was on that end section there. So that's why we like to be in here and not over there, judging and saying if they're going to be completions or not. But that's definitely a statement for Rio Inaba to make on the second wave.
Well, just like you said, 5.33 for Rio's last wave. I have a question. What do you think separates between 7-point ride and 5-point ride from Rio? Because he did everything he could do.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
He gets completion, but still, it stays in the 5-point range.
I feel like his board on some of his turns, if you're going to get like really hypercritical, didn't pivot quite back towards the wall like we see from Caleb Tancred, where he was putting up super vertical, bringing it back around and doing that multiple times, where sometimes the easier thing to do is not put your board all the way sharp at 12 o'clock and then bring it back down to 6 o'clock. That's takes more energy to do all of that. So being a goofy footer, we spoke about this earlier, it does give you a point of difference to be able to put your board at 12 o'clock, bring it back down at 6 o'clock, and obviously Paige Harrop did that really well in her heat. So Rio's board potentially just a little bit more horizontal in comparison to what we saw from Caleb, but he's definitely on his way. Honestly, I think that was just a momentum wave for him.
Definitely. This is a live action from Tenshi. Needs to answer back again on his backhand. Wow, that was a beautiful vertical off the top and gets a big finish as well. So that's what Tenshi can do. And this is Ketut Agus, last year's champ. Big first and straight into the second, really in a tight section. He does an amazing job. He gets the finish this time, but unfortunately couldn't hold on to it.
Katut. He is so good at this wave pool. Obviously, he's won here before. Just with those 2 incompletes, you definitely think it would probably be just trickling into his brain a little bit more right now, but he's too good of a competitor to not really answer back on those next 2 waves. So Katut just needs to almost settle the nerves a little bit. Obviously, a lot easier said than done. This is a really high pressure situation to be in. Bonsai replay here of Tenshi Iwami. This is so much better than what we saw on that last ride, particularly that 3rd turn, how quickly and hard he drove through that, and then to pair that up again with a finishing. So he grew as the wave went on. His turns definitely got better as he came towards that inside. Katut has these incredible starts, and that's what has brought him a win here before, because he doesn't hold back from the very get-go. The one thing that is hindering him just at this point in time is those completions, because the surfing he is doing prior to that last turn is on par with what Caleb Tankred's doing. He just doesn't have that finishing rate super high right now.
Definitely, you know, even for the first wave for Ketura Goose, without a finishing time, he gets a 5.67. So imagine if he gets the completion. Probably that would have been
At least, at least
7, 8.
I'm thinking at least a 6.5 to a 7 for sure. I mean, those first turns were mental, for lack of better words. They were really, really sick, and that's something that Katut brings to his competitive game here in Korea, where he really does maximize those first sections, and it's what he did, and it worked for him last year. He got a win, so.
That's so true. The first section is very important. It's a crucial section to get a 7 or 8, like excellent range. So probably Tenshi, I think feels like Tenshi needs to do like attacking the first section to get the 7-point ride. But this is Caleb's 3rd wave here on his backhand. Ooh, his attacking section comes around section, gets the 2nd turn, and 3rd turn, a lot of sprays. Probably eyeing for the last section here. That was, and this is real 稲葉レオ3本目のライディングになります。少し引っかかりながらも前に出てきて、ここからリズムを整えます。最後のセクション、ここは何をしてくるか。大きなカービングターンでこのライディングを終えます。Different approach from Rio Inaba, but probably it wasn't what he was looking for.
Definitely not. He was chasing an air for sure. You could see his stance widen a little bit more towards the end of that wave. I'm going to be really harsh right now. Calves aren't going to get you through heats here in a wave pool.
I don't think either.
It was beautiful surfing. Like the carve, he is so technically good, and it was super drawn out and a really beautiful carve to watch. Easy on the eye, but unfortunately it's just when your competitor's going into the sections as vertical as that of Caleb Tankred, you have to be matching that if you want to make these heats right now. Caleb did really well to renegotiate that first section. I thought he was going to get a little hung up and then just belted it all the way through, and then unfortunately mistimed that end turn. You could see Rio actually fumbled a little bit on that first section, and so he was kind of playing catch up. You could see there he really wanted to go to the air, but the section actually didn't allow him to, and I know in that moment he felt it as well, that wave wasn't going to be the wave to get him in that top 2 situation. Because if your competitors are going as big as they are for Katut, Caleb and Tenshi, that's just truly why I believe calves aren't going to allow you to make heats here.
That's so true, you know.
And I'm a calf fan. I love calves.
I'm a big fan of big calf. Classic
same.
calves.
If you check out my Instagram, I only calve.
That's good. Good. That's my favorite thing to do. So, but yeah, like you said, I'm totally agree with you, 100%. At this type of the competition, you have to have the ability to go vertical off the top. And actually, you have to come down to the 6 o'clock and then do that again. So that type of surfing actually gets a good score.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And the judges have made a real statement of that as well. They're rewarding that type of surfing where the harder thing to do is pivot all the way around and then still be ready to get up to that next section, which comes at you quick. So those surfers who are doing that are getting well rewarded.
Ketura Goose needs to score. Good turn, good 2nd turn, straight up. Great 3rd turn, 4th turn, even bigger, and gets to finish. That was a 5th turn. It was a great surfing from Ketut. Tenshi Iwami answers back. Iwami Tenshi このライディングで いいスコア出せるか。ここまで素晴らしいライディングが続いています。さあ前に出てこれるかどうか。これは出てこれない。Unfortunate for Tenshi Wami, but great surfing from Kituda Goose. That's why he was a champ last year.
Yeah, Katut, that was more like it. And even if you sit back and watch the pivot point of his board, although it wasn't going to 12 o'clock, it was probably sitting more at 1. It actually was still coming back down to 7. So he was having that major pivot point for a backhand surfer. Look how much he rotates out of these turns. His board is facing the wall, essentially, as he comes out of these turns. Incredible technique, getting that front hand back on the nose of the board, keeping that energy and momentum moving down. Love a claim, fist pump there from Katut Agus. And then Tenshi did really great surfing out the back. Beautiful. So I particularly love that second turn too. Felt like he drove and almost carved out of it. The deep bottom turn on the fourth wave finishing section sometimes hinders our competitors, where although that's what you're taught to do, is a deep hard bottom turn is going to give you a really good top turn, it unfortunately mistimed. It allows you to mistime that end section, so you see those guys who are making that last turn tend to have a bit more of a shallower bottom turn.
Definitely.
But Tenchi, so I almost want to see him have like 2 more waves. I'm like, no, he can do this. He's getting better each time.
Right, this is the third wave, and then last wave for Ketut comes in at a 7-point ride. So that is a huge score for Ketut Goose. Now he's in the second place. Tenshi is in third, needing 7.20. Rio Inaba have to answer back on his last wave, 7.34. That is a big score, but these guys can do anything here. Probably, I got a feeling that Rio's gonna go in the air.
Yeah, let's see it, Rio. He is so good in the air too.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys where if he got a call up to stab high, I wouldn't be surprised, because he's so technical in the air and just really like clean in the air too.
Stylish airist Rio Inaba. This is the last chance. Needing score 7.34. 稲葉レオ 7.34 が必要です。さあ大きなターン決めてきます。2発目もパワーを加えたターンを入れてきました。さあここからどうするか。さあ飛んできた。これは前に出てこれない。Caleb answers back. Beautiful turns. Great turn on the third. And he gets the final section and he gets the completion this time. Caleb needs to get rid of the 6.43. Wow, unfortunate for Rio. You know, he did exactly what he needed to do on that wave.
Even with the grab, it was that clean, stylish aerial type surfing that we were talking about, but where he landed is so hard to be able to rotate out of those airs. I don't know if we've seen anyone land in the flats and make it yet here in the wave pool. Great, again, really lovely surfing at the start of this, jamming that tail, pushing so hard. He was gearing up for this, just touches the rail as well, so you'd classify that as a grab, but where he landed, it was all that way on that back tail, which unfortunately meant he couldn't shift that weight over and get the board to rotate with a clean ride out. And then Caleb, it actually had a bit of a weird section on that wave, but read it really well. Absolutely jammed that end section. I feel like he's just in cruise control at this point. He's just absolutely enjoying this wave pool. So Caleb and Katut, to me, are sitting pretty comfortable right now.
Right, last wave for Rio Inaba comes in at a 4.83, so it's not enough. Rio's sitting in the third place, so Tenshi Wami now needs 7.20. It's a crucial moment for Ketut Agus and Tenshi Wami. Ketut's got a drop 7-point ride already. Definitely he wants to get rid of the 5.67 now, but Tenshi needs a big score here. A lot of pressure prize now.
I couldn't imagine sitting there and
I know.
knowing you're going to get the wave too. Sometimes you don't even know if you're going to get the wave, but knowing that the exact score you need and it's coming in 30 seconds.
That means you can't blame on the wave or situation, because you're gonna have eventually a wave. So it's all comes down to you.
I really couldn't imagine just that feeling of, here we go, it's now or never.
All right, waves approaching. Tenshi Iwami's last chance. Iwami Tenshi 7.20が必要です。 バーティカルに縦へのアクション、12時の方向へのアクション、素晴らしいライディング、3発目、そして最後、ここも決めてきました。さあ、どうでしょう、このライディング 7.20 が必要。Get to it. Wow.
Okay, can we just paint a picture really quickly? Okay.
Right.
If Katut betters a 5-6-7, which you think it would be pretty well guaranteed, that 7-2 that Tenchi needed would have gone well up. So
Definitely.
that Katut actually needed that wave to be safe and potentially chase down the lead as well. So Tenchi's wave was really nice. They're going to be comparing that back to Katut's 7-point ride as well.
What do you think?
I feel like it's in that world.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was better than Katut's. I don't know. I need to watch it again.
Definitely need to watch again, but I gotta, I can say it's gonna be close.
Definitely.
Definitely in the, just like you said, in the range. But let's take another look.
Okay. So Tenchi Iwami needs a 7.2, which we discussed earlier means it needs that full board rotation from top all the way back to bottom. He's definitely getting it on that wave. That is the best wave that he has surfed this entire heat so far. Is it as rotated as what we saw from Caleb and Katut? I feel like it's in that world. I don't know if it's a 7.2. In my mind, I'm like, it's a 7 or a 7.1, but I don't know.
It has to be better than the 7-point ride from Ketut. So you probably...
I personally preferred Katut's. If you compare him like that, I personally preferred Katut's wave.
Few scores locked in. Doesn't say it's gonna be a 7.20, so it's a 6.43.
So
not enough, it's close. So it is Caleb and Ketut moving on through to the next round. We're gonna go to a quick break and we'll be right back with more men's action.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
We have an all-international heat on our hands right now. Australia, Japan, Korea, Indonesia all battle it out for a spot into that next round. This is the men's round of 32, heat number 2 in the red. Tim Bain, Daiki Tanaka in the blue, Kanoa Hije, the local guy, one of the best to surf this wave pool. He is in the white. And Danny Widianto in the green. We also have two incredibly talented longboarders in this heat as well, in the likes of Kanoa and Danny. So a couple of surfers who cross-pollinate between the two. My name is Jessie Starling. I am joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. And Izzy, this is a good heat for us to commentate through.
I am so excited for this heat. This Bonso replay of Tim Bain, he's just so powerful on his backhand. Nice first 2 turns, and that was the money turn for Tim. Straight vertical into the lip, and he gets a 4th, so that's going to be a pretty big score.
Am I right in saying Tim Bain is Sunny Coast?
Yes, Noosa boy. And the replay for Daiki, that's a huge turn, throwing so much spray, and I love no pumps. He goes back into the power source, just can't ride out of that 4th turn.
Tell me why all these Sunny Coast surfers have such good backhands. Because I'll tell you what, I've never found a left up there. I'm actually not even kidding. I don't think I've ever looked left on the Sunny Coast.
So funny, because Tim lives in Noosa, same with Gia and Ben, but Ben's backhand's so good, but he's a goofy, so he surfs Noosa all the time. But Sunshine, there's like a left in the corner at Sunshine. and it is so good, and it's always like 2 foot bigger than everywhere else on the coast.
perfect.
So Tim's backhand, I love his backhand.
Yes, it's really. Di and I commentated his last heat together. It was really zippy and whippy.
Yeah.
But even with the quick turns, it still has enough punch in it to make you feel something. You're like, oh, that was sick. And because it's so fast and so powerful, it's really entertaining to watch. So Tim Bain kicking off so well with 6-3-3. Let's see the local guy, Kanoa Hije, such a standout yesterday. Goes to a carve on this wave, then starts to jam the tail here, and an even bigger jam for the finishing turn. I've been told if you want to know where to sit, you've got to watch where Kanoa Hije sits off the wall. Danny Widianto spends so much time on the longboard tour these days. He's put his jersey back on the shortboard side of things, which is actually his roots. That's where he started. He started competing on the shortboard QS, and now is one of the best longboarders in the world. Both really nice waves. I am excited for the next lot of that. Like, let's get the nerves out of the way and see what they can bring on that second wave.
And you know what's so cool? Kanoa has so many fans up on the wall. As we see this Bonsoi replay, double pump on the bottom puts him in the perfect position for that first turn. Second carve there, and huge finner there for Kanoa, and plants that one. I love that dynamicness of the last turn. We don't really see it much. We see a lot of people float it. Out behind him, Danny, huge second turn. I feel like that's where all the points will come from, that second and third turn. Hits it a little late maybe, gets a little caught and bubbled off, so it'll still be a pretty good score for Danny.
Yeah, definitely. And when you think about the Indonesian natural footers, you know they're going to have a good backhand. Obviously, when you think of just, honestly, anyone, Pajar has an incredible backhand, Rio on the CT.
Yeah.
Just surfing Ulus all the time,
Yes,
you're
it's gotta be
guaranteed
good.
to have a
Yeah.
really good backhand. So scores starting to drop in now for both Kanoa and Danny. 5-8-3 for Kanoa Hije. Danny Widianto really close just behind that with a 5-3-3. So it was the Aussie, Tim Bain. He got the better of that first exchange. I'm not surprised that we have the local boy in that top two. Di and I were talking about this in the last heat, and I'd love your take on it as well. I don't believe that you can make heats out here carving.
No. And I was talking about this with Tippy. It's so funny because goofies, they're on their forehand, they're just immediately pushed more to the face. So they really got to focus on staying in that power source. But that's where I find the difference. Kanoa did it really, really well.
Yeah.
The local boy, he knows this wave in and out. But I feel like for Tim, he gets the edge on that wave because he is on that backhand, and he gives himself the opportunity to really square up because he has so much torque on his backhand.
Here we go, Daiki Tanaka looking at his second wave here for this heat. Squares up really nicely on that third section, comes into it and stabs on the tail, making sure he gets the completion on his second ride. He needed a score to answer back to what this guy did on his first wave. Tim Bain, here's that whippy, zippy backhand surfing we were talking about earlier. Big tail jam on that third section, drives really nicely up into that final pocket as well. So Tim Bain seems like he's on that trend of that type of surfer who looks like he surfs a lot of wave pools but probably doesn't.
Yeah, and for Tim, he oozes confidence, and I feel like that's what gives Tim the edge. He's just so confident, and he knows in his mind that he backs himself 110%. So I think that's what sets him apart. So we see this replay from Daiki. I love this wave. Huge vertical snap to get things started. That's where all the power comes through in that second one. Puts it up there for a third, and he gets the finish here. Nice and vertical, so that's got to feel pretty good. That will eclipse his 4.50 Tim. I feel like he goes better than his 6.33. He's just out the back with so much power there, and he seems to pace this wave really well. He doesn't look rushed, and he gets a fourth in. Crazy.
Tim Bain has full dark horse written about him because it seems to be the type of guy where you could draw him in an event and think, oh yeah, Tim Bain, he surfs good, but he has taken down some really big names. I'm not even just talking in this event. I feel like over the last 3 years in QS events, especially in this part of the world, in Asia, if we think of Siargao, Taiwan, he seems to be the kind of guy who is consistently rising above.
Yeah.
And I love that. I'm
I know.
such a fan.
I feel like in the last 12 months, even watching him at home, he's gotten so much better. And here last year, he had a round of 32 loss, which is this round right now. So I feel like for him, he's just got to get past this round, and then who knows what's going to happen. I feel like he's really going to let loose here, but his last score, a 7.00.
And we've made it very clear.
Yeah.
That is hard to get into.
It's like a 10.
Seriously, the sevens, it really does need to have a certain amount of X factor to get that wow for the judges to put a score above a 6.
Yeah.
Honestly, above a 5-5.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of 5-5s this event. So 7 and a 6.33 for Tim Bain. It's a good kind of number for these guys to answer back to right now. Lovely, tidy first turn. Great looking second turn here for Danny Widianto. Let's see if this inside section can hold up and give him some more on the board. 4 really great turns. I don't have much issues with that way from Danny Widianto. Kanoa pushes really hard on that first section, hacks it in for that second one. I love the fact that he's going to build down the line here. Watch him grow some speed. Throws an air reverse. We haven't seen anyone be able to ride out in that really flat, tricky section, but Kanoa timing that perfectly, that is going to be a massive score.
I love that. And Jesse, we could hear the screams from the booth. He has so many fans up the wall, and Danny's just like, what did I just turn around and watch? But Danny's doing really well as well. Like, let's look at this replay. I just love his timing, his patience off that first turn. Perfect positioning for the second turn. Throwing so much spray. I feel like the third turn was the money, and his arm, he keeps it quite low, but also it allows him to really open up those shoulders. Kanoa, oh my goodness, great first turn, a little hung, carves it for a second. I feel like he was really setting up for that third turn, and he just eyes off this section and goes, yep, may as well go for broke. So clean, Jess.
Why did that feel like watching it slow-mo felt like the real time? Like, he had so much hang time in this air. He also gets the front side grab too, so to do that, there's definitely a lot of confidence coming out of that one as well, but fair enough. There was so much loft, really insane timing. Even on the spin, it felt like somehow he slowed it down to be able to land where he did, and that comes from a lot of repetition in this wave pool for Kanoa.
I love it. I love it. The smile on his face. And last of Danny, a 6.47. So a really good score for Danny. No indication yet of where Kanoa's wave is going to drop, but Danny last year did this event. He got 49, so round of 96 loss. So this is an amazing result for him.
Yeah, definitely. And Danny does these events for fun.
Yeah.
Because there is a longboard QS. We're going to see the men competing twice this afternoon. So Danny potentially surfing, well, not potentially, he will be surfing 3 heats today, which is pretty exciting for someone like Danny. I cannot wait for you to see what he can do on a longboard. It is so graceful. It is so just, it draws you in the way he can surf a longboard. But big number for Kanoa here, Jay, an 8.5. It forces this guy down into second. So Tim Bain now needing his best wave of the heat, a 7.34. A little hung up on that third section, but I like where it put him to time this end turn here. Quick little 2 for 1 at the end for Tim Bain. Now Daiki Tanaka slightly getting left behind in this heat, has to go big and strong on this wave. Exactly what he's doing right now. Finish is crucial. Gets in with the board out in front of the foam. He just did his biggest 4 turns of this heat so far. We well and truly have a heat on our hands right now.
This is crazy. I feel like all 4 surfers have the heat isn't over. Like even Kanoa with that 8.50 and a 5.83, I feel like he's not safe yet. But Tim Bain, this Bonsoi replay, great first turn. I feel like this one won't go into his top 2. Got a little hung, like you said, Jesse, on his third. And I feel like the judges are loving quality over quantity. So for that 2 for 1, great wave. As we see Daiki Tanaka, great first turn. This is where the money is. The second and third turn, just so vertical, putting his board in the perfect part of the wave. And you see that arm span just really allows his upper body to really talk through those top turns. So I feel like that's going to be his best number too.
Yeah, Yeah, I really love what Daiki was able to do on that. It's so interesting. You're totally right. Even with an 8.5, that 5.83 probably needs to drop at this point.
Yeah.
Tim Bain's last score comes in. It's a 5.77, so it's not going to add to his equation right now. I would I would say still in room of threat right now. Daiki Tanaka's score not locking in for us. It's going to be the best. The judges may not agree with us on that, but that's fine. There's still a score to lock in for Daiki. Danny Widianto seems to be building every time he's up on his feet right now. So even with Tim Bain having a 7 and a 6.33, he's not safe either because Danny only needs a 6.87 right now. Scores in. Daiki's last wave, a 6.67. So now he needs to replicate exactly what he just did because his score requirement is now a 6.67. So Tim Bain definitely not safe right now.
Yeah, and for Kanoa, I feel like he just will be so loose and free now. He's got the excellent score. I feel like we're really going to see him build that house. Like we're seeing Daiki as well. He's building that house, but here we go.
He is taking off on the wall. He is so close to that wall. Jams that first turn. We've seen this route before. Jam into carve. Let's see that tail jam again.
Yeah.
There's the third turn. Let's see another big air here from Kanoa. Gets that tail really high.
Wow.
Lands with ease for Kanoa Hije. Danny Widianto now belting it on his backhand. So close to making that. I was going to say super well timed in the pocket, which it was. But just losing that momentum to get that third turn into that fourth and final hit to get a 6.87, which is so doable for Danny Widianto. I love heats that are so close like this.
And the numbers are huge. If we look at the heat totals, they're all above 11-point rides. But this replay of Kanoa, like you said, Jesse, just textbook. Huge first turn into a carve, into a third snap right in the pocket. His timing is impeccable. Races through this section, deep bottom turn for a huge air reverse. No grab needed. Rides out so cleanly as we see Danny on his backhand. I love that first turn, letting the tail loose. A nice second turn. And that's where he gets a little caught. He nose pokes on his way down. This is a slow-mo of the air. So tail high. And just his weight ratio, just perfect.
Even to do that in a completely different section as well shows how much time he's put into doing airs on either where it's that wave number 4, it's that oncoming big section, or wave number 2 where you actually do need to go a little bit wider. But like you mentioned, having that weight balance to go back foot, front foot before that wave does die out on that wave 2 is really impressive. The one thing I think he does need to be a little bit aware of if he's going to keep that same run for the entirety of the event. What he's doing is exceptional. It's so good. He's going to lock in what seems to be another excellent score, that it doesn't get too repetitive for the judges. He's surfing this wave incredible, but those first 3 turns have been the same, the exact same every single wave so far.
And a huge part of the criteria is variety.
Yes.
And for the judges, this is awesome. Like an 8.00 and 8.50, but when we get into those really seeded rounds, it's like up against someone like Jarvis Earl, you really want to show the judges your variety you have.
Definitely. So Kanoa, he's well and truly, you'd think, safe at this point. He's got 16.5 combo. I love the way he's attacking these waves. It's just one tiny thing where I noticed those first 3 turns have been the exact same every single time. So if it's just one of those long-term longevity kind of for this entire event thing. Let's see Daiki Tanaka now. Needs a 6.67. Felt like he lost a little bit of momentum on that first section. Jams it on the third there. Unfortunately, you can see Daiki frustrated. That was his 4th attempt and not quite connecting like he wanted to. Tim Bain, if I was him, look to drop that 6.33. Danny Widianto is looking really good. Getting the completion. He has had an exceptional heat as well so far. Again, Tim Bain it really is an underdog, and he's always surfing beyond what you think he will. So he seems to have a good amount of confidence yet humbleness to him.
Yeah.
But right now, Danny Widianto, it really is all eyes on him. But I felt for Daiki on this wave.
I know, just that free fall drop from that first turn sort of bobbled him off a bit. He had to regain his compression into that second and put him out of timing for the third turn here. Tim as well, a bit late, maybe through the lip, had a little bobble. It is that fourth wave again, recovered well for the third, but I feel like for Tim, this isn't going to go into his top two with that. He's looking to replace a 6.33.
Yeah, he's got his best two waves on the first two waves, and that just shows that he was coming out of the gate swinging. And I love that from Tim Bain. Based on what we've seen overall performance right now, he's definitely the guy that deserves to get through this heat at this point. But Danny Widianto still has one last opportunity here. Needs a 6.87. His highest wave score so far is that 6.47, so just has to slightly better that. And you'd have to say that is a score well within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and for Danny, he's focusing on the longboarding. So I feel like for him, he'd just be like, yeah, I'm just going to surf. Yeah. So having that pressure off and not focusing so hard on it could also be a blessing.
Yeah, this heat also is, it's a spot for the quarterfinals is up for grabs. So we know that Kanoa Hije, he is through to the quarterfinals, and I know the locals would be absolutely loving that. Their boy is going to be representing them in the quarters. I'm excited to see what this next wave looks like for him, what he's going to pull it out of the bag, see what that end section has to offer. He's given us two really technically incredible airs so far. Danny Widianto, though, like we mentioned, needs a score. 6.87 is the exact requirement. It all comes down to this next wave. It's wave number 2. That's where he's got his best score so far. So this is a good sign for Danny. Really nice first turn, goes vertical. Swoops under the pocket for a second, and the third section here has to be big at the end, and just grabs a rail and goes down for Danny Widianto. That feels like it could be story over. There's the variety we were chasing from Kanoa Hije. Flares the tail, slightly miscontrolled and just hits a bubble there, but definitely a threat for the win for Kanoa Hije.
I feel like he just teased us a little bit. We know what he's capable of. But look at his smile. It's such a big smile. It's so cool to see. There's so many fans down there with his face on a little stick. It's so cool. So having that support system around him's got to feel pretty special. But wow, Tim Bain through.
Love this. Tim Bain into the quarterfinals along with this man on your screen, Kanoa Hije. He is exciting to watch and cannot wait to see him on finals day. We are going to go to a quick break and keep rolling through the action here in the men's round of 32.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day, taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
The sun is shining. It's day number 2 down here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000 right now in the water. Round of 32, heat number 3. We've got Jarvis Earl in the red, Zane Asink in the blue, Jin Suzuki in the white, and Raiki Masuda in the green. I'm Izzy Caldo, joined in the booth with beautiful Gianna.
Yes, call me beautiful.
Well, we've got Jarvis up and riding straight into action. Jarvis L, oh my goodness, straight into, huge, beautiful surfing for Jarvis. Out behind him, Zane Asink, Noosa boy from Australia. Great wrap. I'm loving this goofy surfing. And we know what's on his mind. Air reverse, rise out. Wow, Gianna, we have a heat on our hands.
Absolutely, and this is only round of 32,
Oh, no.
so things are just going to ramp up from here. We already have our first quarterfinalist listed down, so I'm excited to watch these replays. Here we go. I think they're they're going to pop up any moment. Here we have them. Jarvis Earl, always a bit of a star everywhere. Unfortunately, last year got injured here. Beautiful swooping cutback. Does it again here. Gets a little more critical. Really pushes the tail. I love how much he uses his rail here. And boom, finished it off. Massive, massive stuff happening with Jarvis Earl. All right, but Zayn Sink right behind him. Good first start here. Giving variety, giving different moves. I'm liking it. I'm liking how this year you're really seeing the difference. Goes and takes to the air. Beautiful reverse there from Zayn Sink, surfer from Sunny Coast. I spent some time with him back in the day in Bali when he used to come visit.
I love that. Yeah, Zayn, I love Zayn. He's so humbled and he's always down for a chat. And I feel like in the last 12 to 24 months, he's really hit his strides. And I've been watching him in the practice sessions here, and I'm like, wow, he's a dark horse. He's sort of popped up recently out of nowhere, and with a 6.83 for his first wave. Now, Jarvis Earl, I am so impressed with him surfing. Last year at this event, he injured his right knee in the air show, and he was out for 6 months. He came back at Phillip Island. He got 9th at that event, which put him in a really good position to nearly make the Challenger Series, but he just missed out. Alistair Reginato taking that last spot, but he drops a 7.50. Huge.
Massive. I mean, Jarvis is always a star in every event. He always has a moment of, that wow factor that he brings to every single heat. This is Jin Suzuki starting off strong.
I'm loving this approach from Jin. I saw him yesterday and I love just how low and compressed he gets. He generates his own speed and a finish. That's got to feel pretty good for his first ride. Out behind him is Reiki. Nice looking first series of turns. That's the money turn where we see so much water. A twofer. Just comes unstuck.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I feel like this heat, there's so much energy that the boys are bringing. The huge first couple of scores, 7.50, 6.83. I feel like these boys are going to get in that similar range as well.
I mean, yeah, we are in a round of 32, but this is a 6,000 we're talking about. You cannot be surfing at 50% here. You have to really start ramping it up. And here we go. Jin Suzuki, good first turn, really rotates that board around, pushes the tail like that. He kind of got a little over the lip. Finished it off pretty strong. So much speed. He was liking it. Had a big smile on his face. I think that little wetsuit grab is a sort of claim. Right behind him is Reiki Masuda. Good looking wave here. Loving the backhand approach. So we have 2 regulars up against 2 goofies. So this is going to be a pretty fun little rotation happening.
Yeah, I love this. I love how the 2 goofies are together, 2 naturals are together. That's so cool. But I feel like you said, Giada, this is the round of 32. Next up is quarterfinals. You cannot leave anything in the tank. Last of Jin Suzuki, a 5.33, which is a really good score. We were saying at the start of the morning how a 5 is pretty much an 8. Last of Reiki, a 4.67. I feel like that fall had a little bit to do with it as well. So the judges really giving that extra point if a make at that 4th turn.
Yeah, we've said it quite a few times out here. The makes here are extremely important. I would say even more important than when we're doing an ocean competition because, it's a short ride. There's not too many factors happening, and it's pretty solid. So here we have Zayn Sink now. Started off 6.83. We'll see him wanting to back it up pretty nicely. And once you hear someone else get a 7.5, you're like, I gotta wrap it up here.
Yeah. And I feel like for Zayn, landing that air reverse has got to have him fired up. Great first carve. I love the spiciness and energeticness he's bringing into this. Opting for a carve, that's a better finner there for Zayn. Heaps of speed. Wow. Huge. And second wave of the set out behind him, Jarvis. Oh my goodness. I just love his surfing. So stylish. Opting for 3 carves, heaps of speed. He's got one thing on his mind. Huge air reverse. It rides out so clean, Giada.
something I love about Jarvis is that he always has a smile on him. I like he's always smiling.
Yes.
Sometimes
Smiling
I'm like,
sassy.
what are you smiling about? Like, tell me too.
Maybe I'll start smiling. I just loved that approach. I feel like Jarvis, he just always looks he's the most energetic surfer on this qualifying series.
Yeah, you're right. He's electric. And this guy as well. Good opening turn here. Does it twice. We really see him ramp it up, giving a little more thrilling movements on the inside. Love a good change of maneuver.
Yes.
Jarvis, super electric. He's fired up, ready to, his little revenge story from last year. He's gonna come back. He wants to probably win this thing. Love this strong finisher right in front of Zane's face. He's like, take that.
So cool. And it's really interesting to note, like, the goofy footers are naturally put further on the face as they are coming from deeper, I would say. So, wow, scores are coming in. Jarvis an 8.07 and Zane a 6.27. So even with both those men doing calves, it's still getting them pretty excellent surfing. So I'm really excited to see Jin Suzuki and Raiki Masuda see how they approach this next set as they are on their backhands and see if they can really capitalize on squaring up a bit more.
Absolutely. Last year we mentioned a lot that it was the regular footers who had that slight advantage just because of what you said of being able to kind of put their board in the pocket a little more and be able to get that board a little more critical. But I like this heat. The goofies are kind of like, actually, we can do it too.
Yes. No, it's so cool. As we see, this is third wave. This is second wave, sorry. So this is Raiki. Nice first snap there. Nice and patient. I love how much flow he has for a third and huge finish. Can he fit a fifth? Just comes unstuck, but I feel like the damage was done. Jin Suzuki up and riding. Nice. Oh, I was going to say nice attack, but pokes the nose on that first turn for Jin.
There was that backwash that we were talking about and a couple of the fourth waves. Sometimes get that little bump and lump on the face of it, and if you're too concentrated down the line, it's easy to kind of get that nose just stuck into it. Probably something to do with less flotation or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's watch this wave from Raiki Masuda. Really liking the style, really low. He's aggressive. His approach is fast. He's furious. A little rushed in the end there. I feel like he maybe could have avoided that last turn if you knew you were a little late, but he did all the work out the back. Unfortunate there for our man in white, Jin Suzuki, just going down there, as we said, and probably just a bit of a bump on the face. So lots happening. It's a lot of action.
Yeah, I feel like it's still, Jarvis is sort of running away with it a little bit. I feel it's still really close between Zane, Jin and Raiki. They both have really good numbers, so they're looking for a 7.97 and a 7.77 to get the jump on Zane. Zane, to me, seems like he's building a house. He's got 2 sixes. I feel like we're going to see him go to the air again, and I really want to see him reach into that 7 and 8 range. We know he can do it. And Jarvis, I'm expecting to see more excellent surfing from him.
Absolutely. He's now that he's got his 2 solid scores, solid.
Yeah.
I got an 8. I mean, like, it's not like you're
I
gonna
wish I could get
yeah,
that.
it's not much better than that, but because it's Jarvis, it's like, yeah, he's got his base. I'm pretty sure we're probably gonna see him ramp it up a little bit and kind of put a bit of fuel to the fire.
Yeah, for Jin Suzuki as well, round of 64 loss here last year, so he's already bettered. So for me, I'd be feeling, okay, I can let loose. I have a bit of confidence. I've already got more points in the bank for the season to go. So here we go. Third wave for Jarvis and Zane coming on through. Jarvis is going to take the second wave of the set. Nice free fall drop into a huge carve. Fin release. Second snap. Wow. Jarvis, heaps of speed, looks for a finish, huge tail high reverse, just gets swallowed in the barrel. Zane out behind him. I love that fin drift. Gets a little hung, but puts him in a perfect position. He stalls a bit. We know what he's thinking. Oh, just in the flats for Zane. So both the boys not getting the completion there, but I'm loving the approach. I'm loving the go for broke. I've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, this is some pretty incredible stuff. This heat feels almost like a semis. I mean, these guys are really going for it. They're not holding back. Jarvis and Zane, both Reiki and Jin, they're just really wanting to get that quarterfinal spot, not giving up just yet.
Yeah, we see the men look to their left on the screen, and there's a huge television so they can watch their replays.
All right, here are the Bonsai replays. Beautiful roundhouse cutback there from Jarvis, really pushing it there. Goes down the line, eyeing the section down, takes to the air. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of it. Zane Asink close behind. Solid first start. Here, kind of really trying to give that variety. He pushed the tail around, but it was this that unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of it either. I think it was going to be another pretty solid score for him there.
I feel like for Zane, because he got hung on that first section, he was sort of in two minds for the second section. That's why he did that little check turn sort of thing, and then the third for that air, he was just out of timing as well. So a 3.50 drops for Zane, doesn't go into his top two. A 5.83 for Jarvis. So it just goes to think, if Jarvis landed that air reverse, what that score could have been. So
Yeah.
still same situation for Jin Suzuki in fourth, looking for a 7.77, and Reiki Masuda looking for a 7.97 to get the jump on Zane. So they will be taking off on their third wave. Jin Suzuki is going to get the second wave of the set. And I am excited to see what he can do on his backhand. Here we go. Nice deep bottom turn into a huge top turn, letting the fins release. Nice second turn there for Jin. Just goes a little high. So that will be another throwaway for him. Reiki up and riding, looking to better on a 4.67. Comes unstuck, Giada.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, especially in a heat like this. You've got to really take all the chances you can get. That was their third wave, so we're into the final part of this heat, the back end where things really start to heat up. All right, so here we have a couple of replays. Good first turn here. He sets up his wave. Liking the second one. Then it was here where he kind of pushed it a little too hard. What we said earlier, that when you go a little over the lip, you gotta really be careful to make sure you kind of don't lose control and overdo it and lose that board out the back. So it was pretty unfortunate there for both Reiki and Jin.
It was a bit uncharacteristic for Reiki to have a fall on that first section. I feel maybe a little bit in his head, needing that near excellent score. It's a 7.97 he's needing. It's pretty much got to be a 12 that we're seeing the theme of today. The 8s are pretty much 12s, the 5s are pretty much 8s. So they're going to have a bit of work to do. Jarvis, to me, feels like he's just going to have a victory lap. I feel like he's pretty safe with Zane needing an 8.74. So an 8.74 has got to be the best wave of the event so far.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a pretty safe position to be in if you're Jarvis Earl. Zane Asink, I have to say, not far behind, 7.97 and a 7.77 for both Reiki and Jin. Those are some solid asks. I would be freaking out. I'd be like, I don't know.
What would you be thinking?
Honestly, I'd be like, I gotta do the best wave I've ever served. Like, just really go for it. Otherwise, I mean, you gotta give yourself all the chances you can get.
And there's no point. They've had 2 falls. They've each had, well, Reiki's had 2 completions, but Jin Suzuki's had 2 falls. So I feel like if I was them, I'd just be going, there's nothing else to lose. I just got to go big. I can't safety surf because that's not going to get me an 8-point ride. So we see Zane taking off on his last wave. He's looking to improve on a 6.27. Let's see what he's got. Taking off so close to the wall. Airdrop wrap to start things off. I love that tail slide. Carve it again for a second. Comes unstuck. He'll body surf it.
He's like, all right.
Yeah. But leaves the door open for Reiki and Jin Suzuki. Wow. Current heat leader Jarvis Earl just going huge. I'm loving his approach. We know what's on his mind. Oh, maybe I don't know what's on his mind. He's just having a bit of fun, Jarvis Earl. But for them, both the boys are going to better their situation. So all eyes on Reiki Masuda and Jin Suzuki.
Yeah, so that was a fun little exchange. I mean, both Zane and Jarvis were having a bit of a fall at the back, but they're in pretty solid positions. It's nothing too crazy to be worried about. Here are the couple replays. Nice start. I'm really loving this act from both Zane and Jarvis. They're unfortunately pushing it a little too hard. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about. This is their last wave. They're in great position, so they have nothing to really worry about. He was just probably testing out, pushing his limits, seeing how far he can take it before it's too far. So this is what Reiki and Jin kind of have to do, but they need to land it. They need to really stick it. Otherwise, they got to give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, and as we look at Jarvis's 8.07, so both the Reiki and Jin needing to better a 7.50, which is Jarvis's backup. We saw him go to the air. We saw 3 dynamic turns in there as well. So the judges will be comparing both their rides to Jarvis Earl's as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is their moment right now. This is Jin Suzuki and Reiki Masuda now. Reiki going to be getting the second wave, Jin the fourth. So really, really crucial moment for these guys. It's all that training that they've been doing in the off season. You know, this is the moment that they need it all to kind of come together and just make it work out.
The big deep breaths.
Yeah.
That make your heart go faster. All right, Reiki. On the second wave of the set, I feel like the second wave gives these surfers more of an opportunity. It doesn't have that bend in it like the fourth wave does. Let's see what he's got. Takes off right next to the wall, free fall drop, deep bottom turn into a great looking first snap. Carves it back for a second. He's going to be patient. Wow, that's a huge third and fourth turn. Nice finish there. I feel like, I don't know if it will, oh no, Jin Suzuki coming unstuck on the takeoff. So all eyes on Reiki Masuda.
Yeah, so it's all going to be down to that score. The judges are going to be replaying Zaina Singh's 683 and seeing, you know, is this a point or 2 points better than that? Is this going to be the wave that changes the situation and rattles a bit of cages? I personally don't think so. I think it was a great wave and maybe Reiki's best one, but I don't think it was it.
And score comes in a 5.70, so not enough. Jarvis Earl, Zaina Singh moving on through. The two Aussies, we say goodbye to the two Japanese crew. We're going to cut to a quick ad break and we'll see you guys soon.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Action-packed afternoon. It is currently 1:18 here in Siheung. We are the Korea Open QS 6000. We have moved into the men's round of 32. Rinta Otto in red, Tully Wiley, Sammy Lowy, and Xavier Huxtable. So as TP pointed out, there are two besties in this heat, Tully Wiley and Xavier Huxtable. Known to travel together, known to spend a lot of time together. And a couple replays already. This is Rinta, solid backhand surfing. We've seen him compete quite a bit throughout the QS in Asia. A lot of turns on this one. He managed to squeeze even that last one in, so solid surfing. He was liking it. Right behind him, Tully Wiley. Big Challenger Series surfer. He has so much talent. A gnarly competitor as well. So a good start to his campaign as well. A massive finish there. What do you think?
I think those guys are going to get a good score on them on their last score. So yeah, Rinta Uto just opened up with a 7.5. Not bad for a first wave. And let's wait for Tully Wiley's because he was surfing on a wave number 4 there. It'll be interesting if he can also put a good score there. As we can see, he was surfing really good in there.
All right, so those were the first few waves ridden here for that Heat 4 round of 32. All these surfers want a place in the quarterfinals. Beautiful day here. The sun is out. It started a bit overcast this morning. Had a bit of wind, but now as the day goes on, it's going to be a very, very interesting afternoon. We will be having the longboarders come in later on. So exciting moments ahead.
Yeah, for sure. This is a surfer from Australia. We have Sammy Lowe. Wow, super tight maneuver right there, Gianna. Can he make that one? Ooh. You know, here we go. This is Xavier Huxtable. Nice top turn. This is a hard heat, I have to say. Everybody just going to town on this one. We went to town the other day, but it's a different town. Yeah, so great surfing there from Xavier Huxtable. Sammy Lowe just unlucky with his last turn there, but still could get a good points there because all the damage was been done in the beginning of the wave.
Sammy Lowe has been a name for me really standing out the past few days. He is, I'll admit, someone I haven't really seen too much around the competitive area in Asia. But now, I mean, he is absolutely detonating this wave. It is incredible how much speed he has. Very unfortunate he wasn't able to ride out of it.
Yeah.
But he has really blown me away this past 2 days.
Yeah, I think this is his first year trying to compete on the full tour on the QS. You know, he's just coming out from the junior series, Giada. He was representing Australia on the World Junior in Peru, and if I'm not wrong, he made to the final. Yeah.
That's a big result for
sure.
a World Junior. I mean, last year Sammy Lowe did a couple QSs, but nothing too crazy. He did Korean Nias, Newcastle Pro QS 2000. He did the Phillip Island Pro as well as the EJE Men's Pro. So nothing too crazy. He did concentrate mostly on the junior tour. But yeah, still an up-and-coming name. Maybe gonna be spending more time on the QS this year. Rinta Otto on your screen, a very familiar name. We've seen him around doing the rounds quite a bit.
Yeah. Wow, look at the number. Sammy Lowe with the last score of a 5.33. Even without that finishing, he got a quite good number. But we also see Xavier Huxtable with a 7.00. Wow.
Rinta opening with a 7.5, so those are some pretty solid scores to come through. Tully Wiley now on a nice looking open face carve. Does it again, really starting to ramp it up now. Pushes the tail a little more in that third one. He needs a solid finishing to get a big score. Let's see what he gets done here on the inside. Gets around that faster section and opts to kind of pull it all the way down to the inside. Rinta Otto wanting to back up the 7.5 quite quickly. Solid upside down backhand snap there. He's going to be backing up his 7.5 really nicely.
Wow. I think Rinta already have that momentum from his first wave, you know, a 7.5, and he just kind of like tell himself, you know, inside his mind, you know, I need to get a backup as soon as possible, even though with the fourth wave, you know, just to see the name on this list is, you know, pretty hard not to put a, you know, extra, I don't know, extra pressure on yourself, like saying, like, I need to make sure that I make that last wave. So that's what happened with Rinta Utto and Tully Wiley. Finishing this maneuver with a, you know, a bit of a, you know, a rounder there. But this is where Rinta Utto just damaged this wave. Really nice top turn there, two of them, and even the third one. There's no slowing down on that one, and that one is just I have to say a do or die situation right there.
That was some pretty textbook backhand surfing there from Rinta Otto. He was incredibly fast, especially with that last section. We've seen a lot of the surfers kind of get there a little late and nosedive, whereas he was able to have full control of his board and that finishing the whole time. And that's what the judges love to see. They love to see that control. They like to see that you have everything under, you know, that under your power to make sure you finish that wave.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Tully Wiley got a 5.9. I'm pretty sure he's gonna, you know, quite happy with that one. Maybe that's gonna become his backup score. And now we're gonna see Sammy Lowe coming up on the next wave. Wow, something going
Some
good.
solid scores trickling through for Rinta Otto's last wave. He's gonna be pretty happy to hear this one come through, but with names like Tully Wiley, Xavier Huxtable, and now Sammy Lowe, no one's really safe just yet until the buzzer runs out. Xavier Huxtable now on a really good start here. Also has a pretty impressive score next to his name. Gets a little stuck there. Probably got there a little too late without speed. Sammy Lowe, though, looking electric here. Big backhand, forehand layback, sorry. And goes down again.
That's two mistakes that Sammy Lowe did, actually. He was surfing really good. Like, that wave was going to be a good score until that last mistake. But still, it could be go into, like, the number that he's looking for, because he's looking for a 5.75. Who knows, that's going to, you know, put him in second if Xavier Huxtable didn't get the score that he was looking for. This is Xavier, a little bit kind of late on the top turn there. You can feel like he was like leaning on it. Nice recovery there. Another strong turn there. Here I can see like he's also a little bit like late on putting that boards on the top of the wave, but also recover.
All right, some pretty solid surfing happening around here. I'm loving Sammy's surfing. I just really wish he could complete his rides the next couple, because he has some solid names out there. Rinta Otto's last one, a 7.27, skyrockets to the lead. Xavier Huxtable, a 7 and a 5.23. So Tully Wiley and Sammy Lowe, with a bit of work to do here, have 2 more opportunities left to get it done.
Yeah, Xavier just with a modest 5.23, and also Sammy Lowe with a 5.20, but you know, the requirement is different now. Sammy Lowe looking for 6.91, Tully Wiley looking for a 6.34, and if Xavier Huxtable want to take the lead, he need a 777. 777.
All right, there we have it on the screen. Tully Wiley
the big guy,
Yeah,
The Vic-
solid unit.
the Victorian. Is it from Bells or from Genjuk?
Um, I'm
That's a good question.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Really good question.
All right, here we go. Third wave now for Tully Wiley as well as Rita Otto. So here he goes. Man in red, solid start. He is looking unstoppable. Deadly backhand here for Rinta Otto, sharp as a knife. He is feeling himself, feeling stoked.
Yeah, this is Tylee Wiley's wave number 3. He's looking for a score. He's going into that score. If let's see if that's gonna be a 6-3-4. 6-3-4.
What do you think, first glance?
I don't know. You know, like to get a 6 here, you almost have to do like a mistake free. But I see there's a little bit of a like everything is there, but I think it's just lack of that big finishing on Tylee Wiley's wave.
Yeah, it's quite uncharacteristic. Sorry, of Tully. Usually he's tends to bust out the gates firing and has some pretty solid scores already in the first 5 minutes of the heat. But Rinta Otto is absolutely killing it right now.
Yeah, I think Rinta got the momentum and all those wave that he's looking for from the first wave, a 7-5 on the gate. So yeah. So Tylee Wiley get a 5.2, just not enough. He's still looking for a 6-3-4. He only have one more chance to do it.
All right,
Yeah.
some scores trickling in for Rinta Otto, 6-3-7. So it doesn't go into his top 2, but you know it's a good heat when you're throwing away 6s. So Rinta has found his rhythm in this wave pool. He's looking pretty on fire, and he's going to be pretty comfortable going into this last wave he has. We will be watching the third wave of Sammy Lowe and Xavier Huxtable. So it is Sammy with a bit of work to do. He needs a 6-9-1 to jump back into an advancing position. Xavier wanted to solidify his spot, wants to kind of redo what he did in the beginning, get back up that 7. So we'll see all of that go down in the next couple seconds. We're seeing some of the burner waves. How fun does that look?
I know. I would go on that first wave. Here we go. Sammy Lowe looking for 6-9-1. First turn solid. Second turn even bigger right there. I think Sammy knows this is going to be his last chance. Oof.
So unfortunate.
Yeah. Still one more chance for Sammy, but it will be harder because he's going to surf wave number 4 there. Here we go, Xavier. Yeah.
Xavier Huxtable showing why he has had a perfect heat out in Nias as well.
I know.
He is such an adaptable surfer. He is great in all types of conditions, either it be barreling, pumping 8-foot Nias, or in this Korean wave pool. He always seems to be able to find his rhythm, adapt to the situation, and get big scores.
Yeah. Who's your favorite surfer in this event?
In this event,
Hmm?
Suri Jabrik.
Ooh. Okay, like who is your favorite surfer in this event?
Okay, so for the men's side, I would have to say Ketur Agus.
Okay, yeah, he was surfing strong.
Yeah.
What about the women's side?
On the women's side, I'm going to have to think a little bit about it. I might have to say Siki Yang might be
Yeah.
my favorite to watch right now. So this is Sammy Lowe, and really, really unfortunate there. Isn't able to kind of stick through it. Xavier Huxtable, really, really good surfing.
Yeah, super strong. No mistake at all on this wave. We'll see if he's gonna extend his lead. Yeah, a 6-6-3. So yeah, Xavier putting a bit more pressure to everybody now. Sammy Lowe looking for an 8.3 now, and Tylee Wiley is looking for 7.73. So Xavier just almost shut the door for everybody. You know, he still have the key and dangle it to Tali and Sammy, but it's going to be hard to get that number. Almost excellent number, actually. Yeah?
That's exactly right. Xavier backed up that 6.63 really nicely. He's kind of textbook heat surfing right now. He's looking pretty solid to get into that quarterfinal and into finals day. See Tully Wiley with a bit of work to do. A 7.73. It's a big ask. Sammy Lowe an 8.30. So at this point, they will only have this last chance to get it done.
Yeah, big number for the big guy here, but wave number 1 here for Tully Wiley. He know he can do it. He's on the way there right now. Couple big maneuvers. Is this the one that he's looking for? A big one. Oh, wow. Here's Rinta Uto just on a victory lap, I have to say, because all his score is, you know, like a keeper for anybody else, but for him is a 1 throw away. Wow, that was a strong one. He looks pretty happy. He looks like super confident. He's happy, you know, his body, you know, saying like, you know, I done my job. I'm happy. Move on to the next round.
I'd be pretty happy too with a 7.5 and a 7.27.
Yeah, you might have that, you know, the no need claim, but my body saying I'm claiming it. Yeah, good job from Rinta Uto. Solid surfing, and here we go. This is a replay from Tully.
Some solid surfing here from Tully Wiley. So 7.73 was his requirement. It's a big ask, but that's pretty good surfing here from Tully. Solid finishing. He knows that he has to give it his all. Unfortunately, it does go down there. I think he tried to rush a little bit that ending.
Yeah, so he got a 6.1. You know, still short. He's looking for a 7.53 now, but the wave is done. No more chance. Yeah, Rinta Uto on his last wave. We'll see if he's gonna extend his lead, because that was a good surfing also.
All right, so one more lap to go. Xavier Huxtable and Sammy Lowe. It is Sammy with a bit of work to do. An 8.3 is his requirement. Xavier now wanting to solidify his second spot. He has the surfing to get back into first.
Yeah. I think Sammy's surfing is there. He just need to connect, you know, all those finishing, and he'll get there.
Yeah, it's still early for Sammy. He's a young man. A lot to learn still. These guys have been doing the rounds for a pretty long time, so he's going to be taking so much away from this heat already, but I'm sure he would have liked to pass through.
Yeah, for sure. So an 8.30 is what Sammy requirement is, so I'm sure he's going to go big here. So Xavier Huxtable next with a 7 and a 6.63.
Oh, there we go. Xavier Huxtable wanting to solidify his second spot. Make sure he shuts the door down for Sammy.
Wow.
Great
He's not only shutting the door, but he's also shutting the gate. No way in.
And Sammy right behind. Nicely done there.
I can tell he's preparing for something big. Can he stop?
Oh.
Even though he stomped that one, it won't be a full row, so the judges might not, you know, deem that as something that they're looking for. So an 8.30, I don't think so. That's the number right there. But great surfing from Sammy Lowe and also Tully Wiley.
Yeah, really great stuff. Rinta Uto really running away with this one. A 7.50, 7.27. Sammy Lowe, last one 4.07. Doesn't go into his top two. So it is Rinta Uto and Xavier Huxtable going into the quarters. We're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon. Actually, it's a big break. We'll see you guys maybe in around an hour.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome back to the live action. This is Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are back into the men's action. Round of 32, heat number 5. We're going to see Bonsoi, Yellow Jersey, Kei Kobayashi, Yuji Nishi, Mike Clayton Brown, and Joe Azuchi. So 3 Japanese surfer up against 1 Aussie here. My name is Dai Wako in the booth. Welcome back, Tip-san.
Yeah, good to be back here. At this is day 2 actually. It feels
Day
like
2.
a long time. You know why? Because we've seen like so many wave ridden here at the wave pool here at the Siheung Pro 2026, and yeah, Kei Kobayashi opening with a 733. Just a normal job for him.
Definitely, he's just showcasing why he's wearing the yellow jersey here. Kei Kobayashi just dropped 7.33. Yuji's first wave comes at a 2.50. So we had an hour break.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Not much. Just have a lunch here. The lunch was so good, and yeah, I think everybody just getting some shade. Yeah, it's pretty hot out there, and here we go. This is wave number 1 for Joe Azuchi and Mike Clayton Brown. So
Beautiful first turn, and straight into the second, and the third turn, another big turn. Unfortunately, goes down on the last section there. That was Mike Clayton Brown and Joe Azuchi's up and riding. Azuchi、Joeのライディングになります。綺麗なターンを続けていっていますが、ここでレールが引っかかってしまったようです。So unfortunate for two of the surfers, but this is wave number 1. They get 4 waves in this heat, so there's still 3 more waves to catch, 3 more chances.
yeah, there is always chances for sure. But talking about chances, Kei Kobayashi is a person that never let go any chances, and yeah, strong exclamation point here from Kei Kobayashi, last year's runner-up, second place here, and I think he's eyeing on getting a better result this year because Kei is also in the Challenger Series.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is a CS surfer, so probably straight after this, he's gonna head to South Africa for his first Challenger Series competition. But definitely, he wants to get a win here before he's heading to South Africa.
Yeah, so still waiting for a second wave here. Most probably it will be Yuji Nishi. So Yuji will surf this first sets that will come anytime, any minute, any second. So yeah, Mike Clayton Brown opening right a 4.67. Joe Azuchi opening right a 4.43. So still wide open between all these 3 surfers. I have to say 3 surfers.
3
because
surfers.
Kei is doing really good here.
Right. So pretty much Kay is the only person who's got the best of the first exchange. It's always good to start with a good score, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Start strong, finish strong, and that's one of Kei Kobayashi's mindset. Like always focus.
Always start fast and then finish strong.
Yeah.
That's Kei Kobayashi's strategy. Looks like the second wave is approaching now.
Yuji Nishi.
西、ユージ、一発目、縦のアクションを見せてきます。そして2発目と立て続けにいいラインを取ってきました。3発目も綺麗に入り、一旦タイミングを測って、最後のセクションも力強く入れてきました。後ろでは小林圭がライディング1発、そして2発とリズムよく入れてきます。3発目も綺麗に決まりました。さあ最後のセクション難しいところですが、ここはしっかりと前に出てきています。Beautiful surfing from both Kei and Yuji. So definitely Yuji's back. He just little thing to make sure that he gets the completion on the second wave.
Yeah, I think he's not happy with that 2.5 on his opening, right? But yeah, Yuji Nishi, as I think you mentioned the other day, is one of the Nishi brothers.
Yes.
And he was the JPSA champion, no, last year?
Last year he
Yeah.
was he crowned champion
for the Japanese pro, yeah.
Japanese professional tour. So definitely he's confident, building up so much through that competition season last year.
Yeah. So also big shout for all the boys in Japan. I have a couple good friends there. Mar Ono, the head of JPSA, big man with a big responsibility to make sure the Japanese tour is up and running. And as you can see, Yuji Nishi is one of the products.
Right, still waiting for the last wave from Kei Kobayashi and Yuji Nishi. 現在、2本目のライディング中継中となっています。1本、2本と今現在点数が出てきています。さあ、西裕二最後の波 6.60 をスコアしています。So last wave for Yuji Nishi comes in at a 6.60. That is a great score to have on his second wave. And looks like it's going to be another great number for Kei Kobayashi. One more score to lock in. 小林圭の2本目のライディングもいいスコアになっていきそうです。6.57 をスコアしました。The last wave for K comes out of 6.57. He's in the lead with 7.33 and 6.57. Beautiful surfing from both of the Japanese surfers. Wave numbers 2 for Joe Azuchi. Azuchi Joe 2本目のライディング、立て続けにターンを入れていきます。そして最後はフローターで前に出てきました。そしてその後ろでは at the back Mike Clayton up and riding, beautiful surfing, strong third turn and gets the finish right out of it, super clean. So it's gonna be a great number for both Mike and Joe as well.
Yeah, another good score there for Yuji Nishi and Kei Kobayashi. Kei even surfing on a second wave, he got like a 6.57, like way, above average of the way that everybody's surfing. The reason why is because like I said yesterday, he built for this kind of wave condition, super tight, super strong, super connected to the wave pool, and yeah, that's the result. 7.33 and a 6.57. Still early, Mike Clayton Brown still waiting for his score. Joe Azuchi also yesterday, surfing with only 3 wave because his first wave he fell off. So all these people are able to make the score.
Right, so last wave for Mike comes in at a 5.60. It's a decent score to keep. Still sitting in the second place. Yuji Nishi now needs 3.67 to go into the second place. Still waiting for Joe's last wave.
Wow.
Wow, looks like it's going to be another good score for Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, Joe could go to second place right now.
2 more scores to lock in, and we will tell you guys the update. 6.77 is the last wave for Joe Azuchi, straight into the second place now. So it's a evenly matched up, exciting heat here.
Yeah, Joe Azuchi putting second highest score of the heat behind Kei Kobayashi, 7.33. So 6.77 is, it's not much different from what Kei Kobayashi did on that wave. And yeah, still tight between all these surfers.
So the wave number 3 is on the way for Kei Kobayashi. Nice first turn, good second turn, and it gets the third turn in, and gets a completion here. So another great ride from Kei Kobayashi. At the back we have Yuji Nishi up and riding. Beautiful second turn and straight into the vertical off the top, and gets the completion. Beautiful surfing again.
Yep, so this is halfway through the heats, Dai. It looks like, yeah, everybody everybody open up with a good, I would say, some people have a good 2 score, and then the other one have 2 backup scores. So looks like we need to wait and see for Kei Kobayashi and Yuji Nishi's wave. The funny thing about Kei and Yuji, they are surfing strong with their backside, and Yuji have a 6.60, and his second score is a 2.5. But the problem is Joe Azuchi also have a good score. So this is a good fight between these 2 Japanese there.
Wow, looks like Kei just dropped a great number. Excellent, 8.17. Wow, he's just building up on every wave. Now it's got a 7.33 and 8.17.
Wow. Kei Kobayashi is not even building a house, he's building a sandcastle out there. It's super super strong surfing there for Kei.
So big scores for Kei Kobayashi, 8.17 and 7.33, 15.50 in total. So Joe Azuchi is in second place right now, but looks like Yuji Nishi will move into second place now with a 5.80 for his last wave.
Wow, super tight there between Joe and Yuji. And Joe and Yuji, they're from the Osaka side, no? Both of them.
Yes.
One
the
is
west
from
side.
one of them is from Shikoku, and one from probably the same side. Yeah, they're from the west side of Japan.
So the third wave for white and green approaching. So Mike is up and riding now. Nice first turn, second turn over check turn, but great third turn. And another turn in, and unfortunately goes down on the last turn there. The back we have Joe Azuchi. Azuchi Joe 1発2発と綺麗に入れてきます。そして3発目、難しい最後のセクションも決めてきました。前に出てきています。
Great surfing there from Joe Azuchi. Yeah, you have to be careful with that Siheung reef on the end side of the wave there, Dai. It's been really dangerous for surfers that want to do a finishing maneuver on the inside.
You know, it's super shallow on the inside actually.
Oh, yeah.
That's why the waves stand up so quickly and it sucks you up. So you have to approach a little early than usual. Well, it looks like 4.87 for the last wave for Mike. Still waiting for the last wave for Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, nothing really changed here for Mike. He's still looking for a 6.8. Yeah, one of the reason why, because he have that 5.6 and also the 4.87. He needs the range of a better score of a 6.8. Yeah. Hey, Dai, talking about favorite surfers here, who is your favorite surfer out here in the pool right now for you?
Well, Katura Goose is one of the stands out, and then of course Kanoa Hije. He was on fire earlier round. I think he dropped 8.88 score, so definitely he's one to look out. And obviously Kei Kobayashi is wearing Bonsai yellow jersey, so definitely he's one to watch it as well.
I have to say Kei Kobayashi is Mr. Consistent here. And Kanoa Hije, he's the performers, like he does things with airs, he does things with like a tail slide. I think Kanoa is the guy that a bit more unpredictable, but Kei is Mr. Consistent here.
Definitely.
What about like the girls? I have to say Kana Nakashio is also putting a lot of attention to me.
Definitely Kana Nakashio, Nanaho Suzuki, and Suchi Yan drops a lot of excellent scores.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
and now, do we have a live action right now here?
Yes, Yuji Yuji これが4本目のライディングになります。逆転に必要なスコアが 6.80。さあ大きなターンフィニッシュまで決めてきました。この波で 6.80 をスコアすると2位に、カムバックします。小林系のライディング、パス2発大きなターン、素晴らしいトランジショニングでしっかりと最後のセクションまでアタックしていきます。Beautiful, strong rise from Yuji and Kei. Kei's sitting in the lead pretty comfortably right now, but Yuji is in third place, needing a 6.80.
Yeah. You know, I have to say that the way that Kei Kobayashi is surfing is not about how he served, but he want to keep pushing his numbers. And here we go. This is Yuji Nishi. I have to say, this is also a strong surfing from Yuji. You know, everything is tight there. A lot of spray. You know why? Because he's pushing a lot of water with his backside. He's really, really strong-footed surfer. Here we go, Kei Kobayashi. He's not looking for a 7 here. He's probably looking for an 8 in his mind, because that's what Kei Kobayashi, you know.
Wow, that really
that's what I'm saying. He's not looking for a 7.
8.20. So another excellent score from Kei Kobayashi. He
looks like he's going in.
Well, this is a fourth wave, so it was the last wave for him, so he improves his situation now. Sitting in the first place comfortably, still waiting for the last wave for Yuji Nishi, needing score 6.80.
And you know what, Dai? He got that 8.2 on the fourth wave.
Right.
Everybody usually get the highest score on the first wave, and he did it on the fourth wave. What an amazing surfing there from Kei. I would like to get his signature one day.
Surfboard?
No, just on my t-shirt.
Ah.
I'm a big fan of him. You know, like strong surfing. Anybody that's doing strong surfing I'm a fan of them.
Oh, the last wave for Yuji comes in at a 6.10, so it's not enough. Still in the third place.
Looks like Yuji's not gonna get this score then, yeah?
Right, so all eyes on Mike Clayton Brown, needing 7.80, but this is Joe Azuchi. Azuchi 現在第2位のポジションです。6.63 を上回るとその差を広げます。大きなスプレーを上げていきます。そして最後のターンはしっかりとフィンを抜いてきました。
Wow, amazing surfing there for, I have to say, like, nice surfing here also from Mike. Little wobble there, but he need to recover on this one. Is he gonna do something big?
Yeah.
That Siheung Reef is not an easy part to get around it, Daya.
Well, definitely, he needed the big finish there. He mistimed on the third
You see that
turn.
green side there?
Right.
That's the Siheung Reef.
Let's take another look. This is the last wave from Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, similar surfing from Yuji Nishi, I have to say, Dai, but looks like the judges like the way that Joe precise surfing more than Yuji. Yeah, Joe is a bit more precise. Yuji is a bit more power, I think.
So that was this is the last wave for Mike. He needed a 7.80, which is a pretty big score, so he needed to go big. That's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, he couldn't really hold on to it.
Wow, look at Kei Kobayashi. Always, his energy is always high, like that's why he got that 2.8.
Still waiting for the last wave from Joe Azuchi. I don't think it's gonna be his top 2 score. It's a 5.90, so it is Kei Kobayashi and Joe Azuchi will be moving through to the next round. We're gonna go to the quick break and then we'll be right back.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Big action still continued. It is a Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are now into round of 32 of men's heat number 6. We have Saxon Reba, Taji Stokes, Shohei Kato, and Hiroto Arai. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Easy. Welcome
Thanks,
back.
Di. Yeah, wow, so much action
Wow.
going down. This heat is also going to be one to watch.
One to watch, definitely. We've seen the Saxon River just ripping all the way to the inside and drops 6.17 already, which is a great start.
Yeah, huge. And Taj with a 2.00, so a little fumble for Taj, but Taj wanted us to know he's come off his pro fishing tour, so he doesn't work, he fishes for a profession.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, and he took a week out of his busy schedule to come do South Korea.
So he
fishes.
he
But
fishes, he surfs.
Yeah, I feel like he surfs way better than he fishes.
Really? Well, what a career, you know.
I know.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know it, so I gotta check his
Yeah.
account out.
Yeah.
So, well, this is gonna be the first wave for Shohei Kato. 加藤翔平、1本目のライディング、大きなターンを入れてきます。さあ、調子の良さそうな板を乗っています。3発目、綺麗に全部入ってきてます。そして最後のターンもタイミングを合わせて前に出てきました。まずまずといった表情でしょうか。後ろでは新井宏斗、1発、2発、そして3発目も綺麗にターンを入れてきています。そして難しい4発目、これも綺麗に前に出てきました。Beautiful surfing from Shohei and Hiroto. These two surfers are very experienced competitors. Shohei was a former CS surfer last year. He is trying to re-qualify for the 2027 season. And Hiroto Arai has been competing for about 20 years.
Wow, yeah. This replay of Shohei, huge first turn. I've been watching him in the practice sessions and he has been absolutely ripping with surfing like this. We see this slow-mo. I just love how deep he comes off the bottom. It puts him in the perfect position of the wave to be able to... He goes a bit earlier to the section and he's able to ride out of that fourth turn as we see Hiroto up and riding. Such a cool drone angle for Hiroto. So much spray just in rhythm with his timing as well. And little fin throw to finish things off.
Wow, great start for two Japanese surfers here. So 5.67 for Shohei's fast wave. That's a decent score actually to start with. You know, just I don't think he's happy with that score yet, but definitely he's on the way to the 6-point range or 7-point range. He is capable of getting those highest, like excellent range.
Yeah, especially being a Challenger Series surfer, he probably has that pressure on himself to really make the next couple of rounds, as we see last of Hiroto, a 6.43.
Wow.
So best number of the heat so far. Still 3 waves to go.
Still 3 waves to go, and you know, it's a great feeling when you get 6-point range on your first wave.
Yes,
actually,
yeah.
when you're competing.
The momentum and the rhythm you start to be in, you get a bit looser, a bit more confident. Taj, with the 2.00, I feel like he's going to feel he's on the back foot a little bit. So it'll really be nice to see Taj capitalise on this second wave of the set.
Definitely, you know, second wave usually has an open face, cleaner face, so it's Taj's turn to answer back. Good first turn to start with. Nice carve down to the parcels. Love the third turn again. And unfortunately, his back foot kind of slips off. This is Saxon Riva, already drops 6.17. Beautiful first turn. Love the power hack there on the second turn. Wow. Fin release on the third and fourth. Gets the completion. So it's similar approach to his first wave. Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, and this is where we were talking about momentum. I feel like Saxon dropped the 6.17 and he's in rhythm. With surfing like that, I feel like this number's going to be better. Taj Stokes, though, nice first snap there. And a second carve, like you said, dive straight back into the power source. Just super uncharacteristic for Taj here. Just a little bobble caught maybe his outside rail a little bit. We'll have a look here. Oh, his back foot looked like it completely came off.
Wow, that was not a usual thing for him, but this was a great surf.
Oh, wow. I love this second turn. Huge wingspan for Saxon. Look at that third huge snap, and you can tell he's just pushing so hard. And next round is quarterfinals, so you need to push so hard to be up against these names.
Definitely. Oh, already quarterfinals.
I know.
It's going really fast.
Yes.
A lot of great actions, but 4.27 for Taj Stokes last wave. Still waiting for the last wave for Saxon River, and I feel like it's gonna be a great number again for Saxon.
Yeah. So last year Saxon had a round of 32 loss. So this is the round for him that he really needs to push past, and then I feel like pressure will be off and he'll feel a bit freer. We'll see him loosen up a bit, but right now I'm seeing a pretty good Saxon. He's surfing amazing, and I feel like in the last 12 months I've really seen him start to shine on through, especially in competitive surfing, and scores are coming through. The judges are liking it.
Wow, it looks like it's gonna be his best so far, 7.03. How good is it when you have 6.17 on the first wave and 7.03 on the second wave?
So good. So good. And it's so funny to see it was the second and fourth wave. So he didn't really just have a good run on the second wave or the fourth wave. He utilized both of them.
Wow. Well, Hiroto Rai need to answer back. 荒井宏斗2本目のライディング、1本目で 6.43 をスコアしています。3発目まで綺麗に入りました。スプレーが大きな弧を描いています。素晴らしいフィニッシュターンを見せてきました。そして加藤翔平1発目綺麗なスプレーを上げてカービングターンでパワーゾーンに戻りフィンを抜いてきた。そして4発目はフローターを入れるがここは前に出てこれない。Wow, big surfing from Hiroto, and unfortunate for Shohei Kato to for the last turn.
Yeah, Shohei having another fall on that last turn. I feel he's getting big numbers with the surfing he's doing already. Hiroto, I'm really excited to see this replay. Here we go, drone angle again. Huge first turn, just throwing a fan of spray. He's pushing so hard, and I love how low he gets in his bottom turn. It really gives him the energy and the power to really push through that top turn and let those fins go. And wow, a 7.43 dive.
The best score so far in this heat. Wow. So this is a replay of Shohei Kato.
Yeah, I really love Shohei's approach, and you can see he's pushing so hard. He got a little hung there, which I feel like put him out of rhythm for that last turn. He was a bit late. He was sort of in two minds. Should I do it? Should I not? And he ended up falling off. But with a 4.37, he's going to want to throw that score away.
Definitely. All the surfers still get chance to surf for, twice.
Yeah.
So there's still time. There's still opportunities. Shohei is one of the most smartest and strongest surfers from Japan, so definitely he'll be back on the next one.
Yes, and even Taj, a little bit uncharacteristic for Taj. Pretty low scores. We usually see him in that 5-6 range. Last heat he was phenomenal, so we know he's got that in the bank. He just maybe a little bit of nerves. He just missed out on the Challenger Series last year, so they might be playing in the back of his mind. But I'm sure he's got 2 waves to recover, and he's on the 4th wave this time.
All right, Saxon Riva is going to take second wave up to set. he's already dropping 617 and 7-point rise. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna attack really hard this one. Nice first fin released and big curve. Comes back to the parcels and another fin release with a big spray and
Wow.
an even bigger spray on the last section. Wow. Similar approach, but great surfing. Taj Stokes answer back. Ooh,
No.
what happened there?
Taj, I don't know. Maybe he went a little too high. I just feel like he's not really in the mind. You know what I think he should do? I think he should think about fishing. And then he might be able to get back into that mindset. But yeah, you can tell he's pretty frustrated there.
Right.
So much time, energy, training goes into it. Saxon, though, looking pretty stoked watching the replay on the big screen.
Definitely. Let's take another look on the last wave for Saxon.
He does so well, especially when we talk about Dai, how it's so much harder for goofy footers to really stay right in their pocket. They usually are pushed more to the face, but Saxon, oh my goodness, he is just going leaps and bounds, and score goes to show a 6.73. So he betters his situation. Taj now, let's see where he went wrong. He sort of hit that bobble that we talk about in that fourth wave, which sent him to go a bit higher. So again, uncharacteristic for Taj.
So 2.30 for the Taj's last wave. He needs now 9.49, so pretty much he needs 10 at this time. Still, you know, Shohei Kato and Hiroto Rai will take the third wave, so it's a big score for requirement for Taj.
Yeah, it's got to be the best wave of the event. We haven't seen a score this whole event go into the 9 range. I think the highest one has been an 8.50. Actually, by the Korean local boy. So, Kanoa. So, I think that's the highest wave score of this whole event, so it's a huge ask.
Well, there's still one more chance to do that for Taj Stokes. Now Shohei Kato is in third place, needing 8.09, so which is a pretty big score for the requirement, but he is looking ready, he's looking sharp. The third wave is approaching now for Shohei Kato. 加藤翔平、逆転に必要なスコアが 8.09、2本目の波にテイクオフします。1発大きなターンを入れ、2発、そして3発ときれいに入れてきます。そしてここの4発目は決めていきたい。さあここは決めていきました。その後ろから新井宏斗乗っていきます。真下に落とすようなリッピングを見せて、そして3発目でも今度は種類の違ったサーフィンを見せてきました。Wow! Beautiful and strong surfing from Shohei and Hiroto. That was a great surf.
That was crazy. I feel like we finally saw Shohei just then. We saw his amazing surfing, and I'd love to see the replay of Hiroto. It felt like he touched the wall with his hand while he took off, but Shohei, here we go. This is a great looking wave. I love how he utilizes that first section, goes so big. No downtime as well, comes through this middle section, and look how hard he's pushing. He's so nice and compressed, which really allows him to really generate all that power, and that's a better finish for Shohei.
Definitely, it's better finish, and finally he gets to completion, and this is a Hiroto's last wave.
Hiroto, oh my goodness, that was huge for him. I feel like he's just oozing with confidence. He's really in rhythm with this wave. I feel like some people just don't suit wave pools, and Hiroto definitely suits wave pools.
Definitely, you know, he's been dominating since the round 1, so there's something, you know, going on with Hiroto. He's in the rhythm with the wave pool, so it's gonna be a big score for Hiroto. 5.80 for Shohei Kato's last wave and 7.50 for Hiroto's last wave. Now he's sitting in the first place with a 7.5 and 7.43. Saxon sitting in the second. Shohei Kato now needs 7.96 and Taj needs a big score.
Okay, so 7.96 for Shohei. It's got to be the best wave of the heat. I feel like he's got to go really big because he really has nothing to lose now. So he can't safety surf because it's the last wave. He's got 2 completions on the board. He's just got to go huge.
On screen, We have Tepe Tajima, the Japanese, the legend coach from Japan. I think he's coaching Shohei Kato, just gives him advice on the last wave. But this is Taj Stokes, needs a big score, 9.49 his backhand. Big first turn to start with. Beautiful curve down to the parcels. And love the third turn, big fourth turn, and gets the fifth turn, unfortunately goes down. And we're gonna see Saxon Weaver up and riding. Beautiful forehand attack, nice wrapping cut back there. I think eyeing for the section. He's gonna take it to the sky. Didn't really rotate the tail, so it wasn't a completion, but beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I feel like for Taj, that's what he needed to do at the start of the heat to really give him an opportunity to advance. But nonetheless, such beautiful surfing from Taj. I love his style. We'll see this replay as well. I love how he drops his front arm into the water. It just allows him to open up his chest and really rotate quite hard through that top turn Saxon on this replay here. Oh, I just love how much oomph he puts into his turns. I love it.
I love this turn. I mean, yeah.
So good. And you see him eye off this section. I'm not sure if it was a bit crumbly. Di, you're the expert on that. I can't do airs. I wish I could.
No, I wish I could
Yeah.
do that. But yeah, that was a great attempt from both Saxon and Taj. So 4.13 for Saxon's last wave. He's sitting in the second place with a 7.03 and a 6.73. So now Shohei needs 7.96. This is the last chance. 4.87 for Taj Stokes' last wave. So unfortunately and sadly, we have to say goodbye to Taj Stokes.
Yeah, Shohei, 7.96. And he's on the fourth wave of the set. Di, what would be going through your head if you're in Shohei's position?
Wow. I don't know.
It's hard.
You know, you wish you were on the second wave,
Yes.
but you know, Saxon Reaper gets the 7-point ride on the fourth wave as well. So, and then also, Kei Kobayashi got an excellent point on the fourth wave as well.
Yes.
On his backhand. So,
Yep.
you know, Shohei can do it.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel for Shohei, as we see all sets coming on through, but I want to see him do it. I want to see him get there.
新井宏斗、現在第1位のポジション 7.43 を超えるとその差を広げてきます。少しテイクオフ遅れましたが縦のアクションをしてきました。ここはタイミング合わなかったか。ここで演技を終えます。現在第1位のポジション。さあ後ろで待っているのは加藤翔平。大きなスコアが必要です。7.96 一発2発。そしてここでも大きなターンを入れてきた。さあもう一発入るか。少しバランスを崩すがここでエアを試みます。Unfortunate for Shohei Kato. Great attempt. He needed to do a big turn on the last section, but unfortunately he couldn't really ride out of it.
Yeah, I feel like for Shohei too, he mistimed that first turn as well, so I think that put him off rhythm by a split second, but the split second in a wave pool really, really counts as we see Hiroto, just a victory lap for him. He didn't push too hard, saving himself for quarterfinals up next. That's what's to come. So congratulations to Saxon and Hiroto.
Alright, so Hiroto and Saxon moving into the next round. We're going to go to the quick break and we'll be right back with men's action.
Hey.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
We are 2 heats away from confirming our quarterfinalists here in the Siheung Korea Open at QS 6000. We also are running some longboard heats this afternoon, so we are going back-to-back action all throughout today. Right now, we have Willis Druma out there in the red. Keijiro Nishi is going to be in the blue. Kobe Clements in the white, and Ty Richardson in the green. 4 standout competitors all throughout the competition so far. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. Willis Druma already locking in a 617. To say that's a step in the right direction, it definitely is.
Huge. And it's been a theme that we've seen surfers that are getting a really good start are building that house and really gaining momentum through the heat. So we saw last heat that was Saxon and Hiroto just really pushing on through. They had a great start and just kept building.
This event has been one of those events where you could pick your competitors, be like, yep, guaranteed they're going to be quarterfinal, semi-final, final. And then all of a sudden it's out the window and earlier than what you think. And someone for that is in particular was that last heat, Shohei Kato. He is so good, and I would have picked him to go all the way because he can do airs, he has an incredible rail game, and his backhand is so good. So that's a major upset from that last heat. But let's turn our eyes to the wave pool right now. Kobe Clements from Long Reef on the Northern Beaches has an incredible backhand. Let's see it in action right now. Draws really hard on this second carve here. Gets the tail loose and free, not once but twice. Tricky section to hold on to there. Not sure if he got the completion on that one. Now, Ty Richo from the Gold Coast doesn't get to look left very often, but when he does, it's really classy. Comes down to this end section here, belts it. That's a completion there for Ty Richardson. Both of these guys coming at this heat with some energy right now.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Ty Richo. He's sort of been flying under the radar, and I saw him before. He just had his rash on, and I was like, wow, Ty Richo. He's come from the earlier rounds, and he's really showcasing his backhand surfing, which I'm loving. Kobe Clements, 5th at this event last year, and with surfing like this, I love it. Great first turn out of the lip, and a second carve there. 3rd, straight up again, just throwing so much spray, pushing a little hard on that turn there. I love his stance. He gets so low, and it really enables him to generate so much speed and power. That 4th section, like we said, both the waves coming together and sort of clamping on him, and he's losing a bit of balance. Ty Richo, nice first turn there. 2nd, carving snap through the lip, and a 3rd, and finishes this one off so strongly.
Yeah, so much. Again, there's so many Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast surfers that you wouldn't expect to have these incredible backhands, but they do. And Ty Richo is one of those guys who continues to surprise me with just how good his backhand surfing is. So scores still to lock in for Ty Richardson right now. Kobe Clements, on the other hand, 4-3-3, which gives me the impression the judge is deeming that last turn not ridden out.
Yeah, and with Willis Druma, his 6.17, would love to see replay, but it would have been a finish, and that's the difference we've seen throughout the last 2 days of 2 points in between as well.
Yeah, if you can find some separation, especially on that first wave, it does seem to play into your favour going into the back half of the heat. Obviously, still really early days. 4 surfers already with 1 wave under their belt, and it was Willis Druma with the best, a 6.17, Ty Richardson with a 5.5, but we have a previous winner in the water right now, Keijiro Nishi. He was a champion here just a few years ago. He also has that full bag of tricks. Let's see what Keiji can do on this wave here. Just times that first section so well. He's going to go to a swoop, so we're seeing a really similar approach to what Kanoa does on this wave here. Can he get more through the inside? Tags it for another section here for Keijiro Nishi. Small score, only a 2.33 for his first wave, so that's definitely building right now. Willis Druma kicks the fins out as he comes through this inside section, belts it for another time there as well. He is backing up the 6.17 quickly here. So those two surfers meeting the energy and the pace that we saw from Tai Richo and Kobe Clements on that last exchange.
Yeah, and Keijiro Nishi won here in 2023 and then didn't do this comp here last year. He focused on the Challenger Series. He actually got 5th in Sakurama. So we know he's a huge name and we really know he can bring it to these big names. So I feel like for him, he's got a little bit of pressure on himself, and great first card there. Looks like he might be nursing an ankle injury as well. I love that turn. So much power and showing a little flair, showing a lot of variety as well, which the judges will love, and rides out cleanly.
Keiji is one of those surfers for me that if he qualified for the championship tour, it would make sense.
Yeah.
It feels right. He has that full bag of tricks. He is an incredible competitor as well. Willis Druma, on the other hand, really new to the scene, and we got to speak about it with Tim Bain in one of the earlier heats, but Willis also surfing beyond his status right now. He is new. He's essentially a Grom when he comes into it. He's a lot younger than some of these other competitors, but is surfing bigger than that.
Yeah, and for Willis, I saw him through his pro junior years, but the last 12 months, he's really stepped out of his shell and he's really shown to me. He's in the new Merge film by Billabong, and he didn't do this event last year. He really focused on those pro juniors as well. So he's throwing his hat in the ring here, and gosh, with surfing like this, he's got a good chance at making quarterfinals.
Keijiro Nishi, his second score locks in. It's his best so far. It's a 5.10, so that's a good spot for him to be back in this heat to hopefully try and bank 2 really nice scores on these last 2 waves. Willis Druma gets a 5.01. He improves his lead right now. So not too much pressure on these guys' shoulders right now. Ty only needing a 1.93 at this point, and Kobe Clements, unfortunately, with the lowest score so far, so he's looking for his best yet to come. Let's see Ty Richo on the second wave of the set here. Vertical on this first section. I've really been loving his attack through this inside part, keeping the momentum really flowing. Vertical, wow. Heaps of spray coming out the back there for Ty Richo. We can confirm a ride out as well. He's really been making those definitely convincing. Kobe here, great first 2 turns, jams it on the third, pushing so hard on that tail just to pivot that all the way back around. There's the completion he was chasing on his previous wave. So these two guys keeping up with the pace of Willis and Keijiro right now.
I love that, and I've been watching Kobe in our practice sessions, and that's the surfing that I've been seeing. Ty Richo, this lovely drone angle. I loved that first turn, wraps it around, nice little carve there, similar to his first wave as well. Snap there to finish, and this end turn I love, so dynamic, and he really pushes. I feel like a lot of the surfers tag that last just for a finish, but he's showing that dynamicness in his surfing. Kobe Clements though, great series of turns. You can see how hard he pushes right through his back leg, letting his tail through the back, and gets a completion, so that's got to feel really good.
Something that both of these guys do really well, and it's evident when we look at it a little bit slower in the replays, is that their back knee touches the board as they're coming back out of the turns, which essentially means that energy and that momentum is shifting all the way to their front hip, which is kind of what you need on those steeper sections to have that energy moving forward. It's also showing that they have a lot of confidence and conviction in their turns. So feel like we're going to see two really nice scores start to pour in right now for Ty Richo and Kobe Clements. Ty's just dropped a 5.77. It is his best so far in this heat. Kobe Clements still waiting for his number to lock in, but I have a feeling it's going to put him pretty well into this heat to be a level playing field. So these next two waves are going to be really crucial for who can hold their nerve and get themselves into that top 50% progressive right now.
Yeah, that's huge. I feel like right now is the underdog story with Ty and Willis. Obviously, Ty Richardson has a huge name back at home, but Kobe Clements' number just dropped a 6.50, so only looking for a 4.70. Kajiri looking for a 6.11, so no one's really ran away with this one yet. It's super close, but I love these sort of heats. Really close, comes down to the wire.
Here we go. Willis Druma needs to keep building right now to make sure he stays in one of those top two positions. Second place is vulnerable. Third turn, massive. Starts to swing up into the fourth. Goes super vertical on the fifth. That is that just top to bottom energy, back to back to back, rolling through right now for Willis Druma. Keiji carve into a tail jam on this section. Starts to get a little bit jammy with it as well as he drifts the fins up and into it, and unfortunately that weight too much on the toe rail, so Keijiro goes down. Something that Keiji usually does as well, which I notice is different this year, is his head is usually red all over.
Oh,
he dyes his hair
yes.
red for every single event, but repping the natural hair colour.
Wow, I didn't even notice. Yeah, I love this wave of Willis Druma. He pushes so hard yet looks so effortless, and I love just how tall he stands as well, but yet he's compressed that he can push through those turns. So Willis, amazing surfing as we see a slow-mo replay, just how hard he pushes. He's so tall in person as well, so he does so well to really utilize the whole wave and plants that one down.
You could see he was pushing harder there.
Yeah.
He knew in that moment that he actually needed to level up to stay in the game right now, apply a little bit more pressure to Kobe and Keijiro. And Keiji, again, he was surfing so well, such beautiful flow in his surfing, but I love the fact that he went for this because he needed something progressive because there wasn't too much happening at the start of that wave.
I feel like he almost was doing down the line surfing. He wasn't really focusing on, it is that fourth wave of the set, so it's tricky because it does have that lump in it, so he has to navigate that lump and try to stay in the pocket on his forehand. So last wave comes through for KGF 4.83 and Willis a 5.80. So Willis in the lead.
Little bit of separation starting to come now between our other surfers. So Willis extending his lead ever so slightly, is borderline on that 12-point range at this point, which we've made a statement that consistently anyone going 12, 13 points plus is staying really healthy and alive in this event right now. Ty Richo needs to better a 5-5 just to apply a little bit more pressure on Kobe. These guys are in the same rotation as well, so that adds slight more pressure to both of these surfers, but Kobe's number still relatively small. It needs to be a 4.77. So we're going to keep a close eye on exactly what these two surfers can do, but as far as it goes right now, their style's the same. The way they're reading the waves are the exact same. We can see Kobe Clements up and riding right now, taking this one all the way through. This finish is crucial. He's going to airdrop out of it. We saw the fins through the side of the wave. Ty Richo's turn now, out the back. Going through the motion, starting to belt it. Needs a little bit more vertical work through this inside. He's going to get it. He now gets the completion too. So both of these surfers giving themselves every single opportunity to keep building on the scoreline right now.
Huge. I feel like Kobe got the best of that exchange. I love that Kobe was able to fit in another turn there. Ty, a little hung up on that second turn, but really put him in position for a really dynamic third turn. So really interesting. It's still so close. No one's really ran away with it yet. We look at Willis, who's current heat leader, 6.17 and 5.80. Nothing crazy yet, but we're expecting big things with one wave left.
Definitely. I also think that these two surfers are both not falling under pressure, which is really good signs of what's to come as well. They're both pushing each other really hard, so I dare say that that fourth wave is going to be like lightning and fireworks for both of those guys. Scores starting to filter on through now, so we do have a situation change. Kobe Clements now gets a 6.87. He goes to the lead. He's got the best wave of the heat so far. Ty Richo's, it felt like it was in the same area, maybe not as good as Kobe Clements, but we were watching it from that side angle as well, so we didn't get the velocity of what it was going to look like if we were seeing it from front on. It needs to be a 6.2 to get him up to take Willis's spot. So just when we thought Willis was safe, he now needs to probably better again.
Yeah, which is so exciting. And we can't even take out KG. He only needs a 6.87. We've seen the surfing he's been doing, and I'm really excited to see what he does on this last opportunity. And wow, Jesse, situation change again. Ty, a 6.27, goes to second. Willis now vulnerable.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely vulnerable. Needs only slightly better than his low score right now. So needs a 5.88. If we look back to his highest wave scores that he's had so far, they have been on that second wave of the set, 6.17 and a 5.8. So he's going to need to dig deep and find some extra points on what has been the weak point on that wave number 4 for Willis Juma right now. Let's see what KG can do on wave number 2 here. This is his final chance to get himself into the quarterfinals. 6.94 has to be the requirement. There's 3 big turns. This ending is crucial. Loses the fins on the landing there. So unfortunately, KG is going to be out of competition. Willis Juma now looking for a 5.88. Just gets up and over. I thought he had lost it. Fins go out the back, so he gave the judges variety. We didn't get to see those first 2 turns, so unless they were majorly crucial, I feel like it could come a little bit under based on the finish. Willis didn't seem super convinced by it, but he's also a very humble young man.
Yes, and he comes across very nonchalant. But we'll look at these replays of KG. I love this first turn, really dynamic, showing the judges that he's putting his board in a really critical spot of the wave. Nice third turn there. And heaps of speed. He knew what he had to do, so he had nothing to lose in that situation. We'll look at this slow-mo here and see what went wrong for KG. Just hitting that inside rail or outside rail as he comes down and hitting that lump. Willis, nice first turn here to get things started. A second turn. Third turn gets a little bobbled, maybe back in the power source. And I felt like that was a little under the lip. I felt like Willis was safety surfing a little bit. He goes for broke there. I don't know, Jess.
That first turn was big.
Yeah.
It definitely was a solid first turn. The finish was dramatic with having that fins out the back. Because he's so tall, I felt like maybe he made it look nonchalant in the way that he was making that as well. Scores in for Keijiro Nishi. It's a 5-1, so it is not the requirement he was needing. So one of our previous champions is out of competition. Willis Juma. Is he going to get the 5.88 he's chasing? This is going to make or break whether Kobe Clements and Ty Richo are moving on through. No matter what Kobe Clements' actually scores are in. One judge came close with a 5.6, but it's going to come under. It's a 5.23, so pressure's off. Kobe and Ty Richo, they can take this wave and do whatever they want on it now because they are both moving through to the quarterfinals, Izzy.
Wow, this is a huge result, especially for Kobe getting 5th here last year at this event. And even Ty Richo, he didn't come here last year, so this is huge. It's our first 6,000 of the season.
Here we go. Ty Richo into the quarterfinals. This is a victory lap for him. He still wants the lead though. He's going to belt this one all the way through. If we know anything about Kobe and Ty, it is that they are going to give us their very best all the way to the end. Kobe now vertical, drifting the tail on that first section. Drives really hard on that second and even harder again on that third. This end section, that tail jam has to be his trademark move. 2 exceptional rides from first and second place right now. Very well deserving to be in the quarterfinals. They're going to keep entertaining us, and I couldn't think of 2 better people to go and do that.
It was awesome. So good to watch. I love the underdog sort of storyline for Ty Richo as we see this replay. I love this turn. He just looks so free and he looks confident. He's really in rhythm with this wave. It is the second wave of the set, so it really allowed him to be patient and choose his turns. It's got to feel pretty good knowing you're all the way through to the quarterfinals on the last wave. So Ty just sort of stamping his authority. Kobe behind him went, I don't think so. I'm going to make sure I get the win. I love that first turn. Again, second turn, he pushes so hard, like you said, Jesse. Dropping that back knee really allows him to get vertical, but also push the tail out, which a lot of surfers can't do very well. But Kobe does it exceptionally. And then this such dynamic finishing turn here. Next one. Just so many.
All of them are dynamic, but that
I
finish
love it.
Yeah, in particular had a little amount of spice to it too. So Ty Richo's last wave comes in. It doesn't go into his top two. It is a 5-5. Kobe looks like he has some big numbers rolling on through. 7-8, 7-5, 7-6-8, and a 7. It's going to average out to a 7.27, the highest wave score of the heat so far. Kobe, Ty into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, Willis and our previous champ, Keiji, they are out of the draw. Let's keep on rolling through. We have one more heat to go in this round. We're going to bring in Giada Legati for the call.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome back to the show. We have a big heat on our hands right now. Round of 32, heat number 8. It is going to be Made Ariana or Pajar Ariana in the red. We have Willem Watson in the blue, Dakota Walters in the white, and Dylan Wilcoxon in the green. So 2 Aussies taking on 2 Indonesian surfers. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Giada Legati, someone who knows these Indonesian surfers like thick and thin. They are family to her. Let's go to Dakota Walters right now. This is his first wave of the matchup here. Dakota has such a big bag of tricks, goes super vertical on that end section there, so definitely a statement to make on his first wave here. Now, Dylan Wilcoxon, up and coming junior surfer. He's on to the Challenger Series this year, so this is pretty well a warm-up for Bolito. Gearing up for an end section here. Feels like maybe it was slightly misread, so just a wave to brush under the rug and reset here. But Dylan, with such a big future ahead of him, Giada.
Absolutely. He is so young. I think turning 17 this year. He just turned 16 last year. Already has a QS 6000 win under his belt. He is from the Mentawai. His dad is Ray Wilcoxon. But we'll just catch up with this replay from Dakota Walters. What a wave. I'm really loving his flow, especially this last turn. He went upside down. Board went 180 there and back, so it was a beautiful wave there from Dakota Walters. But you're right about this one. I think Dylan Wilcoxon kind of maybe let the first wave nerves get to him. He started off really nice. He had this great flow to him. I think here's when things kind of went south. He did a check turn and unfortunately got the nose of his board a little stuck in the water there on his way to the whitewash. So unfortunate, but early days. It's only his first wave. There we have a couple of the ladies getting ready for their heat. The longboarding is going to be starting soon, so not to toot my own horn or anything, but I know quite a bit about longboarding. I took a longboarding judging course.
Did you?
I did
last
year.
Goodness. I have grown to really, really appreciate and love longboarding and commentating longboarding. It was something that I never thought I would try, but I am so glad I did. I love calling longboarding and understanding the board and the lift of the nose and just the technology that actually goes into longboards as well. It's something that makes me really excited. So we do have a QS 1000 for the longboards on the way coming up after this, like Giada mentioned. The women and the men are going to be out there. JR Esquivel is here. He's a championship tour surfer. So is Joe Marie. So this is going to be an exciting afternoon. But like I mentioned, one last heat of the shortboards. Willem Watson. This is his second wave of the heat so far. He had a 5.5 originally on his first wave. Looking to build. This is definitely one way to do it here. Goes really hard at it on that finishing section there for Willem Watson. He had the second best score of those opening waves. It was Dakota Walters with the 617 being the highest. Now Pajar burying a little bit of rail, but I don't mind it. Felt like it had a good amount of style to it. Goes to the air, tweaks out the tail there. Felt like he was going for the air reverse, but didn't get the rotation he was chasing. So really quick adaptation to make it into a straightie with a tweak out, but unfortunately Pajar going incomplete on that attempt.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. It was looking like it was going to be a pretty decent score, but here's Willem Watson. I love these first two turns. It was straight off the bat, got those turns in, and it was just that one line surfing that the judges really like to see. Here he had to do a bit of a double pump, but I was loving that first section of the wave. Willem Watson, a new name for me, so it's been refreshing to see him. Pajar Ariana, our surfer from Serangan. Beautiful opening turn there. I always say he has this mixture of style between Medina and Italo. It's very low stance. I really love it. He's incredibly well-rounded surfer. He takes to the air, as we can see here. Unfortunately, it goes down, but really sharp turns. Electric surfer. He's an electric surfer.
Definitely. He was someone that really stood out to me. A couple of years ago, we went to the Maldives and we commentated the Asian Surf Championships over there. He actually took that event out, but it felt like that was an event that just clicked for him. He had stepped out of his comfort zone, but it was a step in the right direction for him to put himself in those situations and surf bigger, back himself into a corner and learn how to surf his way out of it as well. And I truly believe that was a really big growing event for Pajar.
I think the only thing lacking for Pajar sometimes is maybe consistency. I've seen some events where he either is on fire and looks unstoppable, or he kind of loses in the first or second round. So once he clicks into his rhythm and finds the timing with the wave, he's one of those surfers that is a deadly athlete to have in a heat. But I'm really liking what he did this morning, and it's looking like he's doing something pretty similar. So hopefully we can see him pass a couple rounds.
Yeah, he's currently in second, but potentially backed into a corner right now with a 4 and a 3.73. He's going to have to rely on those next two waves. Dylan Wilcoxon had a 3.5 on that first one and fumbled again. It is so high pressure, this situation. So unfortunately right now, Dylan, in that same boat as Pajar, he has to really rely on his next two waves here. Dakota goes into that first section, kind of gets hung up a little bit himself, that regroups a little bit more. He's starting to gear up for something big at the end here. Gives us something fun, land switch. I don't even know what to call that. But Codes, like I mentioned at the start of this heat, has such a big bag of tricks, and that's why I feel he's someone pretty deadly to draw in a wave pool event, most particularly because it's a controlled environment, which means he can learn that air section really quickly.
Yeah, I was, when I saw his name in this draw, that was the first thing I thought. But Dylan Wilcoxon here, unfortunately, not really stringing it together just yet. I would say he has a pretty similar downfall like Pajar, where if he doesn't find his rhythm in certain situations, he gets easily frustrated and kind of just sits there and lets the heat go by. But Dakota Walters, this was such a fun wave. I like having him, or like free surfers like him in heats, because they keep things really refreshing and exciting to look at.
Dakota, he's such a character as well. He's someone who, if you hang out with him, you just end up laughing the whole time too. So I feel like he surfs that way as well. A lot of personality in the way that he reads waves. Every single line he draws is pretty different as well. And you can kind of see there's a lot of those free surf style competitors now who that actually really pays off for them. Someone who sits right at the top of my mind for that is obviously Katie Simmers, which you'd put Dakota kind of in that same world, being that free surfer turned competitor. His little brother Harley on the Challenger Series this year, but I mean, when you put Harley in a Stab High event, he's consistently got third the last two. So both of these boys definitely know how to surf a wave pool.
Actually, I thought Dakota stopped competing for a while there.
No, Codes has been competing pretty well full on. Last year, he did his ankle, so he only did the last couple of Challenger Series events. He's now done syndesmosis in both of his ankles, but he's done 2, 3, 4 years on the Challengers. Unfortunately, didn't re-qualify, so this event really crucial to get Codes back on that Challenger Series, which with the talent he has is definitely where he belongs. And yeah, like I mentioned, a big result here would really help to be a step in the right direction. Pajar, really important wave right now for our Indonesian surfer here. Great first two looking turns, now starts to build on this inside. Jams that tail 2 times for a finish. That is what I am talking about. That is the Maldives Pajar starting to step out. He backed himself in a corner, and now he's looking lively again. Willem Watson, currently with the lead here, looking to improve a little bit more. Starts to really hammer those end sections here. You can see confidence is building for our young surfer, Willem. So those two guys, I would say, definitely with their best 2 waves so far.
That wave from Pajar.
I could see you freaking out.
Oh, I love to watch him surf when he's really getting it together. Here we go. This is where I really get entertained. Boom, 1. Backs it up again. He just has that flare at the end of the turn where that really pushes the tail over. We've talked about this in Maldives, and we're talking about here in Korea. He was loving it, and I think the judges will too. He's currently looking for 677 to get into an advancing position. Right behind him, Willem Watson on his backhand. Contrasting styles. Willem much taller, a bit more of a drop knee style, whereas Pajar has that steady low stance and a bit more attack mode, I would say. So it's going to be a great exchange here.
Dylan Wilcoxon, now my attention really does start to change towards him. Pajar answered back to the pressure of that situation. He needed to get a good wave at that point to put himself in a better position to be back into this heat rather than it all really being relying on that last wave. So major step in the right direction right now for Pajar. Dylan has to channel that and do the exact same thing right now. He only has 2 waves left in this heat, and I mentioned it at the start, this is a spot in the quarterfinals. That is big points, especially in an event like this. This is a QS 6,000. There's 6,000 points on the line. It doesn't get any higher than that for this region.
Absolutely, and back to Dylan, he's just such a talented surfer. It doesn't matter what type of wave you put him in, he does it flawlessly. He's one of those guys that you can put him in a 2-foot slop beach break or a 10-foot kandui, and he's probably going to get some of the best waves of the day. So I really do, he gets this next one and puts himself in a bit of a rhythm and strings it together, because lots of opportunity, and also he just needs to just go for it.
Dakota Walters, his 3rd wave here. Nice snap to start this one off. I'm really hoping for a big looking inside track right now for Codes. Goes vertical twice through this inside section. So going back to that more traditional approach here for Dakota Walters, which was what we saw him get a good score with at the start of this heat. Dylan, I'm really drawn into this wave. I want to see him lock in and finish this one super strong. Floats the traditional end section, then drifts the tail around. He does get the completion and read that wave different to what we've seen. Floated over that major end section there to drift that tail around and give us something a little bit more progressive. I'm really intrigued to see if the judges are going to pay that.
Yeah, you're right. There was a lot more drift. He looked a lot looser. I think this is a little bit more of the Dylan Wilcoxon that we know and love. We'll throw this replay of Dakota Walters as well, wanting to back up that 617. I'm pretty sure that 4 is just out the window because he was detonating this inside section. I really enjoy his style. He has that type of style that's easy to look at and it's entertaining. So incredibly well done from Dakota. But that first turn from Dylan Wilcoxon is definitely where the big points are at. Here as well, you can see he's just a little looser on the tail, a little more relaxed. I think he's finally getting into rhythm here.
Okay, let's look at some scores. They're starting to lock in right now. So Dylan Wilcoxon with his best on that last wave. It was a 5.43. Let's put him back in conversation for this heat right now. Dakota Walters goes from second to first. He has a 5.93 on that last wave. So right now it is Dakota in the lead. Willem holding on to second, but by no means safe, because with the performance of both Pajar and Dylan on their last 2 waves, right now Pajar only chasing a 4.33 and Dylan a 5.41. So Willem Watson, this is where the attention now turns back to the Australians. Willem needs to improve right now. There is no safety when your competitor needs a 4.27 or a 5.41, which is less for both of them than their already highest score. So they know what that feels like, and it seems like momentum is shifting towards that direction. So it is time for the young gun to step up right now.
Absolutely, and here's his chance. Let's see what he kind of brings to the table.
Willem Watson, his last wave of the heat here. It is going to be wave number 2. It offers really great first steep sections for turns just like that. Goes into it again, starts to drive through that second turn, but it set him up really well to go vertical through that inside track. Answered back to the occasion really well. Now Pajar needs to do that and go hard at this one. First 2 turns looking really lively and electric. Jams it, almost has a fumble. You can see slightly mistimed that traditional end section. He gets a finish anyway. He was looking for a 4.27. I feel as if that score is going to need to go up at this point, because Willem, to me, seems like he is going to improve on his situation.
That was a really good wave by Willem. So I think Pajar his requirement is definitely going to increase a little bit. He's been chipping away at scores, but after this one, it's going to look like pretty tough for him. That beautiful first turn there from Willem, straight off the bat. He's just back-to-back surfing there, and then I'm really liking it. He needed this moment, and he took it, so it was an opportunity taken well. We'll see what the judges think of it. Pajar Ariana, this last one, our surfer from Serangan, he started off really well, but I feel like he lost the rhythm a little bit here on the inside. We saw him get a little stuck there. Here you could see he's kind of split in 2 minds, didn't really know what to do, and then eventually he finished it off, but I don't think it was as strong as it should have been maybe. But he was liking it. I don't know if he was just trying to sell it to the judges or really trying to, be like, we've got this.
Yeah, a little bit of personal pep up. It's a really crucial score. It definitely depends on how much the judges liked that one of Williams. Pajar is one of those guys who has so much potential. When you watch his surfing, he really does draw you in because he surfs so fast. He has really dynamic moves. He has an incredible air game. He reads the barrel exceptionally well. Judges liked his last wave, so scores in for Pajar. It was a 5.27. It puts him up into second place, which meant that Williams' wave needs to be his best so far, a 6.28. When I watch those waves back, I definitely prefer Williams over Pajar's, but I don't know if Williams is better than Dakota's 6.17 and is the best wave of the heat. This is why I will never be a judge because I don't want to get involved in that at all. At all. But let's see what these two surfers can do on their last rotation here. Dylan Wilcoxon starting this one off really nicely, looking for a moment to really build through this inside, give us that exclamation mark that we are chasing from this young gun. Goes for a flip here for Dylan. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the score he's chasing to make it through this heat right now. Dakota belts it up into the lip. He's going to throw the tail and complete it here for Dakota Walters. It's safe to say Dakota is going to move through this heat. It is really going to come down to where does Willem Watson's score go to? Is it going to be Pajar? Is it going to be Willem? Both surfers really deserving because their last two waves were great.
Yeah. Wow, this is a tough position for the judges. I mean, they were so close, but at the same time, very different. Their approach was a completely different style, both one goofy, one regular, so they're going to have to really think this one through. Dylan Wilcoxon, I mean, he had to go big. He needed a 6.5, so he started well. He does go and take to the air really easily. Unfortunately, not really working out for him. These are the moments sometimes where Dylan kind of, you know, gets the nerves get the best of him, and he can't perform maybe as much as he would, but a huge shout out to him. It's just him and his dad traveling around, so they've taken it really far. Dakota, I think this was just probably a victory lap for him. He's looking in great form, 617 and a 593. As we said, very expressive, super fun to look at. It's different, it's refreshing. But I'm really curious to see the score from Willem Watson to go down. The judges are really taking a good, long look at this.
They are taking a think. They're really holding on to whether they want to see that score go up into 6 to 8 range. Is it a point better than Pajar's wave? Because that's exactly what it has to be. Pajar had a 5.27, which means Willem needs to be a 6.28. Dylan Wilcoxon, like we mentioned, had an incredible performance throughout this run. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in his first Challenger Series event over in Bolido. But I hope he can really shake that moment of, I'm under pressure, let's go for something big, because his surfing actually does a lot of the talking. Even just his rail surfing, that's something that he's going to need to hold on to going into and believe in going into the Challenger Series. Score is in for Willem Watson. It is a 6.17. Falling just short. It was his best of the heat so far. Dylan Wilcoxon is going to fall out of the draw, and it's going to be Dakota Walters winning this heat. We are rolling into the men's round of 20 heat number 1 of the Longboard QS. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually try to get better, and surf. Wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
All right, into the longboarding division here in Siheung Korea Open. We have the men out in the water. Warren Lopez in red, Hiroshi Sato in blue, Ricky Kikuchi in the white, and Igede Krishna Raditya in the green. I want to welcome into the booth Tippy Jabrick.
Hello, Giada. What a amazing day today. We have a lot of action, a lot of dramas, a lot of last wave action also to determine who's making to the next round and who's not. So yeah, it's a bit different here. It's not like a buzzer beater situation. It's a bit more like last wave situation.
Yeah, a lot of upsets, a lot of good moments, but it is the sport that we love, and that's how it goes. We're just waiting for the first couple waves to come through for the longboarding. It is exciting. We've had both men and women's QS division. This is all up until now. We will be going into this men's longboarding and women as well. So very, very different. Same sports, all surfing, but different equipment, I would say. Longboarding also has very similar judging criteria, but at the same time, it's very different. So it's gonna be very entertaining to see the contrast of both of these things. So a couple notes of the judging criteria in longboarding. A couple things that maybe reduce your score could be, instead of having that elegant step or crossover to the nose of the board, if you're shuffling your feet, that could reduce quite a bit of your points. Too many of the repetitive maneuvers. Something that maybe is unexpected, a shortboard style snap can take some points off of your score, wobbly takeoffs, and nose riding far from the pocket as well. And obviously losing control during your footwork. And that's some of the things that could reduce your score. Judges really want that elegant style. They want that typical, relaxed shoulders, that low stance of the hands. So a couple things that we don't really see in surfing, in shortboarding, but are very important in longboarding.
Yeah, one thing for sure, that WSL is a big part of the longboard movement. I've been quite involved, quite a long time with the World Longboard Tours. I get to experience a couple of the World Longboard Tours in Hainan, in Taiwan, and and now to to see like there is a lot of Asian representation on the World Tour is amazing. There's a couple of Japanese representation, and the latest one, I have to say, there's a couple of Filipino surfers also on the World Tour, and the latest one is Dea, qualified for the World Tour event. So would love to see more of the Asian surfers, longboarders, to make it through to the big league.
Absolutely. I was going to mention that Dea is the first ever Indonesian woman to qualify to a CT event. That's a huge, huge achievement, not only for her, but Indonesian women. And I hope it inspires a lot of other younger athletes to kind of follow that path. So just looking over our window there, it's looking like our man in white, Ricky Kikuchi, catching a really nice wave, finds the nose of the board. His hands, a bit more higher up than maybe a traditional longboarding style would probably be, but he went back to the whitewash. Right behind him is Gede Krishna Raditya, finding the nose, spending some time on their beautiful footwork there takes it back to the power of the wave. So a couple waves ridden already. Warren Lopez, a 6.33 to start his campaign off. A 1.5 for Hiroshi Sato, unfortunately, kind of fell off there. Wasn't able to get that first scoring, but early days. We'll wait for the last two scores for Ricky and Krishna to come in.
Yeah, on this longboard division, Giada, the time of the heat is much quicker. So they will take a lot. I think the machine takes a bit quicker time to produce the waves. So this event of the longboard event only goes around 10 minutes.
10-minute heats.
Yeah.
Super quick.
Super quick.
I used to I remember. You remember Magic Wave contest when we were younger?
I wasn't born yet. Of course I remember.
10-minute heats. 12 minutes if you were lucky.
Yeah, you know, like some of the events are brutal. You know, like to have a heat less than 20 minutes seems like so fast. Yeah. So this one is only 10 minutes because this wave producing much quicker wave. So this is surfer from Hiroshi Sato from Japan. I'm not sure where he from in Japan, but yeah, looks like that wave is not giving him any opportunity that much. Oh, that was Warren Lopez. He have to get away from the takeoff zone because as soon as you miss the wave, you cannot take any other wave after.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Started off pretty strong. Unfortunately, that was the .43. It's going to be his back out. For now, as we've said, these heats go by so quick. It's just going to be back to back to back. Ricky Kuchi and Ikede Krishna both have 5s next to their names to start things off here. So it's the judges deeming it was very, very similar scores and styles, I would say. All right, so we will be going straight to Ricky Kuchi and Igede Krishna's second wave. Unfortunate, therefore, Warren Lopez wasn't really able to back up that 633 just yet. Still plenty of chances. So a couple other things that we'd like to mention that the judges like to see here are the, you know, straight and straight relaxed shoulders that we've talked about. I think the more effortless you make longboarding look, the better the judges actually score you. It's something that, I mean, it's very similar to shortboarding as well, but I would say it's really emphasized in longboarding.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, style and flow and control is a big part of our longboarding. This is Bugis Bagus Krishna from Bali, Indonesia. You know, he's not been longboarding that long. He's been he's actually a shortboarder in the past.
Well, we've had a couple of those actually. I think Dea was a shortboarder as well. I remember competing against her when we were younger, and then now I think she's focusing more on longboarding as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of surfers that moved to longboard. Is like, you know, one of them is Eduard Del Perro. So the world champion of ISA, Eduard Del Perro, is actually a really good surfer.
That is very true. I remember we had a couple performances of him when we were in Philippines late last year. So a funny thing, actually, just looking out our window, there are more supporters on the wall next to the athletes for longboarding than there was for shortboarding. Okay, a couple of replays here. Beautiful style. I'm loving his footwork. Toes find the nose, shuffles it back, a bit of a fake cutback here. So really nicely done for our man in green. Comes in at a 6.67.
Nice.
Jumps straight to first. This is going to be his second ride of the heat. Beautiful footwork here. I would say that was almost a hang 10, but not all 10 toes were really there, and he didn't spend too much time on the nose. This was already towards the end of the wave, so hopefully here we have live action. Warren Lopez finding the nose, spending some time there. does it again. Nice, elegant footwork. Beautiful arch there. So nice to watch. It was a bit of a quick one. Didn't spend super long on the nose, but that was really nice nonetheless.
Yeah, I think this is the battle between Warren and Gide Chris now in this event. But you know what? I think Hiroshi Sato, want to do something also here.
All right, so a couple scores to come through for our surfer in red. Currently sitting with a 633 next to his name, but it is our man in green with that 667. That's the sole archback that we were talking about. Beautifully done here by Warren Lopez. Saw him at the LQS as well in Baler late last year. Great performance as well. So a big longboarding community in Philippines. I would say that it's probably one of the biggest. Japan also has a lot of longboarders. We get them coming to Bali a lot.
Oh yeah, Bali is one of the heaven of longboarding beside Batu Caras and also La Union in Philippines. So longboarding scene is growing. Here we go. This is Riki Kikuchi from Japan, currently sitting in the third position, looking for a 177, but still waiting for Warren Lopez last wave. So, unable to get around that section. You know what, Giada? Oh, here we go. This is Bugis on his wave number 3. He's currently sitting in the first position. Nice control maneuver. You know, the funny thing about Bugis, he's not a big guy, and to control a 9-foot-plus surfboard is quite amazing.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, nice. Look, his hair is not even wet yet. Oh, God. Okay, his hair is a little bit wet now. So that's the Korean fan base of Bugis. So we can see there's a couple of, like Bugis is really, really popular here in Korea.
I can tell he's got a whole crowd there watching over him.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple replays. This is Riki Kikuchi now. Bit of a cutback here, fakey I'd call it. Finds the nose here, tries to spend as much time as possible there, but unfortunately the wave just not really pushing him forward. Might have been a little too far away from that energy source. We see beautiful 5 toes all over the nose, but isn't able to ride out of it. This wave though by Bugis is amazing. 7.07 skyrockets into the lead again. Warren Lopez close behind. His last one is 610. Spends a lot of time on the nose, goes back, and there we see kind of stepping forward again. So that was a really nicely done by Bugis. Right behind him, Hiroshi Sato. His backhand, unfortunately, nosedives and isn't able to kind of get that last chance waved in. So this is the last wave for Warren Lopez as well. Hang 10 for a man from the Philippines. Hang 5 again. Spends quite a bit of time on the nose. He spends quite a lot of time there.
Yeah, I think the difference between Warren and Bugis is Warren a little bit more explosive. Like he does those like top turn with kind of going really back on his footwork and trying to lift that nose. It's really, really hard to do. Yeah, it's not as easy as you thought. Longboarding is an art of surfing.
So here's a replay from Hiroshi. Unfortunately, he goes down, comes in at a 1.60, so not enough to get himself into an advancing position. Now we will see the last of Bugis and Riki, their last chance here. Pretty sure it's safe to say Bugis is in a pretty solid lead.
Yeah, the way the judges is judging this event is how much can you control your board, and with all those technique of hang 5, hang 10, shuffle your way back to the tail. It takes a lot of grace and flow and style and yeah, how much you can control your boards. And here we go, Warren Lopez 6-3-3. Pretty solid performance here from Bugis and also our Filipino surfer. Here we go, Bugis live in action. And yeah, a little bit hair gel on his hair, not wet at all. Nice hang 5 right there, a 5, a 10. Oh, nice, another 10 there. A little bit of a drop knee cut back there. Ooh, he got his hair wet.
Now he definitely did. All right, this is Ricky now answering back. Beautifully done. Really elegant footwork there from Ricky Kikuchi. Taking this one all the way down to the inside.
Maximizing all the length of the wave.
Absolutely. I think something that Bugis does really well, his elevation is great. You know, the nose of his board is really high up on the face of the wave, and I think that's a huge judging criteria, that the higher you can keep it, the better, and the higher your score will be as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, could not wait to see more of the other surfers coming up next. We have Kanoa Hije, we have JR from Philippines, so and also Dani Widianto. So still a couple of good names to watch here. Even Ifan Sudena also from halfway. You know, there's a couple newcomers faces that I have to say coming to the scene, because before, the Batucatas boys are the one who's dominating longboarding in Indonesia with, you know, Menchos, Dean, Teddy, and Danny Black boys. But looks like we have a couple new faces.
Yeah, so it's refreshing, it's fun, and it's great to see people shifting from shortboarding onto the longboarding scene. It's a very different type of energy, I would say. But with that, I think we're going to go on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 2 of the round of 20.
It's not JR. Everybody have JR name.
Oh.
Junior. Yeah.
안토이네이트 발데스 그리고 화이트, 레슈마 나라신 그리고 그린 대한민국의 김진아 선수의 경기가 열릴 예정입니다.
Joran Querijero. Yeah.
Blue, you open up with a 517, a 517 blue. Red, you open up with a 7.50 red, a 7.50. Blue 5.17점, 그리고 레드 7.5점을 받았습니다. Green 3.50, 그린은 2.5점을 받았습니다. 4.0. Opening exchange went to red with a 7.5, blue with a 5.17 in second. Third is white with a 4.0 and green 2.50. 화이트, 대한민국의 이재영 선수 4점 0점을 받았습니다. 현재 순위 1위 레드, 2위 블루, 3위 화이트, 4위 그린입니다. After this will be our round of 22 hits. 이 경기 이후에 coming back into the LQS round of 16 tournament.
Welcome back. This is Siheung Korea Open LQS. We are into men's round of 20. Hit number 2. We have Noah Ishii on screen. Nice hang 5 there. Back to the parcels and engage the rail. Gets another hang 5 there. Beautifully done by Noah Ishii. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Tipi-san.
Yes, welcome back, Dai. We have a lot of action already happening here, as we can see.
Scores on the way.
Edgar Calvo Jr. from the Philippines scoring his last wave an 8.00. I have to say this is one of the guys that we have to watch on the next round, because this is a round of 20, and then we're gonna have round of 16 soon.
Right, so on screen we have Joyren up and riding. Another beautiful hang 5. Back step, and nice beautiful footwork there. Holds on to it quite long time. Beautiful surfing from Osaka from the Philippines, Joyren Queriero. So the situation now is, in the first place, Edgar Carbo Jr. 7.50 with an 8.0, and on screen we have our local surfer Jae-young Lee, who is sitting in the third place, needing 5.44, setting up for the hang 5, gets the 5 there, and back to the parcels, surfing all the way to the inside.
So yeah, talking about longboarding here, Dai, do you ever try to longboard?
Actually, I have own longboard back home, and sometimes I go surfing with longboard when it's small, because where I'm from is usually small. So.
Okay, so you need to have a longboard in your on your garage, yeah. So this is Joyren Querijero from, I'm sure he's from Philippines, Daya, and he's looking for he's waiting for his score, because his first one is only a 2.5.
Right, he's sitting in the 4th place right now, needing a 6.94 to go into the 2nd place. So nice footwork there from Jae-young Lee. He's also sitting in the 3rd place, needing a score to go into the 2nd, needing 5.44.
Yeah, so here we go. This is live action right now from Edgar.
Straight to the hang 5 there, and nice knee drop, cut back to the parcels, engage the rail, generating so much speed and beautiful style there. Smooth footwork, hang 5, hold on to it quite long time. Beautifully done from Edgar Carbo Jr. already adopting a 7.50 and 8.00.
Wow, strong surfing there from Edgar. And here we go, surfer number currently sitting in 2nd position from Japan, Noah Ishii.
石野はこれが3本目のライディングになります。ハング5を見せてきますが、少しトップで引っかかってしまいました。これはこのままそのライドを終えます。現在第2位のポジション 5.17、そして 4.27 をスコアしています。This is a reply of the last of red, Edgar Carbo Jr.
Yeah, really clean surfing there from Edgar. Hang 5 right there, you can see all the toes are on the tip of the board, even like over the nose, and I think that's what you want to see. You want to see as much as a control on those maneuver, hang 5 and your hang 10. Wow. Great surfing here, even on the round of 20th of the longboard division here at Siheung Korea Open.
Right, so we have only 2 heats in the round of 20, and in the next heat we're gonna have women's round of 20, heat
Yeah.
1.
That's one Kwan.
Still waiting for the last wave from Edgar Calvo Jr. Looks like it's gonna be a good number again. He's gonna improve his situations with a 7.77. So this is gonna be important wave for our local surfer. Straight to the hang 5, steps back to the parcels, engage the rail, and back to the nose, hang 5 for a bit, and beautiful footwork to engaging the rail. Another hang 5, unfortunately loses balance there, and at the back we have Joyren up and riding, needing 4.62 to go into the second place. Eyeing for this hang 5 there. Beautiful step from our surfer from Green from the Philippines, surfing all the way to the inside. Probably another hang 5 there, needing 4.62 to go into the second.
Wow, that could be a tight one there from Joe Aaron. He's going to the inside until the the sand, the concrete sand there. And yeah, if I'm not wrong, all the Filipino boys, they all coming from from La Union, and to see the movement there from the surfers in La Union, to be able to see a lot of regeneration, we can tell like the development there has been really, really good. As like we know, one of the pioneer of surfing there, we have Luke Landrigan also. He's a longboarder, also a shortboarder. Making surfing is popular there is a quite an amazing job that everybody in Philippines have done so far.
Beautiful hang 10 from our surfer. He is needing a score to go into the second. Last wave comes in at 5.67. It's a crunch moment. He is back in the second place. Wow, what a moment for the team Philippines. So now on screen we have a replay of last of Joyrang Querijero. The last wave comes in at 5.67. It's enough to move into the second place. So it looks like Edgar and Joyrang will be moving into the next round. And with that, we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back. Oh, sorry, no. It's still on. That was the third wave. So we're gonna have one more shot. That was my mistake.
Yeah, because the clock says 000, but it's actually there's one more chance of a wave for everybody. This is Noah Ishii from Japan. So why do you call Ishii Noah Dai? What's the reason that you call a person with their last name first?
I have no idea. It's been like that for
many years.
For many years. I have no idea.
Yeah, because when I said Noah Ishii, because it says right there, but whenever you're gonna call their name, you said Ishii Noah. It's just a different custom, probably.
Right.
Yeah. So here we go, Noah Ishii from Japan, looking for a 5.34. He's also maximizing the length of the wave. The reason why, because that small wave on the inside is still offering a potential of a score for longboarders, but for shortboarders, there's no way to do that. Ooh.
Unfortunate for Edgar Calvo, couldn't really engage the rail to generate the speed, but it was an important way for Noah Ishii. He needs a score 5.34. He's sitting in the third place now. So this is the replay of Noah Ishii. Needs a score 5.33. He's done the job. So still waiting for the last wave to lock in. This is a replay of Last of Red. Beautiful footwork. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, looks like Edgar want to do a straight hang 5 there without doing any bottom turn, but looks like he's not able to get that wave. So here we go, Joe Aaron Querijero from Noah Ishii made it.
6.23 for the last wave for Noah Ishii. So now he's in second. Important wave for Joeren. Hang 5 holds on to it. Nice braework there. Just setting up for another hang 5. Beautiful footwork there. This is third time going for the hang 5. Staying on the nose quite long time and a beautiful cutback turn. So that was a great surfing from Joy Ren. Needs a 5.74. He's not done yet. He's going to maximize the wave all the way to the inside. Well, it's going to be a really close finish. Joy Ren needs a score of 5.74. And this is another important wave for Jaeyoung Lee, needing score 7.40, but unfortunately it goes down.
Yeah, the crazy thing about falling down a longboard, it looks like a slow-mo. There's no way you can avoid a wipeout on a longboard. If your nose is dig some rails, there's no survival right there.
You know, you have to engage the rail to actually hold on to the wave. So it's a really difficult sport, but he's doing an amazing job here. He needs a score. Still waiting for the last wave.
Yeah, Joe Aaron here looking for a 5.74. Not a big number, but not a small number also. But the way he's surfing, he does a lot of long hang 5 there. You know, like a bit safer. You know, he just need to get the score. So we'll see if the judge is gonna give him the 5.74.
So still no sign of the score yet. One score locked in. So it's a 5.40 for the last wave for Joyran. So it's not enough. It is Edoga and Noah will be moving through to the next round. So we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back with the women's action.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome back. This is women's longboard, round of 20. Heat number 1, we have Canon Oscar from Japan and Toinette Valdez from the Philippines, Reshma Kurish and Gina Kim from Korea. So it's a women's side of the longboarding here. My name is Jai Wako in the booth. Welcome back. See?
Thanks, Di. Yeah, I'm excited. The longboard. I haven't watched too much longboarding. I've seen these ladies and gentlemen absolutely ripping in the practice surf, but oh wow, we see this replay from Gina.
Beautiful footwork there for hang 5 and setting up for another one. another hang five. So few scores already locked in, but there's gonna be a one way for, this is a surfer in blue, up and riding, straight to the nose, hang five. Nice footwork there, and setting up for another hang five there, locked into the nose. A little bit fumble there, but still managed to recover really well. Goes to the hang five, to quick hang 10. Unfortunately, he loses the balance there. That was surfer in blue, and this is surfer in red from Japan. Beautiful composed style hang five for quite a long time. Beautiful rail work, cut back to the power source of the wave, maximize that wave here. That was Canon Otsuka, already locked in a 5.50. That was wave number 2.
Yeah, I love Canon really utilizing the whole front half of the board, and then that drop knee cutty. I loved that. Here we go, straight up to the nose. A quick 5 there for Canon. She stays up in that top half of the board, so being really patient, and I love that approach from her. She gets to this middle section here, nice and patient, and cross steps back to drop that knee. Great rail surfing from Canon, and this is the 5. Holds it for so long, and it goes back up there. So I love that from Canon. She just looks so effortless.
Yeah, and it's super composed, and you know the longboarding is the stylish is as important as the technique in longboarding. So definitely Canon has a style there, and wow, the big score locked in already. 7-point ride for Canon's last wave.
Yeah, huge surfing. Oh no, we see Gina Kim. Maybe a little bit of mishap on the wall. Yeah, unsure what's going on there, but huge score for Canon.
Right.
A 7.00.
So last wave for blue comes in at a 3.30. So now Gina Kim, I am not too sure what happens, but Gina Kim needs 2.30 to go into second, already locked in a 4.83, which is a decent score to start with. And Reshma locked in 3.17, needing a 3.96. So this is going to be wave number 2 for green and white. Wow, looks like it's taking a long time to actually providing a wave here.
Interesting here. Hopefully we'll start to see one of those sets come on through for our ladies. This is Heat 1 of the round of 20. Next up, we will see Heat 2 of the round of 20 for the women, and then we go into round of 16 for the men.
So big day for longboarding. They've been waiting for 2 days to surf. They've probably been, watching that live and just waiting for and getting ready for the comps. But we're gonna see all the longboarding action this afternoon. It's another big day today.
Yeah, and this round is sort of the lower seeds running into the round of 16, which is seeded for the women.
Do not catch these waves. There will be 2 burner sets. We need to reset.
And this is actually the first event for longboarding
cool.
season.
Okay.
Last month we had LQS in Japan, but that was the last comp for 2025.
Okay.
So this is the start of the 2026 season. So definitely it's an important, event for everyone.
Yeah, so just heard through the beach announcer, looks like they're going to reset the machine. So this set coming on through will be a burner set for the ladies. So we'll watch this wave come through, and then we'll see our women in the next set through the lineup. So we see perfect waves out here.
Right. It's a picture perfect setup for longboarding as well. They changed the setup here. We had a T6 for shortboarding, but we are using a different setup here for longboard. More mellower and easy to surf, and it's a beautiful wave here.
Yeah, it makes me nervous. I was watching the men take off before and they were taking off so close to the wall, and it's just so impressive to see on such a long board they are able to do that.
Right. So that was the bonus set.
Yeah.
And we're gonna wait for the next set coming through, and that's gonna be a wave number 2 for surfing green and surfing white.
Yeah, so I feel like Canon really running away with this one, pretty close between second, third and fourth. Yet to see, like you said, Di, the green and white catch their second wave. So we'll see a set come on through for our ladies.
Current situation in the water is surfer in red. Your 2 waves are a 7.0 and a 5.50.
Canon already drops to 5.5 and 7.00, which is a pretty big score. On screen we have surfer in red getting ready. That is Ashley Lopez from the Philippines. She is another strong competitor in longboarding, trying to get a good result here.
I was talking to one of the Taiwanese guys who I met in Taiwan, and he was saying, Howie, shout out to Howie. I know Tiffany, his girlfriend's going to be up soon in the next heat, but Howie was saying that they can either opt to do this event with funding, or they have the ISA games coming up as well for their country. So funding wise, some surfers are opting not to do this event, seeming how it is the first event of the year, and saving it for ISA Worlds, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so bit of insight. We've just also been told one more burner set before the ladies get underway again. So, Di, pretty slow start. Do you think this is messing with anyone's head right now?
I don't think so.
No.
Actually, if I were one of them, then I would be like, okay, let's calm down. Let's think and just plan again, So it's sometimes it's good to have the reset.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I don't think it'll do anything wrong with the surfers. I think it will do actually better for them.
Yeah, I feel like for Canon, she's got those huge 2 waves under her belt, so she's going to be feeling easy breezy right now. Antoinette, she's got 2 3s, so looking to see her 3rd and 4th wave. She's waiting to see Gina and Reshma on their 2nd wave, so not too much going on now while the pool resets.
So on screen we have drone shots. That is a setup we've been surfing here, and there's a guy. I think that's the guy who actually gives you a heads up when the wave comes.
Yes.
Important job.
Yes, very important. So we've been told they need another 5 minutes to reset the machine. So, Di, let's talk about the whole day. What has been your favourite moment from the whole day?
Whole day, probably seen some great actions from men's side. We've seen a lot of excellent scores, and we, all the quarter finalists are decided now.
Yes.
Tomorrow's going to be the last day.
Yep.
And I enjoyed watching, all the actions from women's side as well. We've seen a lot of excellent score from women's side as well. So we will need 5 more minutes to set up the machine. So we're going to go to the quick break, and we'll be right back after the short commercial.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
We are back in action. Finally, we will see the sets rolling through now. So a lot of burners, but we are back in action here in Siheung Korea Open LQS women's round of 20 heat number 1. So Canon Otsuka already dropped 5-5 and a 7-point ride, and Antoinette drops 3.83 and 3.33. It is a Gina's turn to answer back. Already locked into 4.83. Gina needs 2.30 to go into the second, and Reshma now needs 3.96. So 10 minutes, about 10 minutes of break, and now we are back in action.
Yeah, the pool just need a little break. It's been really overworked the last couple of days from all the surfers absolutely ripping. I'm really excited to see what Gina and Reshma can do here. Here's a set. We love the look of this.
All right, we are on now. So she's getting ready. Gina needs to answer back. She needs a score to go into the second place. This is the second wave. Nice hang 5 to start with. Love the soul arch hang 5 there. Just setting up for the next hang 5 there, and love that style. Composed and stylish. Try to engage the rail. Nice rail work there. Try to surf all the way to the inside. But beautiful, beautiful nose ride to start to finish. Great surfing. Needs only 2.30, which is a small score, so it'll be a great number for Gina. This is surfer in white up and riding. Unfortunately, goes down. So good, great performance from Gina Kim.
Yeah, Gina, we'll see on the replay. I love her style. She's so quick to run up the nose, and she just shows so much control. She drops her arms in that hang 5, and I think that really just goes to show how much talent she has. Here's is this replay. Runs up the nose pretty much. Nice hang 5. We see her drop her arms, showing the control she does have. And cross steps up nicely. There it is. I just love that. Showing the judges that she really knows what to do. Hang 5 there. So easy breezy. We see her arms down by her side, showing her balance as well.
Right, beautiful footwork there, and then that last wave comes in at a 4.93. It's enough to move into second place now. So surfing blue, Antoinette now needs 5.93, which is a decent score. Definitely, you know, she has to have a great hang 5 nose right there, but this is Canon up and riding. Wow, unfortunately she couldn't engage the rail and straight to the bottom, so really unfortunate for Canon, but she's already have 7-point ride and 5-5. This is an important wave for her, setting up for the nose ride. Hang 5, steps back, eyeing for the next section. Quick hang 5 to step back, and another hang 5, but beautiful rail work there. So she needs 5.93. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a 5.93 compared to Gina's last wave, but beautiful surfing.
Yeah, I think we'll see the replay. I think the difference between Gina and Antoinette, Gina had so much control. She was able to drop her arms and show the judges how much she really is in control. Bit uncharacteristic here for Canon, just going down like you said, Di, unable to engage that rail in there. Just a little too far up the nose of the board, but to get those huge scores that she's been dropping, she needs to. And here is Antoinette here. As we see this 5, so lovely. The difference here, her arms are up by her side, giving her that balance. And I feel like, yeah, the score comes in a 3.80. So compared to Gina's, it is a little different. Gina's showing that control. Again, though, Antoinette, so graceful. And I love how she really utilizes that top half of that board as well.
Right, beautiful surfing from Antoinette, but it's not enough. 3.80, still needs 5.93. Important wave for Reshma here. Needs 6.59 to go into second. Nice rail work to set up for the hang 5 there. Another hang 5 there, but loses a little bit of balance there, but get back to it. This is Gina up and riding again. Nice rail work, setting up, engage the rail, quick hang 5. Nice recovery there from Gina. Another hang 5. I love the cutback turn there to finish off. So she needs to get rid of the 4.83 to improve her situation. Needs a 7.57 to go into the first. That is a huge score, but you know, you don't have to aim for that requirement if you're in a second place.
Yeah, this replay of Reshma here, I love how far over on her heel side she is. Gets a little tap of the nose there, cuts it back. Nice low center of gravity for this cross step. Digs a little there, maybe put her a bit out of position for this section, and unfortunately just pokes the nose there, which blows her center of gravity a little bit for Reshma. You can see it on her face. She's a little frustrated, but still comes out smiling. Right now, Gina, I love this. This drone angle really shows how much she is on that left side of her board. She's pretty much well on that rail, and it really puts her in the best part of the wave to have that control over the front half of her board and really gets her the opportunity to tap that nose.
Beautiful. Beautiful rail work there too. So still waiting for the last wave for Gina. It is a 4.47, so she's not improving her situation right now. 3.23 for the last wave for Reshma. But on screen we have surfing blue up and riding. Nice hang 5 to hang 10. Quickly steps back and setting up for another hang 5 there. Beautiful hang 5 from the surfer Antoinette, needing a score of 5.93. That was a beautiful hang 5 to hang 10. So I think it's going to be a good number for her.
I loved that. I can't wait to see the replay. I feel like that's the surfing Antoinette has, and he's cannot.
Nice work there. Nice rail work. Nice cut it back into the critical part of the wave. Unfortunately, she loses the balance there.
Yeah, Canon really capitalised on those first 2 waves, which put her in a really good opportunity with that 7.00 and a 5.50. Her third and fourth waves were just throwaways, but I'm really excited to see this score drop for Antoinette. No indications yet from the judges, but this replay paddles so hard into it. Gets into it, gets a little hung to start with her patience, and here we go, up the nose, hang 5 to hang 10. Just so much control, cross steps back, patient again through this inside section, and you can tell how much she's reading this. And a little nose poke to finish.
But looks like it's going to be a good number for Antoinette. It's a 5.50, so it's not enough to move into the second place, but it is the best scores for her. So unfortunately, it's not enough.
Yeah, you can see the upset on Antoinette's face as we see Gina up and riding, showcasing her beautiful backhand surfing here. I love how graceful her cross steps are. Hang 5 to hang 10, back to hang 5. And Gina, I feel like she's taking this one all the way through to the safety zone. And longboarding, you're able to take it all the way through compared to the shortboarding. So really utilising the whole wave here.
Beautiful surfing from Gina Kim, sitting in the second place. And at the back, I think we're going to have Reshma up and riding for last chance. Needs a score. 6.53 is her requirement. Straight into the nose ride. Beautiful hang five. Steps back. Engage the rail. Another hang five there. Holds onto it quite long time. Steps back and going for another hang five. So it's a beautiful wave. Beautiful surfing from our surfer in white, Reshma, needing score of 6.79.
Yeah, that's a huge score. I think she falls just short, so Canon and Gina moving on through.
We're gonna go to a quick break and we'll be right back with a lot more action in the women's side.
Wave number 2 will be yours, Red. Get into position. Wave number 2. Wave number 4 will be yours, Blue. 이번 힌트는 레드의 LQS 그리고 블루의 레드 사카키바람 그리고 화이트 대한민국의 김민주 선수 그리고 그린 황수환루 선수의 경기가 진행되고 있습니다. Alright, next up will be the round of 16 heat 1 for the men's. We have Ajay Escobar in red. Hongwan Kim in blue, Messiah Tukumoto in white, and Aigire Krishna in green. 다음 라운드는 레드 로젤리오 주니어 그리고 블루 대한민국의 김홍환 선수 그리고 화이트 마사야 스카모토 그리고 그린 이게데 크리스나 선수의 경기가 열릴 예정입니다.
Right, we are in beautiful South Korea for day number 2 of the Siheung QS. We are in the Longboard QS right now. We have heat number 2 of the women's round of 20. We've got Ashley Lopez in the red, Yuriko in the blue, Minju in the white, and Kwan in the green. I'm Izzy Keldo, joined in the booth with Jessie Starling.
Hi, Izzy. It's so lovely to be commentating longboards. I have such a passion for commentating longboarders. I was lucky enough to sit alongside the previous world champion in an event at the start of the year, Rachel Tilley, and Sam Bleakley, who is just an exceptional human longboarder and commentator as well. And learning so much about this craft is so much fun. Longboarding is such a unique part of our sport here. This is Minju Kim. She's representing Korea. Great walk to the nose there. She was really just got it for a quick section on that second one too. You could see those arms, unfortunately, with them swaying as much as they did, lifting above her head, it did show a lack of control for Minju as she was walking up towards the nose of her board there. But she gets 4 chances, and we have had an increase in time. So now the heats are at 14 minutes rather than the 10. So giving our women out there a little bit more time to get used to the waves and not be so rushed on that paddle back out.
Yeah, which is so good. And we saw Ashley Lopez drop a 6.17. She's from the Philippines, so great start for Ashley. And we'll look to Yuruko to get a start here as well. She might have a score to drop. not quite sure yet. Here we go, a walk to the nose, a nice hang 5. I love the cross step again on that outside rail for Yuriko. All the way through to the inside. She looks for a 5. Nice little tap there. And again, nice S-turn back to the power source, and she'll kick off right on the safety zone.
Yeah, gorgeous wave there for Yukiro. She is looking really smooth, but Ashley getting a lot more hang time with that 5 there. Held it for a lot longer than what we saw from Yuriko on that last wave, which is probably why we saw her first wave go to that 617. Ashley Lopez from La Union, which is essentially the longboard capital of the entire Philippines. J.R. Esquivel from there. He's on the championship tour, as well as Joe Marie as well. He is coming up on the CT this year too. So much talent coming out of that part of the world. This replay here, though, of Yuriko, you can see she had some beautiful cross steps in here, a lot of grace and control in her surfing. The only thing that you have to hinder is by the time she got to the nose, she wasn't hanging there for a really long time. So they were just taps on the nose there. And you can see they were quite loose 5s as well. It was more of a cheater 5 rather than a tight 5, which the judges will critique. And then Ashley Lopez here, she did have a hang 5 to start this one off. And then she starts to work towards the nose for a little bit longer. And then this one here, her feet a lot tighter in position, where the judges want to see her feet are even closer than what they were. But Ashley adjusting in comparison to her first nose ride. So I love the fact that she is constantly changing her lines and holding her hang 5s for a little bit longer.
I love that. And here we go. Nice little nose tap to get things started. And she'll cross step to the nose. Beautiful. This is the hang time we were talking about. And she does it so well. We hear the cheers from the booth. Smile straight away. I'm loving this all the way through to the safety zone. We'll see Minju out behind her on 1.
Yeah. Kwan representing Taiwan as well, so a really versatile field right now.
And Minju looking to better her first wave. She did have a fall in this middle section here. Nice little nose tap there. Can't quite get the toes over for Minju. That's a better section there. Gets a little hung. Comes out of it though. Nice cross stepping all the way through to the safety zone.
Yeah, Minju had a couple of moments that were definitely better than that last one. So she was slightly improving. Unfortunately, buried the nose a couple of times here. The judges really want to see that nose lift up and out of the water on those nose rides there. So gets up to the nose for a quick 5. Now starts to cross step back, and it felt like maybe second guessing herself slightly through this mid part of the wave. You can see carved down to get her board in more of a critical pocket to emphasize nose riding in the hardest part of the wave here. Unfortunately, it was just a quick moment for Minju as she was on the nose here, but really light, delicate cross steps to get herself there. She is going to have a step in the right direction, but wow, really great score incoming for Kwan. That was a really long, graceful hang 5. She had lift in the nose. Her tail was drifting around in the whitewater as well and showed control in that moment, so I'm not surprised it went so high.
Yeah, here we go. Ashley, she is looking to better a 5-point ride. Nice nose tap to get things started, and this is great surfing for Ashley. I love how long she stayed on the nose hit. Nice and patient. Great drop knee cut back there, and we'll kick out right there.
Ashley, she takes her waves all
So
the way
far.
through. All the way through, no matter where the longboard QS goes, she is one of those surfers who really does try and maximize the entire wave.
I love that. And here we go. That is a great hang 5 for Yuriko to get things started. A little bubble on that outside rail, or inside rail, I should say, as we see. So, a bit uncharacteristic for Yuriko.
Yeah, Yuriko had a really nice wave on that last one. Scores came in, it was a 417. It seems to me that Yuriko did miss her first wave, so she is a wave shorter than everyone else. This is that last wave of Ashley Lopez here. Really talented family, the Lopez family. Her little sister Mara is a national champion over in the Philippines for both longboard and shortboard. So really, really strong surfing family over there in the Philippines. You can see had a nice hang 5, and she was just trying to keep that board nice and tight in the pocket. Her rail game is definitely one of her strong points, and you could see that with that final carve. She really beautifully engages that rail and draws through. So Ashley Lopez locking in yet another really good score.
Yeah, a 6.83. So she is in second, looking for a 7.41 to take the lead off Kwan. But right now is Minju up and riding. We saw her taking a couple deep breaths out the back. Nice nose tap to get things started. She looks a lot calmer here, a lot more patience, and that's a better hang 5 for her. And she'll stay cross-stepping through this inside section. A little tap for a 10 there, and carves it back all the way through to the safety zone. So I feel like for Minju, that may be her best wave. She's looking to replace a 2.33 out behind her, Kwan, current heat leader, and dropping that arm to show how much control she really does have over her board. And I just love her smile. She looks so happy to be here.
It's same as Natsumi Tayoka on the women's side. She's on the championship tour. She has always got the biggest grin on her face when she is competing or just longboarding in general. I saw her outside before. I was so excited to see Natsumi is here competing. Let's take a look at these last two rides. Definitely the best of Minju so far. Quick footsteps, gets straight to the nose for a really quick 5. And then now she starts to take her time. That nose ride really tight in the pocket. Her tail was completely immersed in the whitewater. Now she starts to come a little bit further away from the section. And that seems to be quite a tricky part of the wave to go to the nose. You can see that outside rail just bearing a lot of water, unfortunately. So the judges, when they see these nose rides, they want to have a lot of clean lift on that nose, but Minju definitely a step in the right direction. And then kick the hips out here for Kwan. So much control on that hang 5. Starts to come a little bit further away from the power source again. So you can see has a bit more of a stepped back 5. It isn't that tight 5 we love, but then to kick the hips out, we're seeing a lot of control here for Kwan, especially with that arm dropping too.
Yeah, and Yuriko up and riding on her last wave. So nice little tap 5. This is huge. This is so much better. Hang 5 to a hang 10 has a little loss of control, but regains it all the way back to the power source, and she'll look to cross step through this safety zone and finish off nicely for Yuriko. So looking for an 8.83 on that wave. Out behind her, Ashley Lopez. I love how quick she is to the nose. Oh my goodness, hang 10 and carves it back for a second for another turn here. Wow. Ashley just absolutely ripping here. Wow, huge carving turn to finish, and like you said, Jessie, she'll take this one all the way through.
Absolutely. She never misses a beat when it comes to length of ride. She takes her waves completely and as far as she can. So that is Ashley Lopez's last ride for this heat. But what an incredible hang 10 out the back. She also had a really nice hang 5 in there as well. Just staying dedicated to getting the length and the hold on the 5 there for Ashley Lopez. So she's already looking really comfortable and confident in that second place. They are very competitive, the Lopez family, so she definitely would want to be taking the lead. Needed a 7.41. She has a brother, Warren Lopez, who is also an extremely talented longboarder. I hope you get the chance to go to La Union and see the longboarding scene over there. It is such a fun part of the world just to immerse yourself in it.
I love that.
So definitely was like my major introduction to longboarding, and I absolutely fell in love with it. Right now, though, Kwan is looking to add, or take back the lead, I should say.
Wow, I love the hang 5 to a tap 10. She's going to stay patient as she works through this middle section. That's a great long hang 5. We see the arms going, wow, so much control for Kwan. Takes this one all the way through. A little S turn to get to finish things off there for her.
You could see there was so many moments of greatness on that wave, and committing to that long hold there for Kwan. I'm excited to break that one down.
Yeah, Minju here looking for a pretty big score at 9.73 as she cuts back to the power source. Just comes unstuck there for Minju. So unfortunately, I don't think, no, she won't get the score on that. Looking for a 9.73. So Kwan and Ashley Oh, look how happy they are.
Moving on through. Minju did exactly what she needed to do on that wave there. Had to go for a hang 5 in the most critical part of the wave. She did that. Unfortunately, though, it isn't going to be enough for those two seasoned veterans with Kwan and Ashley.
Yeah, I'm so impressed. This is my first proper time watching longboarding, and I love how graceful it is. But to really see how hard it is to put that longboard in a certain critical part of the wave, it's really impressive.
Yeah, they're definitely watching these women. It makes you want to longboard, and it actually also makes you realize how hard it is too. So love the smiles from all the ladies here, and we're rolling into the men's.
See you guys soon.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome back to the show. We are in the round of 16, heat number 1 of the Siheung Korean Open. This is the LQS, 1,000 points on the line for the Asia part of the world. In the longboarding world right now, we do have a championship tour surfer out there in the lineup. It is JR Esquivel. He's already locked in excellence in this heat, 817. Hands down, one of my favorite people to watch on a longboard. One of the most creative and just exciting surfers to just glaze your eyes on for what is incredible longboarding. Now we have Hongwon Kim. He is representing Korea. He's surfed this wave pool a lot of time. He is on his backhand right now, has a nice hang 5 to kick us off here. You can see this inside section just a little bit tricky for him to get back out on that green wall and go back to the nose there. So he had a 3-5 to kick this wave off. That is his second. Now, here's the man I'm talking about, JR Esquivel. So much control with a beautiful hang 5 to start this one off. Even kicking those hips out to show us how much confidence he has that just when he is on the nose of that board, he reads it so beautifully. Getting one more 5, why not 2, right before this wave is taken all the way through here for our Championship Tour surfer. He has finished 4th in the world before. We also have Masaya Sukamoto in this heat, and Gede Krishna Radia representing Indonesia out there too. So plenty of really talented surfers. I should probably get to the point. My name's Jessie Starling and I'm joined in the booth with Giada Galagati. Giada, this is Hongwan, his last wave here.
Yeah, so here are the replays of what we just saw live. Beautiful start there for our surfer in blue. Quite a bit of elevation. Unfortunately, you kind of see that nose of the board slowly drop down to the middle of the face there, so that kind of reduces a little bit of the score. But he did really well nonetheless. Spent quite a bit of time on the nose of his board. You can see here get a little stuck behind, almost lose balance, but he managed nicely. Of course, JR Esquivel is one of the most beautiful and elegant surfers to watch in every single longboard event that he does. Not only a great surfer, but stealing hearts because he's a great human too.
He is, absolutely. This is Gede representing Indonesia. You can see not getting a lot of nose time at the start of this wave. Now gets up there for a 10 and then a quick tight 5. Now starts to make his way back down to the tail to step back into this power source. Green face ahead of him gives us another quick 5 to work with here. So Gede already locking in a 6.33. He's looking to add to that scoreline right now. And Messiah patiently waiting to get back up to the nose. Really powerful surfer, has a beautiful rail game. Now he's trying to really just get some points on the board right now for that hang time up the top of the board here. So Messiah, still with a little bit of work to do. He's one of those surfers, when it gets big, he really rises to the occasion.
All right, so here is Bogus's replay. Beautiful hang 5. You can see that elevation dropped down to the bottom of the wave. Really nice footwork here. Finds a little bit of a 10, mostly 5 though. You can see both hands are held up pretty nicely. He tries to lower them down. You see a bit of a soul arch there as well. So I'm loving what he's really trying to do there. Top, all 10 toes over the nose for Messiah. Beautifully done. A bit of a check turn there. Crosses over, tries to find the nose again, decides better of it. So really nice exchange there.
Yeah, love those two. At the start of the wave, we just missed it for both of them, but a lot more critical than what I thought it was going to be. So we see Gede, he's going to lock in a 5.17, Messiah a 5.43. So the judges really loving the start of this wave. Uncharacteristically held up at the start here for JR, gives a beautiful carve. Now really tight 5, so critical in the pocket there for JR Esquivel. Can see a little bit off balance here. Drop back carve to finish this wave off here. It's probably not finished actually. He takes his waves all the way through as well. Couple moments of greatness on this wave and a couple of fumbles right now for JR Esquivel. So let's see what this score is going to come in at. He already has 2 really high numbers with an 8.17 and a 7.83. I have never commentated an event that he hasn't won.
Oh, that's
as far as longboarding goes.
That's a really impressive score. Here we go, Hongwan.
Really tight 5 in the pocket there. That board completely immersed in the white water behind him. Gets there for a quick 10, but maybe more of a 5 here for Hongwan. A lot of water coming up over the nose as well, so not getting that lift and elevation that he was looking for to really show the judges that he was essentially floating and glazing above the water there. So Hongwan Kim, he's getting better each wave, but still stuck in that world of the threes just because of how much water is unfortunately coming over his nose.
Yeah, I agree. I think the main scoring potential for longboarding is how elegant and how flawless you can make it look. So that's probably a really good point. It's all about elegance and grace. And if you see a little bit of water splashing around, it kind of takes your eye away from what's really happening. And I think it's important to kind of keep it simple and hopefully he gets a couple more chances to kind of showcase that surfing. But JR dropping a 7.27. So you know you're one of the best when you're dropping scores like that constantly.
Absolutely. Messiah now, he's getting his chance here. He's up on the nose for a really long amount of time. He's going to work his way back there for a bit of a stretch back 5. He steps on for a step back carve through the inside section and then loses it on his final nose right here. And then out the back behind him, our Indonesian surfer hanging on for a really long time on the nose there. A lot of control, that tail completely immersed in the white water behind him. It felt like that board for every moment wanted to slip out, but G'day really holding it together, holding it down. I really do believe that's going to add to his scoreline. Incredible surfing there from G'day. And we'll take a look, hopefully, at another replay here of exactly how beautiful that surfing was.
Yeah, that was some great exchanges there. So actually, G'day, or also known as Bogus, if I'm not wrong, he actually started as a shortboarder.
Amazing.
He has been a shortboarder his whole life and then recently moved over to longboarding. So we've seen quite a few athletes do the same. Like off the top of my head, Dea Natasja is one, Ivan Sudena as well. All used to compete in shortboarding. All used to be in that, high performance category, and now have switched over to this longboarding.
I love the fact that so many surfers are so multi-versatile when it comes to equipment and just knowing how to read waves differently. Kanoa Hije, he does that so beautifully. Danny Widianto, he started in shortboarding as well, and now he is an exceptional longboarder. And I honestly think it makes you a better shortboarder as well, just with the way they understand and look at a wave completely different to how we do. Right now, though, back to live action. It is Hongwan Kim taking this one through to the inside here. He's back to the nose quickly. He's going to carve it to the power source as well, but unfortunately that is his last ride. It doesn't feel like the 7.6 he needs. Massive step back carve here for our championship tour surfer, JR Esquivel. He's going to step back and give us another really beautiful carve. He really is such a graceful and poised surfer to watch. He's one of those longboarders that you just can't take your eyes off when he's on a wave. So you'd have to say JR Esquivel well and truly safe in this heat.
Oh, absolutely. And he's a bit of a crowd fave as well. Every time he hits the lineup, there's a huge crowd there just cheering him on. He's a favorite. And like I said earlier, not only because of his surfing, but also because of his personality. And you can really see how it shows when he's on his board. He has that elegant style. It's very graceful, and he brings that onto land as well.
And just, he's always so in control of everything that's going on the wave. He always has those arms dropped down by his side. Tends to also just stick the hips out as well to show the amount of control that he has. And this is across the world. This is not just at his home break in La Union when we go to Belair and we watch longboarding there, or when it's in a wave pool in Korea. He never lets you down as just such an incredible surfer to tune into and watch. We still have 2 more waves right now. We have one for Messiah and one for G'day or Bogus. Bogus is up and riding at this point, really hung up in the white water. He's trying to fight through it here. Now he gets back to green face, gets to the nose. He's going to hold it for a 5. It's a really long one as well. It's a tight 5 too. And you can see frustrated with the start of that wave, but he's feeling good that he's going to make it through this heat. Messiah looking for a 6.87. Really nice nose ride, but a lot of water coming up over that nose. Holds a 5 for a really long time. Step back carve, draws it down here for Messiah Tsukamoto. Unfortunately, that also is all she wrote for that last wave for Messiah. It doesn't have that feeling of going into that 6.87, but he's one of those surfers, like I mentioned earlier. You put him in bigger waves, he will always level up.
Ooh, he's one of those.
Definitely. We'll wait for these last 2 scores to lock in right now for G'day. G'day actually claiming the end of his last wave, so felt really confident about it as well. Scores starting to lock in for Messiah. It is not going to be enough, so it is JR and G'day moving on through. Let's roll straight into that next heat with one very talented Filipino, Crisanto Venezuela, as well as Danny Widianto, Ivan Sudina, and Warren Lopez.
We're back. The longboarding men round of 16 heat 2 is underway. Crisanto Villanueva, Dani Widianto, Ivan Sudena, and Warren Lopez are in the water right now. Already 2 scores for Crisanto and Dani. So it's been an incredibly elegant afternoon. Now we've switched over from the women and men's QS for the shortboard and moved on to the longboarding now. I'm Jana Legati. I'm welcoming my friend Dai Wacker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Giada.
He's back.
Beautiful afternoon with elegant surfing. But this is a stacked heat, actually.
Yeah.
One of the best longboarders from the Philippines and 2 great surfers from Indonesia.
Absolutely. This is a pretty stacked heat, so you do not want to miss it out. 7-1-7 for Crisanto Villanueva, starting strong. Ivan Sudena now on this wave. Very nicely started. Finds the 5, spends a bit of time there. Let's see if he gets a little more action here again.
Wow.
Does the second foot dance. Unfortunately, not as much time as maybe he wanted, but this is his first wave. So just getting things rolling here. Right behind him is Warren Lopez. We saw him in a heat earlier, getting second. Gets some 10. Unfortunately, goes down.
Beautiful surfing from both Ivan Sudena and Warren Lopez, especially Ivan's wave. He had a chance to go to the nose for a couple times, so it was a great surfing, but looks like Danny Widianto's got a good number.
Okay, so a little fun facts about Danny Widianto and Ivan Sudena. They are both originally, when we were younger, shortboarders. So they used to compete and do a full-time shortboard and high performance contest. Danny, I'm pretty sure, still does, but they have then both switched over to longboarding now and compete at the highest level of Asia in longboarding. So incredible to see how versatile and how easily they adapt to these situations.
Danny was in Japan last month for the LQS. He came second. So like you said, he is from the shortboarding world, but he's a great longboarder as well. So this is his turn, Danny Widianto.
Absolutely. This is our man from Halfway Kura. Finds the 10. Good amount of time there. Beautiful drop knee style. Bit of a, you saw him drop the knee a little bit again there on the nose. Really wants to put those feet close together because that does increase your score line. I'm loving his act. Super in control. That there was not a lot of fumbling there. He had his board under his feet most of the time. Not a lot of wiggling or moving around, which is what you want to see. Right behind him, Crisanto Villanueva there. Bit of a switch foot style. Really loving his act as well. Started off strong. 7-1-7 already. Love that drop knee style. Really trying to emphasize this crossover step, because shuffling actually does really reduce your scores. So it's great to see him trying to really emphasize that classic longboarding move.
Wow, it was a beautiful surfing again from Crisanto. I'm pretty sure he's from La Union, and this is a replay of last of Danny Widianto straight into the nose, hang 5, pretty much hang 10 and steps back, setting up for the next time. Beautiful drop knee bottom turn to set up in the critical part of wave, and hang 5, spend a lot of time on the nose. Beautiful transitioning in between hang 5 and steps back, and this is a replay of Crisanto. Beautiful trim down the line, another hang 5, and setting up for the drop knee bottom turn. Beautiful style, composed, and this is a live action.
All right, this is Warren Lopez now on his second wave.
Wow.
Oh, spends a lot of time on the nose of his board. 10 again. So this is such a great wave. You can see his hands are down below, close to his waist. You really want to see that in longboarding. It's a sign of control and elegance. Unfortunately, there Ivan goes down, pushes it a little too much when he's spending time on the nose. So hopefully it won't affect his performance too much. But Warren Lopez, loved how much time he spent on the nose of his board.
So let's take another look. This is Warren Lopez's last wave, just looking for the section for the hang 5, trim down the line, back to the parcels. In the critical section, he hang 5 to hang 10, spent a lot of time on the nose, another hang 5 to hang 10. Beautiful style, and this is Ivan Zdena, hang 5, spent a lot of time on the nose. Unfortunately, loses the balance there. So I don't think it's gonna be a decent score for Ivan. 3.13, but 2 more waves.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Ivan. He was doing all the right things. You know, he was close to the pocket. He had a high elevation, but I think suddenly the board kind of just dropped to the bottom of the wave, and that kind of got him by surprise, and he didn't reach back in time to kind of get that weight back to the back of the board. But he has 2 more chances, so it's still early days. Bit of live action now. Beautiful style from Crisanto Villanueva. Cross steps to the nose. Bit more of time on that nose again. He is gonna drop knee style, cut back it, switch foot, and takes this one all the way down to the inside as far as he can. It just looks like he's having fun out there.
Oh, definitely.
Right behind him, Danny Widianto, really close to that 10. His style is impeccable, very elegant. He's very controlled. His movements are slow. You don't see him rushing anything. Something really important in the longboarding criteria is that you're not trying to do any quick, snappy turns like a short board.
You know, style is as important as a technique, so that's what is Crisanto doing on this wave. Beautiful hang 5. Stay in the high line of the wave, engaging the rail really well so that he can stay on the nose. And beautiful rail turn there to finish off. A little bit of switch stance to finish off, and this is the last wave from Danny Widianto. Straight into hang 5 to hang 10. Holds onto it quite a long time, cut it back down to the parcels, and now back to the hang 5. Beautiful technique there, super composed, super relaxed style. Beautiful drop knee turn there from Danny Widianto. It's gonna be another great number for Crisanto and Danny.
Absolutely, those are going to be some decent scores. There we have it, Crisanto 637, slightly improves, but live action, Ivan Zdena, surfer from halfway. Look at the elevation. Not too much time on the nose, but he's trying to keep the control. Does a 10.
Wow.
Taps it again.
Beautiful.
Bit of a soul arch there, you know, trying to keep his posture relaxed, shoulders down, which is exactly what we want to see. So that was really well done from Ivan Zdena.
Beautiful surfing, really loved that. Enjoying watching the hang 5 to hang 10, just holding onto the nose, engaging the rail really well. Beautiful surfing. Still a couple scores to lock in. 6.80 for Dani's last wave. And this is a replay of last of Ivan. Takes off nicely, straight into hang 5. Holds onto it. Nice. Cuts it back to the power source of the wave. Another hang 5. Just setting up for the hang 5 to hang 10. Really love seeing this. Wow, that was a beautiful technique. A little bit of soul arched. And a beautiful rail work to finish off.
Yeah, that was nicely done.
This is the last wave for Warren and Lopez. Unfortunately, couldn't really engage the rail to stay in the pocket. So I don't think it's going to be a big score for Warren, but big score for Ivan. 7.10.
Wow, the judges really liking his act, showing the control, showing the elegance that they want to see, that classic longboard style. So this is the last wave, going to be ridden by all 4 surfers. Dani Wirianto to start things off, straight off the bat. Bit of a drop knee cutback to get close to that power section. Really nice elevation, gets all 5 toes over, does the 10. Bit of a cutback again. I love this drop knee that he has going on. He's been doing it all heat long, and it's really showing why he's got those 2 6s. So I think he's definitely going to be improving on his score after that one.
Beautiful surfing from Dani Wirianto. You know, he needs to get rid of the 6.5 to improve his situation here, because Ivan just dropped 7.10. So this is a replay of Dani Wirianto straight into the nose. Quickly steps back and drop knee turn to set up for another hang 5 to hang 10. And steps back, holds onto it, spent a lot of time. Another hang 10 in between. And beautiful drop knee turn to a little bit of switch stance. This is a replay of Chris Santo. Try to get a hang 5 here. A little bit of heel hang 10 there, but unfortunately couldn't really ride out of it. A beautiful technique from Chris Santo Villanueva.
All right, so we had an unfortunate moment, Chris Santo, but he's pretty comfortably out in first, so not too much of an issue. Dani did slightly improve, 6.63. Now it's all eyes on both Ivan Sudena and Warren Lopez. Let's see what the boys from Indonesia and Philippines bring to the table. Here we have it, man in green now, very nicely started. Nice elevation, spends some time on the nose, does it again. Does a bit of a 10. Let's see if he can take it all the way down to the inside. Again, finds the 10, bit of a cutback, falls down, so deemed incomplete. Going to be taking quite a big chunk out. Ivan Sudena unfortunately goes down as well.
Wow, unfortunate for Ivan. You know, he just dropped 7.10 on the 3rd wave. He was on the way to the 2nd place, but unfortunately looks like he fell down on the 4th wave.
Yep, so Ivan will be staying in 3rd. Unfortunately, that'll be all he wrote. Waiting for the last of Warren Lopez now. Will that be enough to go into an advancing position, or is Crisanto and Dani taking the 1 and 2 this afternoon? And it is official. Crisanto and Dani will be staying another day with us. We're going to throw to a quick break and see you in Heat 3.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Finalists performing in this heat. Men's round of 16 of LQS heat number 3. Kanoa Hijay already dropped 6.0, who is a champion of the 2025. And Ryohei Taoka actually surfing in the final in the last year's event. So this is a stacked heat. On screen we have Edgar Calvo, who surfed earlier round, a beautiful hang 5 to hang 10, steps back beautifully, close stance, drop knee turn, straight into hang 5 to quickly hang 10, a beautiful drop knee turn to finish off. So beautiful stuff from Edgar Calvo. Ryohei Taoka already dropped 4.67, Kanoa Hijay drops 6.0 already. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Tipi-san. Welcome back.
Yes, good to be back here also, Dai. This is a nice replay here from Ryohei Taoka. So you mentioned he was in the final last year, yeah?
In the final last year, came third. His young brother of Natsumi Taoka, who actually won the last year's event.
Yeah, I know Natsumi. She's also on the world tour.
Yes, this is Kanoa Hijay, who's still surfing in the shortboard division, but why not, having a great fun in the longboard division as well. Another win.
You know, his shortboard is probably around like 5'8" or 5'9", and that longboard is a 9'6". That's so
That's
big.
huge difference,
Oh, sorry, it's even bigger than that. It's a 9'8". So yeah, I asked Kanoa, why don't you use like a 9'4", a 9'6", or something like that? Nah, he said like, yeah, I don't have any boards, so he bought that boards from a former world champion, actually, Kai Ellis. So
Wow.
that's his board, a 9'6".
Wow.
Oh, sorry, 9'8".
On screen, Kanoa Hijay just showcasing his technique. Wow, hang 10 to hang 5. He does everything. I love the rail work to finish off. So great surfing from Kanoa Hijay. But Edgar Calvo actually dropped 7.83, the best score so far in this heat. And this is Ryohei Taoka.
Do you know where he's from?
He's from Chiba, practicing Chiba all the time, and he's traveling a lot with her sister.
His sister, yeah. So I think I would have think Shonan could be like the center of longboarding in Japan, but
It is actually, but also Chiba has a great spot for longboarding. But this is a replay of last of Kanoa.
yeah, like Kanoa really know well about this wave pool as a shortboarder or even a longboarder. So wow, that size of a board give him all the space to do all that maneuver, the cross steps, the hang 5 right here that we can see.
Wow.
You can see that's a big longboard, and he can control it with a lot of like a lot of control.
Beautiful footwork there, and this is a replay of last wave for Ryohei Taoka.
Yeah, the amazing thing about all these longboarders, they might have 4 waves without even get their hair wet.
That's true.
Yeah, look at Ryohei. He's not even wet yet, So it's all about how good you are, and then you don't have to get wet. Actually, it's pretty amazing.
All right, so live action, beautiful drop knee style, right walk there, and back to hang 5. That is Edgar Calvo, who already dropped 7.83. Another a beautiful surfing. I love how he just so arched and drop knee style carves to finish off. So another great score is on the way. This is Benito Nerida from the Philippines, trying to get a good score because his first wave comes in at 0.93. So it looks like he's surfing from the back to all the way to the inside.
Yeah, I think one of the big part of longboarding is how effortless you control that board. So I think the judges want to see also a lot of like variety on the maneuver. You know, like a big part of doing hang 5 or hang 10 is how critical it is on the wave. Because if you do it on the open face, it's not going to be as higher risk as this one. As you can see, this is Edgar. I'm really surprised to see how good is Edgar surfing. I never heard about Edgar. Maybe he's already have established his name in La Union in Philippines, but this is the first time I kind of like witness himself surfing the wave pool here. So yeah, nice drop knee right there. And here we go. This is Benito. I have to say he's probably like a bit more like a veteran here. I've been seeing Benito for a while now. I went to La Union for years back, and I already see him way back in the time. And yeah, it's good to see like there's a lot of regeneration of the longboard scene in Philippines.
This is live action from Ryohei Taoka. Nice hang 5. Quick steps back, getting ready for the nose. Hang 5 there. A beautiful slashing turn there. Another carve to finish off. And this is live action for Kanoa Hijay. Beautiful hang 5. Oh, we don't really see that from Kanoa Hijay, but he's already locked in a 6.67 for the last wave. And Edgar actually dropped 6.87. So now Edgar Calvo is sitting in the first place. But let's take another look on the sponsor replay.
Yeah, I don't see any mistake here from Ryohei, but a lot of his points is sitting on the like a higher 4. Let's see if this gonna break into like a 5 or 6 where he would like to be, because if you want to be advanced on the next round, you have to get that high 6 right now. Yeah, nice surfing here from Kanoa. Just a little bit, something happened right here right now where he gonna slip on his last effort there on his hang 5. Maybe like not enough wax or something. Yeah.
All right, 4.47 for Kanoa's last wave. We are still waiting for the last wave for Ryohei Taoka. Looks like it's gonna be the same range, 4-point range. It's a 4.77, so he is improving his situation, but still needs 7.84 to go into second. So live action, we see Benito just loses the balance. Unfortunately, couldn't really engage the rail there. And at the back we have Edgar Carbo up and riding. Nice hang 5 to hang 10, generating so much speed. Beautiful right walk to back to the parcels and setting up for the nose ride. Hang 5 to quick hang 10 and steps back. Another drop knee turn there. A little bit of soul arched drop knee style carve to finish off. He actually came 3rd in the Balea LQS event last year. So
oh wow! So he's already quite a well-known surfer back in his country. Yeah. And also a big shout out to the Alima crew from Philippines, pushing the longboard as a sports there in the Philippines. I can see there's a lot of representation of the team with Alima, of Luke, and also and all the boys there.
Definitely, it's a big industry in the Philippines as well. But this is a bonsai reply of Edgar Carbo, who's sitting in the first place. Beautiful techniques and faultless on the nose.
Yeah, precise surfing there from Edgar. You know what? I think with JR and also Joe Marie opening the door, able to go to the World Tour, that's like a inspiring situation for all the surfers, including Edgar. They wanna follow that dream. So yeah, I think this event in the Korea is a big part of that qualification.
Noah up and riding his fourth wave. Beautiful hang five to start with. Trim turn to just stay in the pocket. Another hang five here in the critical part of the wave. Beautiful controlled surfing. It's gonna be he's gonna be surfing all the way to the inside as it's a last wave for Kanoa Heije, trying to get rid of the 6.00.
Yeah, amazing surfing there for sure from Kanoa. And yeah, I have to say, for me, one of the standout here is also for like surfer like JR. But to have JR, a World Tour surfer here on the pool, I don't know what else can they do. They surf the criteria amazingly, and here we go. This is a replay of Kanoa Heije. Look at that board. It's like a bonsai color already right there. So this is the bonsai replay from Kanoa Heije. He got a 6.57 on that one.
He's improving his situation here. So now Ryohei Taoka needed 8.41, but unfortunately the last wave for Ryohei comes in at 2.60. So it's all eyes on Benito and Edgar. But this is a replay of last of Ryohei Taoka. Beautiful hang five to start with. Great trim time that unfortunately loses the balance there on the second attempt on the nose. So that was a 2.60, so it's not enough for him to go into second place. It's a very important last wave for Benito Nerida. But this is Edgar Calvo, who is sitting in the first place now, looking to get rid of the 6.87. Beautiful drop knee turn, quickly redirect the nose, hang five, so lashed, another drop knee turn there. And this is an important way for Benito, needing a score 8.67 to go into second, setting up for another hang five, heel 10, I would say, and par 4 carve turn to finish off. So a lot of variety in surfing from Benito Nerida. He requires 8.67 to go into second, so this is the last wave for both white and green.
Yeah, we have to wait for the last score right there for Benito. It's a big number that he need to get. Not sure if he's gonna get it because Edgar getting his 7.83 was a bit more like a control complete surfing without any mistake. Benito's one. There's a bit of a wobble here and there, but we'll see. Maybe what he want to do is just try to get the best number, and looks like he already got the number.
It's a 5.60, so it's not enough. He moved into third place, but not enough for second place. So it's official. Edgar Calvo and Kanoa Heije will be moving into the next round. Still waiting for the last of Edgar. It comes in at a 7.53, so he's even improving his situation. So we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Heat number 4 of the men's round of 16.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.